Hey, welcome to God's Word to Rest. Tonight, as the world quiets, we turn our attention to the ancient, yet eternally relevant, book of Isaiah, which carries a powerful message of enduring peace, unshakable hope, and deep divine comfort specifically tailored for those whose hearts are weary from the journey. Isaiah's inspired words serve as a potent reminder that even when we feel engulfed in the fiercest storms of life, the sovereign voice of God speaks a profound calm over the chaos. His faithful promises are engraved in eternity and never diminish or fade. As you settle in and listen tonight, allow your burdened heart to find sanctuary and rest completely in His inexhaustible strength. Permit your troubled mind to grow quiet and steady in the pure light of His truth, and let your soul finally settle into the depth of His eternal, unwavering peace. Before we journey into the Scripture, I warmly invite you to join the conversation taking place just below. Please let us know the current time where you are, identify your geographical location, and tell us where you are watching this broadcast from. It is truly a beautiful and humbling thing to witness firsthand how far and wide God's sacred word reaches across every corner of the world. You are also encouraged to share a specific prayer request so this growing community can intentionally uphold you in prayer tonight. And if you find that this reading session helps you feel a genuine sense of calm or draws you perceptibly closer to the presence of God, please consider taking a brief moment to subscribe. Each new subscriber is vital in helping this ministry space evolve and grow into a larger, global family unified and resting together in the power of His Word. Now, as the background music fades, find your deepest peace. Let us now begin the reading of the book of Isaiah. We start with Isaiah chapter 1. The profound vision concerning the destiny of Judah and the fate of Jerusalem. A sacred panorama that Isaiah son of Amos witnessed during the tumultuous reigns of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Hear my decree, you majestic heavens. Listen closely, O earth, for the Lord Himself has spoken this solemn judgment. I personally reared children and brought them up with painstaking care. Yet they have chosen rebellion against me, turning their backs on their source of life. Even the dull ox instinctively knows the voice of its master, and the simple donkey recognizes its owner's familiar feeding manger. But Israel, my chosen people, refuses to know me. My own people display no understanding or insight. Woe, deep and bitter, to this nation steeped in sin, a people whose collective guilt is astronomically great. A corrosive brood of evildoers, children tragically given over entirely to corruption. They have willfully forsaken the Lord, their protector. They have treated the Holy One of Israel with utter disdain and contempt, and defiantly turned their backs on His divine presence. Why should you continue to be beaten and afflicted anymore? Why do you so stubbornly persist in this course of reckless rebellion? Your whole head is now gravely injured, your entire heart afflicted by sickness and spiritual rot. From the very sole of your foot to the crown and top of your head, there is absolutely no soundness remaining. There are only festering wounds and dark bruises and painful open sores, none of which have been properly cleansed or bandaged or soothed with medicinal oil. Your once glorious country is rendered desolate. Your vibrant cities are now nothing but charred ruins burned with fire. Your fruitful fields are being ruthlessly stripped bare by foreign invaders right before your very eyes, left utterly laid waste as if violently overthrown by complete strangers. Daughter Zion, Jerusalem herself, is left forlorn like a flimsy shelter hastily erected in a vineyard, like a makeshift hut abandoned in a cucumber field, like a beautiful city left isolated and crushed under a protracted siege. Had not the Lord Almighty mercifully left us even a few small survivors, we would certainly have been consumed and become utterly like Sodom. We would have been completely indistinguishable from Gomorrah. Hear the commanding word of the Lord, you wicked rulers of Sodom. Listen now to the solemn instruction of our God, you corrupted people of Gomorrah. The vast multitude of your empty sacrifices, what true meaning or worth do they hold for me? Says the Lord. I have reached a point of saturation, having more than enough of the burnt offerings of robust rams and the rich fat of fattened animals. I find absolutely no pleasure in the ritualistic blood of bulls and lambs and goats. When you come religiously to appear before me, who demanded this act of you, this meaningless, noisy trampling of my sacred courts. Stop immediately bringing these valueless, meaningless offerings. Your burning incense is an abomination and detestable to my senses. Your observance of new moons, Sabbaths, and special convocations. I cannot tolerate or bear your worthless, empty assemblies. Your new moon feasts and your carefully appointed festivals I utterly hate with the deepest parts of my being. They have accumulated and become an insufferable burden to me. I am exhausted and weary of bearing the weight of them. When you attempt to spread out your hands piously in prayer, I will deliberately hide my eyes from you. Even when you offer a great number of prayers, I am absolutely not listening to them. This is because your hands are visibly full of blood and injustice. Wash yourselves thoroughly and make yourselves clean indeed. Remove your evil and destructive deeds out of my immediate sight. Cease and stop doing wrong immediately. Begin actively learning to do what is right. Earnestly seek justice for the wronged. Fiercely defend the cause of the oppressed and voiceless. Willingly take up the desperate cause of the fatherless. Plead the neglected case of the vulnerable widow. Come now, let us approach this difficult matter and settle it between us, says the Lord. Though your pervasive sins are stained deeply like vivid scarlet, they shall be washed clean and become dazzling white as fresh snow. Though their color is blazing red as crimson dye, they shall be transformed and become soft like pure wool. If you demonstrate a willingness to comply and show true obedience, you will enjoy and eat the rich, good things of this land. But understand this, if you actively resist and stubbornly rebel, you will inevitably be violently devoured by the sword. For the very mouth of the Lord, the ultimate judge, has irrevocably spoken this consequence. Look how the once faithful city has degraded and become like a prostitute. She was once overflowing with justice and fairness. Righteousness used to reside securely within her, but now she is only filled with murderers and assassins. Your valuable silver has become nothing but worthless dross. Your choice wine has been shamefully diluted with water. Your very rulers are defiant rebels, partners, and cohorts with common thieves. They all passionately love receiving bribes and constantly chase after illegal gifts. They fail miserably to defend the critical cause of the fatherless. The widow's desperate case never even comes before them for judgment. Therefore, hear the solemn declaration of the Lord Almighty, the Mighty One of Israel, who now declares, I will unleash the full measure of my wrath upon my relentless foes and justly avenge myself upon all my enemies. I will turn my strong hand against you. I will thoroughly purge away your corrosive dross and remove every single one of your impurities. I will fully restore your wise leaders to be as they were in the faithful days of old, and your capable rulers to be as they were at the beginning. After this cleansing, you will once again be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city known for its loyalty. Zion will be delivered through the execution of justice. Her truly penitent ones will be delivered through righteousness. But the defiant rebels and the persistent sinners will both be simultaneously broken, and those who senselessly forsake the Lord will surely perish forever. You will be deeply ashamed and humiliated because of the sacred oak trees where you mistakenly sought delight in pagan worship. You will be completely disgraced because of the idol gardens that you have sacrilegiously chosen. You will become like a noble oak tree whose leaves are quickly fading, like a thirsty garden that is utterly without water. The mighty man of power will turn into dry tinder, and his accumulated works will be nothing but a single spark. Both will ignite and burn together with no one present strong enough to quench the consuming fire. Isaiah chapter 2. This is the awe-inspiring vision that Isaiah son of Amos saw concerning the future of Judah and the glorious fate of Jerusalem. In the unfolding of the last days, the majestic mountain upon which the Lord's temple resides will be firmly established as the highest of all the mountains of the earth. It will be visibly exalted far above all the hills, and all the nations, without exception, will stream eagerly toward it. Many peoples from distant lands will come forward and say, "Come, let us journey up to the sovereign mountain of the Lord, to the magnificent temple of the God of Jacob. He will patiently teach us his divine ways so that we may truly walk in the security of his paths. For the guiding law will emanate majestically from Zion, and the authoritative word of the Lord will issue forth from Jerusalem. He himself will sit in judgment between the myriad nations and will justly settle all lingering disputes for many diverse peoples. They will famously beat their instruments of war, their terrible swords, into useful farm plowshares, and their deadly spears into practical pruning hooks for the vines. Nation will not lift up the sword aggressively against another nation, nor will they spend time training for the horrific realities of war anymore. Come, you precious descendants of Jacob, let us choose to walk faithfully in the pure light of the Lord. O Lord, you have temporarily abandoned your people, the descendants of Jacob. They are saturated with superstitious beliefs imported from the East. They actively practice divination and sorcery just like the hostile Philistines, and they greedily embrace alien pagan customs. Their wealthy land is crammed full of silver and gold. There is literally no end to their accumulated treasures. Their land is overflowing with war horses. There is no end to their powerful chariots. Their land is completely full of ugly idols. They willingly bow down and worship the mere work of their own hands, bowing to objects that their own fingers have carefully fashioned. Consequently, the people will inevitably be brought low and every single person will be profoundly humbled. Do not, O Lord, forgive them in their current state. Go now into the jagged rocks. Desperately hide yourselves in the ground away from the fearful presence of the Lord and the overwhelming splendor of his majesty. The arrogant, disdainful eyes of the proud will be soundly humbled, and all human pride will be definitively brought low. The Lord, and the Lord alone, will be magnificently exalted in that great day. The Lord Almighty has set aside a specific day in store for all who are proud and lofty, for all that exalts itself, and they will assuredly be humbled into the dust. This judgment is for all the tall and lofty cedars of Lebanon, and all the massive oaks of Bashan, for all the towering, prominent mountains, and all the high hills, for every lofty, defensible tower, and every heavily fortified wall, for every trading ship sailing the seas and every stately vessel of luxury. The utter arrogance of man will be brought low, and all human pride will be severely humbled. The Lord alone will be exalted and magnified in that day, and all the offensive idols will totally and irrevocably disappear from the earth. People will frantically flee to dark caves in the rocks and seek refuge in holes in the ground, escaping from the fearful, intimidating presence of the Lord and the splendor of his majesty when he definitively rises to violently shake the whole earth. In that day, people will scornfully throw away their idols of silver and their idols of gold to the repulsive moles and the blind bats, idols which they painstakingly made to worship and venerate. They will flee desperately to the covens in the jagged rocks and to the dark, overhanging crags, desperate to escape the fearful presence of the Lord and the indescribable splendor of his majesty when he powerfully rises to shake the entire earth. Stop placing your trust in mere, mortal humans who possess nothing more than a fleeting breath in their fragile nostrils. Why hold them in such excessive esteem and reliance? Isaiah chapter 3. Behold now, the Lord Almighty, is actively moving to take from both Jerusalem and Judah all essential supply and support, all supplies of sustaining food and all supplies of necessary water, the skilled hero and the mighty warrior, the impartial judge and the inspired prophet, the diviner of secrets and the wise elder, the captain in charge of 50 men and the man of high rank, the trusted counselor, the skilled craftsman, and the clever enchanter. I will make mere immature youths their inexperienced officials. Children, unprepared and petulant, will rule disastrously over them. People will begin brutally oppressing each other without mercy. Man against man, neighbor against neighbor. The young and immature will rise up defiantly against the old and venerable. The nobody will challenge the honored. A man, desperate for leadership, will seize one of his brothers still in his father's house and implore him, "You still possess a cloak, a symbol of wealth. You, therefore, must be our leader. Take charge of this pathetic heap of ruins." But in that terrible day, the chosen man will cry out in fear, saying, "I have no solution or remedy. I have neither food nor clothing left in my house. Do not, I beg you, make me the utterly unqualified leader of the people." Jerusalem staggers wildly. Judah is on the verge of collapsing. Their spoken words and their brazen deeds are set firmly against the Lord himself, openly defying his glorious, majestic presence. The blatant look etched on their faces testifies truthfully against them. They parade their deep sin openly like the infamously debauched city of Sodom. They make absolutely no attempt to conceal it. Woe to them! They have brought swift disaster directly upon themselves through their own actions. Tell the righteous that it will truly be well with them, for they will deservedly enjoy the sweet fruit of their righteous deeds. Woe to the wicked! Imminent disaster hangs heavily upon them. They will surely be paid back in full measure for the destructive work their hands have done. Snorts, immature youths oppress my people relentlessly. Women, unprepared and vain, rule over them. My people, your current guides led you tragically astray. They actively turn you away from the secure path. The Lord now takes his solemn place in court. He rises from his throne to judge the guilty people. The Lord formally enters into judgment against the compromised elders and leaders of his people. He declares, "It is you who have viciously ruined my vineyard. The illicit plunder unjustly stolen from the poor is now disgracefully stored in your opulent houses. What do you mean by ruthlessly crushing my people and grinding the very faces of the poor into the dirt?" Declares the Lord Almighty. The Lord further says, "The women of Zion have become unbearably haughty, walking along with their necks stiffly outstretched, openly flirting with their provocative eyes, strutting along with exaggerated swaying hips, the costly ornaments jingling ostentatiously on their ankles. Therefore, the Lord will bring painful sores upon the proud heads of the women of Zion. The Lord will cause their luxurious sculpts to become disgracefully bald. In that coming day, the Lord will violently snatch away their excessive finery. The beautiful bangles, the delicate headbands, and the costly crescent necklaces, the precious earrings and elaborate bracelets and covering veils, the towering headdresses and the jingling anklets and the fine sashes, the perfume bottles and the strange charms, the signet rings and the decorative nose rings, the flowing fine robes and the expensive capes and cloaks, the purses and polished mirrors and the linen garments and the decorative tiaras and the delicate shawls. Instead of expensive fragrance, there will be a foul, offensive stench. Instead of a valuable sash, there will be a rough, common rope. Instead of carefully dressed, luxurious hair, there will be devastating baldness. Instead of fine, costly clothing, there will be rough, scratchy sackcloth. Instead of natural beauty, there will be visible branding. Your men, your protectors, will fall by the sword's edge. Your valiant warriors will be slain in battle. The public gates of Zion will lament loudly and mourn bitterly. Left utterly destitute, she will sit forlornly on the ground. Isaiah chapter 4. In that terrible day, 7 desperate women will frantically take hold of one single man and say, "We will feed ourselves with our own food and provide our own clothes. Only let us be legally called by your name. Please simply take away our deep disgrace." In that day of deliverance, the promised branch of the Lord will be stunningly beautiful and gloriously splendid, and the rich fruit of the land will be the immense pride and glory of the survivors remaining in Israel. Those who are left behind in Zion, those who survive and remain in Jerusalem, will be rightfully called holy, all who are recorded officially among the living inhabitants in Jerusalem. The Lord will decisively wash away the moral filth of the women of Zion. He will thoroughly cleanse the hideous bloodstains from the heart of Jerusalem by unleashing a spirit of judgment and a spirit of purifying fire. Then, over the entirety of Mount Zion and over all those who peacefully assemble there, the Lord will miraculously create a protective cloud of smoke by day and a magnificent glow of flaming fire by night. Over everything that constitutes the glory, there will be an overarching canopy. It will serve as a permanent shelter and cool shade from the oppressive heat of the day, and it will be a secure refuge and perfect hiding place from the devastating storm and the driving rain. Isaiah chapter 5. I will sing now for the one I deeply love, a poignant song about his cherished vineyard. My loved one possessed a vineyard located on a uniquely fertile hillside. He painstakingly dug up the soil and cleared it completely of jagged stones and planted it exclusively with the choicest, finest vines. He meticulously built a protective watchtower right in the middle of it and carefully cut out a functional winepress as well. Then he eagerly looked for a bountiful crop of good, sweet grapes, but instead, it yielded only sour, bad fruit. Now listen, you dwellers currently residing in Jerusalem and all people of Judah, I charge you to judge fairly between me and my vineyard. What more, I ask you, could possibly have been done for my vineyard than what I have already done for it? When I searched and looked for good grapes, why did it yield only bad, bitter fruit? Now I will solemnly tell you exactly what I am determined to do to my vineyard. I will tear away its protective hedge, and it will be inevitably destroyed. I will break down its strong wall, and it will be ruthlessly trampled underfoot. I will purposefully make it a desolate wasteland, neither pruned nor cultivated carefully, and only briars and thorns will grow wildly there. I will issue a command to the clouds not to release any rain upon it. Understand this. The vineyard of the Lord Almighty is the cherished nation of Israel, and the people of Judah are the very vines he delighted in planting. And he eagerly looked for justice, but instead, he saw only bloodshed. He looked for righteousness, but instead, he heard only piercing cries of distress from the oppressed. Woe to you who perpetually add house to house and join field to field until no private space is left and you alone live like isolated lords in the heart of the land. The Lord Almighty has declared clearly in my hearing. Surely those great, imposing houses will become utterly desolate, and the fine mansions will be left completely without occupants. A 10-acre vineyard will sadly produce only a single bath of wine. A large homer of seed will yield only a meager ephah of grain. Woe to those who rise far too early in the morning just to chase after their alcoholic drinks, who deliberately stay up late at night until they are flushed and inflamed with wine. They have musical instruments like harps and lyres at their noisy banquets, pipes and tambourines and endless wine, but they exhibit absolutely no regard for the amazing deeds of the Lord, nor do they show any respect for the deliberate work of his hands. Therefore, my people will certainly go into exile and captivity for a lack of basic understanding. Those of high rank will tragically die of hunger, and the common people will be utterly parched with thirst. Therefore, death itself expands its horrific jaws, opening its cavernous mouth wide. Into this abyss will descend their nobility and their masses, along with all their brawlers and loud revelers. So the common people will be brought low and everyone will be gravely humbled, the scornful eyes of the arrogant thoroughly humbled. But the Lord Almighty will be magnificently exalted by the execution of his justice, and the holy God will be undeniably proved holy by his righteous, judging acts. Then, sheep will graze freely as if in their own dedicated pasture. Lambs will feed comfortably among the ruins of what once belonged to the rich. Woe to those who actively draw sin along with cords of deceit, and wickedness as if they were pulling a heavy cart with ropes. To those who mockingly say, "Let God hurry! Let him hasten his mysterious work so that we may truly see it." They scoff at the plan of the Holy One of Israel, saying, "Let it approach. Let it finally come into view so that we may know and judge it." Woe to those who perversely call moral evil good and call what is genuinely good evil, who intentionally substitute darkness for light and light for darkness, who deliberately exchange bitter experience for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are excessively wise in their own eyes and arrogantly clever in their own limited sight. Woe to those who are celebrated heroes at drinking wine and champions at mixing intoxicating drinks, who unjustly acquit the guilty for the payment of a bribe but brutally deny simple justice to the genuinely innocent. Therefore, just as searing tongues of fire quickly lick up dry straw, and as brittle, dry grass immediately sinks down in the powerful flames, so their deep roots will rapidly decay, and their flourishing flowers will blow away like fine dust. This judgment comes because they have utterly rejected the clear law of the Lord Almighty and contemptuously spurned the word of the Holy One of Israel. Therefore, the Lord's fierce anger burns hot against his errant people. His powerful hand is raised high and he decisively strikes them down. The very mountains shake violently, and the resulting dead bodies are left like refuse tossed in the open streets. Yet for all this devastation, his anger is not yet turned away. His strong hand is still upraised, ready to strike again. He deliberately lifts up a terrifying banner for the distant foreign nations. He whistles ominously for those invading armies waiting at the ends of the earth. Here they come swiftly, rapidly, and brutally. Not a single one of them grows tired or stumbles in their approach. Not one of them slumbers or sleeps while on the march. Not a belt is loosened at their waist. Not a sandal strap is broken, slowing their advance. Their arrows are lethally sharp. All their powerful bows are strung tight, ready to fire. Their horses' hooves seem as hard and relentless as flint. Their chariot wheels sound like a roaring whirlwind. Their collective roar is frightening, like that of the majestic lion. They roar savagely like young lions claiming their territory. They growl menacingly as they seize their chosen prey and efficiently carry it off with absolutely no one present strong enough to rescue it. In that dreadful day, they will roar victoriously over the land like the relentless roaring of the vast sea. And if one looks anxiously at the land, there is only pervasive darkness and deep distress. Even the sun itself will be tragically darkened by the thick clouds of smoke and war. Isaiah chapter 6. In the pivotal year that King Uzziah died, I experienced a momentous vision. I saw the Lord himself high and magnificently exalted, seated upon a majestic throne, and the flowing train of his royal robe completely filled the sacred temple. Above him stood the glorious seraphim, each possessing 6 powerful wings. With 2 wings they reverently covered their faces. With 2 wings they humbly covered their feet. And with the remaining 2 wings they were flying constantly. And they were calling out loudly and constantly to one another, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is entirely full of his magnificent glory." At the earth-shaking sound of their unified voices, the massive doorposts and thresholds of the temple shook violently, and the entire temple was immediately filled with thick, swirling smoke. "Woe to me!" I cried out in terror. "I am irrevocably ruined, for I am a man of desperately unclean lips, and I dwell constantly among a people who also possess unclean lips, and yet my eyes have been permitted to see the King, the Lord Almighty." Then one of the seraphim flew swiftly to me with a burning live coal in his hand, which he had taken meticulously with tongs from the sacred altar. With it, he gently yet firmly touched my trembling mouth and then proclaimed, "See, this burning coal has touched your lips. Therefore, your deep guilt is completely taken away and your pervasive sin is fully atoned for." Then I distinctly heard the powerful voice of the Lord himself saying, "Whom shall I send and who will go on a mission for us?" And I immediately replied, "Here am I. Send me, Lord." He said, "Go now and solemnly tell this defiant people. Be ever hearing my words, but never truly understanding. Be ever seeing my actions, but never truly perceiving. Make the heart of this unyielding people hardened and calloused. Make their ears dull of hearing and tightly close their eyes. Otherwise they might possibly see with their own eyes, hear with their own ears, understand the truth with their own hearts, and turn back to me and be fully healed." Then I asked in confusion, "For how long, Lord?" And he sadly answered, "Until the very cities lie utterly ruined and completely without inhabitant, until the houses are left absolutely deserted and the fertile fields ruined and tragically ravaged, until the Lord has sent everyone far away into exile and the land is utterly and completely forsaken. And though a mere 10th part remains stubbornly in the land, it will again be laid waste. But just as the sturdy terebinth and the strong oak leave immovable stumps when they are forcefully cut down, so the precious holy seed, the remnant, will remain as the resilient stump in the land." Isaiah chapter 7. When Ahaz son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, was reigning as king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram and Pekah son of Remaliah, the king of Israel, marched up together to launch an attack against Jerusalem. But despite their efforts, they could not manage to overpower it. Now, when the royal house of David was informed, Aram has formed a military alliance with Ephraim. The hearts of Ahaz and his entire people were shaken violently, just as the trees of the forest are shaken by a strong wind. The great timbers of the forest are violently convulsed by the tempest. Then the Lord spoke to Isaiah, saying, "Go forth immediately, you and your son Shear-Jashub, whose name signifies a remnant shall return, to confront King Ahaz. Meet him at the extreme end of the conduit that draws water from the upper pool, on the ancient road leading toward the fuller's field, the place of cleansing. Deliver this word to him. Be exceptionally vigilant. Guard your heart. Remain utterly tranquil. and divest yourself of all paralyzing terror. Do not permit your spirit to fail or lose courage because of these two miserable, smoldering stubs of firewood. Let not the blazing hostility of Rezin, the ruler of Aram, nor the ferocious anger of the son of Remaliah cause you dismay. Aram, Ephraim, and the ambitious son of Remaliah have convened in secret council to plot your utter destruction. Their dark conspiracy runs thus. Let us launch a full-scale invasion of Judah. Let us ruthlessly tear her foundations apart and divide the fragments of her territory amongst ourselves. And let us install the son of Tabeel, a puppet king, upon the throne of David. Yet, hear the immutable decree of the sovereign Lord, the master of all creation. This wicked scheme will not be brought to fruition. It shall utterly fail to transpire. For the true head and power of Aram remains confined to Damascus, and the authority of Damascus rests solely with Rezin. Within a mere 65 years, Ephraim will be so thoroughly shattered and dispersed that it will cease to exist as a recognized nation. The head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of Samaria is nothing more than the son of Remaliah. Understand this critical truth. If you refuse to stand firm, anchored in the certainty of your faith, you will surely collapse and not stand at all. Once more, the Lord addressed Ahaz, extending a gracious invitation. Petition the Lord your God for a sign, a supernatural assurance. Let it be a display of power, reaching either into the deepest subterranean depths or ascending to the highest, most celestial heights. But Ahaz, cloaked in false piety, replied, I shall not ask for a sign. I will not presume to put the Lord to the test, masking my fear as reverence. Then Isaiah, his voice ringing with prophetic exasperation, declared, Hear this now, you faithless house of David. Is it not sufficient that you continuously exhaust the patience of mankind? Must you also strive to exhaust the infinite patience of my God? Therefore, because of your refusal, the Lord himself will unilaterally provide a sign of his choosing. Behold, the virgin, a pure young woman, shall conceive and carry to term and give birth to a son, and she shall name him Emmanuel, which means God is with us. He shall sustain himself on curds and honey when he reaches the age of understanding, the time when he knows sufficiently to reject that which is evil and choose that which is right. For before this boy attains the capacity to distinguish wrong from right, the land belonging to the two kings whom you presently dread will be laid waste and rendered desolate. The Lord will bring upon you, and upon your entire populace, and upon the royal house of your father, a time of tribulation unlike any other since the northern kingdom of Ephraim first rebelled and separated from Judah. He will summon the powerful king of Assyria to execute his judgment. In that destined day, the Lord will emit a sharp whistle to summon the immense swarms of biting flies from the far-reaching delta of the Nile in Egypt, and for the relentless stinging bees from the deep land of Assyria. They will descend and settle relentlessly in the steep, shadowed ravines, within the deep crevices of the rocks, clinging to all the thorny bushes, and clustered around every single watering hole. In that day of judgment, the Lord will employ a blade, a razor hired from beyond the great river Euphrates, the king of Assyria himself, to execute a humiliating purification. He will shave the hair from your heads, the hair from your private parts, and he will cut off your beards, stripping you of your dignity. In that same day of famine, a man will manage to sustain the life of a single young cow and just 2 goats. And because of the unnatural abundance of the milk they manage to yield, there will be rich curds to eat, even in the desolation. All those few who manage to remain alive in the scarred land will survive only on curds and honey. In that day, every locale where there were once 1,000 cultivated vines, each valued at 1,000 silver shekels, will be reduced to a thicket of useless briars and painful thorns. Hunters will be forced to traverse this ruined land with only their bows and arrows, for the earth will be utterly choked with savage briars and merciless thorns. As for all the high hills once painstakingly cultivated with the laborer's hoe, you will shun them, refusing to venture there for sheer terror of the invading briars and thorns. They will become primitive places where untended cattle are carelessly turned loose and where the sheep run wild. Isaiah chapter 8. The Lord gave me a direct command. Take for yourself a large, smooth scroll, suitable for a monumental inscription, and write upon it with an ordinary human pen, clear enough for all to read, Marshal-al-Hashbaz, meaning, swift to the plunder, quick to the spoil. So I secured the testimony of Uriah the priest and Zechariah son of Jeberechiah, whom I established as unimpeachable, reliable witnesses for me, testifying to the writing of the sign. Thereafter, I was united with the prophetess, and she conceived and subsequently gave birth to a son. And the Lord commanded me, name this child Marshal-al-Hashbaz, for the child himself is the living prophecy. For before the boy learns the simple words my father or my mother, the accumulated wealth of Damascus and the spoils gathered from Samaria will be violently seized and carried away by the king of Assyria. The Lord spoke to me again, his voice filled with warning, because this foolish people has deliberately scorned the calm, gently flowing waters of Shiloh, the quiet stability of the house of David and the covenant, and instead, they rejoice over the ephemeral power of Rezin and the son of Remaliah. Therefore, know this, the Lord is now preparing to bring against them the overwhelming, mighty floodwaters of the river Euphrates, that is to say, the king of Assyria, with all his terrible military pomp and boundless arrogance. This flood will swell and overflow all its natural channels, run over every single bank, and sweep onward into the heart of Judah, swirling violently over it, passing through its center, and rising terrifyingly up to the very neck of the land. The outspread wings of this devastating army will cover the entire breadth of your land. O Emmanuel, O God with us. Raise the war cry, you hostile nations, and you shall be utterly shattered. Listen well, all you distant, conspiring lands. Prepare yourselves for the confrontation, but you shall be shattered. Prepare for battle, but you shall be utterly shattered. Devise whatever cunning strategy you can imagine, but it will be instantly thwarted. Propose your most intricate plan, but it shall fail to stand. Why? Because God is with us. This is the message the Lord delivered to me with his strong, arresting hand laid upon me, warning me urgently not to follow the misguided path of this fearful people. Do not designate as conspiracy everything that this populace chooses to label a conspiracy. Do not harbor the paralyzing fear that they fear, and do not dread the things they dread. The Lord Almighty, He alone, is the one you are commanded to regard as holy. He is the one you are truly to fear. He is the one you are to dread. He will become a sacred sanctuary for the faithful, but he will also be a stone of violent stumbling for both the houses of Israel and Judah. He will be a great rock that makes men fall headlong. And for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, he will be an inescapable trap and a lethal snare. Countless multitudes among them will stumble over him. They will fall and be broken into pieces. They will be snared and captured by their own folly. Bind up this testimony of divine warning and seal up the instruction of God among my true disciples. I shall wait patiently for the Lord, who, in this age, is deliberately concealing his face from the rebellious descendants of Jacob. I will place my unshakable trust in him. Behold, here stand I, Isaiah, and the children the Lord has graciously given to me. We are physical signs and symbols established in Israel, sent directly from the Lord Almighty, who perpetually dwells on Mount Zion. When misguided individuals attempt to lure you into consulting mediums and spiritists, those practitioners who whisper and mutter arcane nonsense, should not a people first seek consultation with their own God? Why in heaven's name consult the dead on behalf of the living? Consult God's sacred instruction and the testimony of warning. If anyone refuses to speak according to the authority of this divine word, they have no light of dawn, no hope for the future. Distressed, utterly weary, and famished with hunger, they will wander aimlessly through the land. When they reach the point of starvation, they will become intensely enraged, and looking upward, they will blaspheme their king and their God. Then they will look down toward the earth and see only crushing distress, impenetrable darkness, and fearful gloom. Finally, they will be violently thrust into the deepest, most utter darkness. Isaiah chapter 9. Nevertheless, despite the horror, there will eventually be no more deep gloom for those who were afflicted in their distress. In the initial visitation, he humiliated the northern territory of Zebulun and the territory of Naphtali. But in the coming future, he will honor Galilee of the Gentiles, the region situated by the way of the sea, beyond the river Jordan. The people who habitually walked in profound darkness have suddenly beheld a great, overwhelming light. Upon those residing in the land overshadowed by the deep, terrifying darkness of death, a powerful light has suddenly dawned. You, O Lord, have magnificently enlarged the nation and substantially increased their exuberant joy. They rejoice before your presence with the boundless glee of people celebrating a great harvest, or as warriors rejoice when they are vigorously dividing the vast plunder of victory. For as in the spectacular day of Midian's shattering defeat, you have demolished the crushing yoke that burdened their necks, the heavy bar that lay across their shoulders, and the iron rod of their wicked oppressor. Every boot worn by the warrior in the heat of battle and every garment saturated and rolled in blood will be designated exclusively for burning. They will become fuel for the cleansing fire. For unto us, the suffering people, a promised child is born. Unto us, the waiting house of David, a sovereign son is given. And the weight of the government and the responsibility of the kingdom will rest fully upon his shoulders. And he shall be called by majestic, eternal titles. Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his boundless government and the permanence of his perfect peace, there will be no conclusion, no end. He will reign forever upon David's ancient throne and over his entire kingdom, establishing and upholding it with flawless justice and eternal righteousness from that time forward and unto the ages of ages. The intense, unyielding zeal of the Lord Almighty will surely accomplish this magnificent decree. The Lord has already dispatched a decisive message of judgment against Jacob. It will surely fall upon Israel. All the defiant people will know it, specifically Ephraim and the arrogant inhabitants of Samaria, who loudly declare with pride and the absolute arrogance of their heart. The old bricks have fallen down, but we, by our own strength, will rebuild with magnificent, dressed stone. The simple fig trees have been cut down, but we will replace them with towering, superior cedars. But the Lord has actively strengthened Rezin's adversaries against them and has spurred on their enemies to attack. Arameans from the east and Philistines from the west have savagely devoured Israel with open, hungry mouths. Yet, despite all this crushing devastation, his anger is not yet turned away, and his avenging hand is still upraised. But the people have willfully refused to return to him who struck them down. Nor have they earnestly sought the Lord Almighty. Therefore, the Lord will sever from Israel both the head and the tail, both the proud palm branch and the humble, weak reed, all in a single catastrophic day. The elders and the high-ranking dignitaries are the proud head. The prophets who deceitfully teach lies are the shameful tail. Those who claim to guide this people mislead them tragically, and those who are guided are consequently led hopelessly astray. Therefore, the Lord will take no pleasure whatsoever in the young men who fall in battle, nor will he show any pity or mercy to the fatherless children and the widows. For every single person remaining is corrupted, ungodly, and wicked. Every mouth speaks egregious folly and profane vanity. Yet, for all this persistent wickedness, his anger is not turned away, and his avenging hand is still upraised. Surely, wickedness burns and rages like an uncontrollable fire. It consumes the dense briars and the sharp thorns. It sets the forest thicket ablaze so that the fire rolls upward in a massive, terrifying column of smoke. By the fierce wrath of the Lord Almighty, the land will be scorched and rendered desolate, and the people themselves will become mere fuel for the consuming fire. They will show no mercy, refusing to spare one another. On the right they will devour, but still remain desperately hungry. On the left they will eat but still not be satisfied. Each man will feed ruthlessly on the flesh of his own kin, his own offspring. Manasseh will savagely feed on Ephraim, and Ephraim will feed on Manasseh. Together, united only in their desperation, they will viciously turn against Judah. Yet, for all this internal devastation, his anger is not turned away, and his avenging hand is still upraised. Isaiah chapter 10. Woe, a curse and a lament, to those corrupt officials who pass unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive, tyrannical decrees, solely to deprive the poor and the destitute of their fundamental rights, and to withhold justice from the oppressed among my people. They do this maliciously, making vulnerable widows their convenient prey and shamelessly robbing the fatherless children. What possible recourse will you have on the dreadful day of final reckoning, when utter disaster comes storming upon you from afar? To whom will you frantically run for help? Where will you attempt to hide your ill-gotten riches? Nothing will remain for you but to cringe in humiliation among the foreign captives or fall dead among the slain. Yet, for all this necessary judgment, his anger is not turned away. His hand is still upraised. Woe to Assyria, the merciless rod of my controlled anger, in whose hand is the heavy club of my measured wrath. I send him against a godless, idolatrous nation. I dispatch him against a rebellious people who continuously provoke my anger, to seize their valuable loot and snatch away their plunder, and to ruthlessly trample them down like insignificant mud in the streets. But this is not what he, the Assyrian, truly intends in his heart. This is not what he has in mind. His purpose is simply to destroy, to put an arrogant final end to countless nations. He boasts in his pride, "Are not my field commanders all kings in their own right? Has not Calno fallen just as Carchemish fell? Is not Hamath like Arpad, and mighty Samaria like Damascus? As my conquering hand seized the kingdoms of the idols, kingdoms whose images and wealth surpassed even those of Jerusalem and Samaria, shall I not deal with Jerusalem and her golden images as ruthlessly as I dealt with Samaria and her insignificant idols? When the Lord has completely finished all his necessary work against Mount Zion and against Jerusalem, he will then declare, I will punish the king of Assyria for the willful pride and absolute arrogance of his heart, and for the haughty, contemptuous look in his eyes. For he arrogantly proclaims, By the sheer strength of my own powerful hand I have accomplished this, and by my own superior wisdom, because I possess profound understanding. I personally removed the boundaries of all the conquered nations. I plundered their treasures. Like a mighty, invincible one, I subdued their kings. As one reaches effortlessly into a bird's nest, so my hand reached for the vast wealth of the nations. As common people gather abandoned eggs, so I gathered all the countries. Not one of them dared to flap a wing or open its mouth to make a single chirp of defiance. Does the humble axe raise itself in boastful triumph above the person who swings it? Or does the simple saw boast against the master carpenter who uses it? That would be as foolish as if a mere wooden rod were to wield the human who lifts it up, or if a club, which is not even wood in itself, were to brandish the one who carries it. Therefore, the Lord Almighty, will send a wasting, debilitating disease upon his sturdy, seemingly invincible warriors. Under his magnificent pomp and splendor, a devastating fire will be secretly kindled, blazing forth like a consuming flame. The light of Israel will suddenly become that fire, and the Holy One will be that unexpected flame. In a single terrible day, it will burn and consume all of Assyria's briars and thorns. The glorious splendor of his vast forests and his fertile fields it will completely destroy, as thoroughly as when one who is desperately ill wastes away into nothing. The remaining trees of his magnificent forests will be so few that even a small child could easily write them down in a tally. In that day of aftermath, the remnant of Israel, the survivors from the house of Jacob, will no longer place their desperate reliance on him who struck them down, the Assyrian. Instead, they will turn and truly rely upon the Lord, the Holy One of Israel. A remnant will surely return. A small, surviving remnant of Jacob will return to the mighty God. Though your people, O Israel, may currently be as innumerable as the sand by the sea, only a remnant will ultimately return. Destruction has been decreed with finality, overwhelming in its scope, yet perfectly righteous in its execution. The Lord Almighty, will carry out the total destruction he has decreed upon the entirety of the land. Therefore, this is what the Lord Almighty, solemnly declares. My people who live in Zion, hear me. Do not be afraid of the Assyrians, who are beating you relentlessly with a rod and lifting up a club against you, just as Egypt once did. Very soon, my anger and the need for this severe trial against you will cease, and my full wrath will be decisively directed toward their complete destruction. The Lord Almighty will lash them with a fierce whip, just as he did when he struck down Midian at the rock of Oreb. And he will raise his staff over the waters, just as he did when he parted the sea in Egypt. In that approaching day, their oppressive burden will be permanently lifted from your shoulders, and their heavy yoke will be removed from your neck. The yoke itself will be broken because you have grown spiritually strong and prosperous. The enemy enters Iath. They pass through Migron. They quickly store their supplies at Michmash. They go over the crucial pass and announce in their arrogance, "We will camp overnight right here at Geba." Ramah trembles violently. Gibeah of Saul flees in terror. Cry out, O daughter of Gallim. Listen, O Lisha. Poor Anathoth is ruined. Madmenah is in desperate flight. The people of Jebim frantically take cover. This day they will halt momentarily at Nob. They will arrogantly shake their fist at the mount of daughter Zion, at the holy hill of Jerusalem. But behold, the Lord Almighty, will lop off the mighty boughs with tremendous, supernatural power. The lofty trees of Assyria will be felled, and the tall ones will be brought low in humiliation. He will cut down the dense forest thicket with an axe of iron. Lebanon will fall before the mighty one. Isaiah 11. Yet, a miraculous shoot will come forth from the seemingly dead stump of Jesse, the root of David's line. From his roots, a vital branch will miraculously bear fruit. The Spirit of the Lord, the Spirit of God himself, will settle and rest upon him. The Spirit of wisdom and profound understanding, the Spirit of counsel and overwhelming might, the Spirit of certain knowledge and of the reverent fear of the Lord. And he will find his supreme delight in the reverent fear of the Lord. He will not judge any case merely by what he sees with his physical eyes, nor will he decide a matter based solely on what he hears with his human ears. But with perfect righteousness and flawless integrity, he will judge the defenseless needy. With unwavering justice, he will render decisions for the poor of the earth who have been marginalized. He will strike the earth, the nations, with the authoritative rod of his mouth, and with the very breath of his lips, he will slay the wicked and the unrighteous. Righteousness itself will be the belt securing his loins, and faithfulness will be the sash firmly tied round his waist. Then, a time of profound peace will descend upon the earth. The savage wolf will live peaceably with the defenseless lamb. The spotted leopard will lie down in serene harmony with the young goat. The calf, the young lion, and the fat yearling will be together, and a small, innocent child will lead them safely. The cow will feed quietly with the bear. Their young ones will lie down side by side in friendship. And the fierce lion will eat nourishing straw like the ox, having shed its predatory nature. The infant child will play safely near the den of the venomous cobra, and the young child will confidently put its tiny hand into the viper's nest. They will neither inflict harm nor cause destruction on all my holy mountain. For the earth will be completely filled with the all-encompassing knowledge of the Lord, just as the vast waters eternally cover the sea beds. In that destined day, the root of Jesse will stand as a glorious, rallying banner for all the peoples. The Gentile nations will flock and rally to him, seeking him out, and his permanent resting place will be magnificent and glorious. In that day, the Lord will reach out his powerful hand a second time to reclaim the surviving remnant of his people who are scattered, those who are left in Assyria, from Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, from Cush, from Elam, from Babylonia, from Hamath, and from the distant islands of the Mediterranean Sea. He will dramatically raise a visible banner for all the Gentile nations and will gather the exiled people of Israel. He will assemble the scattered, dispersed people of Judah from the four extreme quarters of the earth. Ephraim's crippling jealousy against Judah will vanish completely, and Judah's hostility toward Ephraim will be destroyed forever. Ephraim will cease to be jealous of Judah, nor will Judah remain hostile toward Ephraim. They will swoop down together in unity on the slopes of Philistia to the west. Together they will plunder the peoples to the east. They will fully subdue Edom and Moab, and the Ammonites will become eternally subject to them. The Lord will completely dry up the gulf of the Egyptian sea, making way for their return. With a scorching, powerful wind, he will sweep his hand over the great river Euphrates. He will break it up into 7 shallow, walkable streams, so that anyone can cross over in mere sandals. There will be a wide highway for the remnant of his people that is left in Assyria, just as there was for Israel when they came up in their thousands from Egypt. Isaiah chapter 12. In that day of deliverance you will joyfully declare, I will praise you, O Lord. Although you were once angry with me, your anger has now definitively turned away, and you have fully comforted me. Surely God is my ultimate salvation. I will trust without hesitation, and I will not be afraid. The Lord himself, is my strength and my perfect defense. He has become my salvation. With overwhelming joy, you will draw life-giving water from the wells of salvation. In that day you will say, give boundless praise to the Lord. Proclaim his sacred name. Make known among all the nations the magnificent deeds he has performed, and proclaim throughout the world that his name is supremely exalted. Sing praises to the Lord, for he has accomplished glorious, monumental things. Let this truth be known to all the world. Shout aloud and sing for joy, you people of Zion, for great and holy is the Holy One of Israel among you. Isaiah chapter 13. A burden, a crushing prophecy concerning Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amoz, witnessed in a terrifying vision. Raise a commanding banner on a bare, visible hilltop. Shout the command to them. Beckon to them to enter the fortified gates of the nobles. I have issued a specific command to those I have prepared and consecrated for battle. I have summoned my mighty warriors to carry out the full measure of my wrath, those who rejoice in the prospect of my ultimate triumph. Listen, a noise, a tremendous sound, on the mountains, like the din of a great multitude, an army beyond counting. Listen, an uproar among the kingdoms, like nations massing together in preparation for war. The Lord Almighty is purposefully mustering an army for battle. They come from distant, faraway lands, from the remote ends of the heavens, the Lord and the very weapons of his wrath, to destroy the whole country utterly. Wail and lament, for the day of the Lord is terrifyingly near. It will come like total destruction from the Almighty himself. Because of this impending horror, all hands will go limp, devoid of strength. Every human heart will melt with consuming fear. Terror will seize them violently. Pain and anguish will grip them mercilessly. They will writhe like a woman in the throes of agonizing labor. They will look aghast, staring wide-eyed at each other, their faces flushed crimson with fearful heat. See, the day of the Lord is indeed coming. A cruel, pitiless day filled with wrath and fierce, unbridled anger, to render the land utterly desolate and to destroy the malicious sinners within it. The stars of heaven and their brilliant constellations will withhold their light and refuse to show their brilliance. The rising sun will be darkened at noon, and the moon will not give its comforting light. I will severely punish the world for its innate evil, and the wicked for their multitude of sins. I will put a definitive end to the towering arrogance of the proud, haughty, and will humble the pride of the ruthless. I will make people scarcer than pure gold, more rare than the gold of Oia. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty in the day of his burning anger. Like a hunted gazelle, like sheep without a shepherd, they will all return to their own people. They will flee to their native land. Whoever is captured will be thrust through. All who are caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be looted and their wives violated. See, I will stir up against them the men who do not care for silver and have no delight in gold. Their bows will strike down the young men. They will have no mercy on infants, nor will they look with compassion on children. Babylon, the jewel of kingdoms, the pride and glory of the Babylonians, will be overthrown by God like Sodom and Gomorrah. She will never be inhabited or lived in through all generations. There no nomads will pitch their tents. There no shepherds will rest their flocks, but desert creatures will lie there. Jackals will fill her houses. There the owls will dwell, and there the wild goats will leap about. Hyenas will inhabit her strongholds, jackals her luxurious palaces. Her time is at hand, and her days will not be prolonged. Isaiah chapter 14. The Lord will have compassion on Jacob once again. He will choose Israel and will settle them in their own land. Foreigners will join them and unite with the descendants of Jacob. Nations will take them and bring them to their own place. And Israel will take possession of the nations and make them male and female servants in the Lord's land. They will make captives of their captives and rule over their oppressors. On the day the Lord gives you relief from your suffering and turmoil and from the harsh labor forced on you, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. How the oppressor has come to an end. How his fury has ended. The Lord has broken the rod of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers, which in anger struck down peoples with unceasing blows, and in fury subdued nations with relentless aggression. All the lands are at rest and at peace. They break into singing. Even the junipers and the cedars of Lebanon gloat over you and say, "Now that you have been laid low, no one comes to cut us down. The realm of the dead below is all astir to meet you at your coming. It rouses the spirits of the departed to greet you. All those who were leaders in the world, it makes them rise from their thrones. All those who were kings over the nations, they will all respond. They will say to you, 'You also have become weak as we are. You have become like us. All your pomp has been brought down to the grave along with the noise of your harps. Maggots are spread out beneath you and worms cover you. How you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of the dawn. You have been cast down to the earth, you who once laid low the nations. You said in your heart, I will ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit enthroned on the mount of assembly on the utmost heights of Mount Zephon. I will ascend above the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. But you are brought down to the realm of the dead, to the depths of the pit. Those who see you stare at you. They ponder your fate. Is this the man who shook the earth and made kingdoms tremble? The man who made the world a wilderness, who overthrew its cities and would not let his captives go home. All the kings of the nations lie in state, each in his own tomb. But you are cast out of your tomb like a rejected branch. You are covered with the slain, with those pierced by the sword, those who descend to the stones of the pit, like a corpse trampled underfoot. You will not join them in burial, for you have destroyed your land and killed your people. Let the offspring of the wicked never be mentioned again. Prepare a place to slaughter his children for the sins of their ancestors. They are not to rise to inherit the land and cover the earth with their cities. I will rise up against them, declares the Lord Almighty. I will wipe out Babylon's name and survivors, her offspring and descendants, declares the Lord. I will turn her into a place for owls and into swampland. I will sweep her with the broom of destruction, declares the Lord Almighty. The Lord Almighty has sworn, surely, as I have planned, so it will be. And as I have purposed, so it will happen. I will crush the Assyrian in my land. On my mountains I will trample him down. His yoke will be taken from my people and his burden removed from their shoulders. This is the plan determined for the whole world. This is the hand stretched out over all nations. For the Lord Almighty has purposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back? This prophecy came in the year King Ahaz died. Do not rejoice, all you Philistines, that the rod that struck you is broken. From the root of that snake will spring up a viper. His fruit will be a darting, venomous serpent. The poorest of the poor will find pasture, and the needy will lie down in safety. But your root I will destroy by famine. It will slay your survivors. Wail you gate, howl you city, melt away all you Philistines. A cloud of smoke comes from the north, and there is not a straggler in its ranks. What answer shall be given to the envoys of that nation? The Lord has established Zion, and in her his afflicted people will find refuge. Isaiah chapter 15, a prophecy against Moab. In Moab is ruined, destroyed in a night. Kir in Moab is ruined, destroyed in a night. Dan goes up to its temple, to its high places to weep. Moab wails over Nebo and Medaba. Every head is shaved and every beard cut off. In the streets they wear sackcloth. On the roofs and in the public squares they all wail prostrate with weeping. Heshbon and Elah cry out. Their voices are heard all the way to Jaz. Therefore the armed men of Moab cry out and their hearts are faint. My heart cries out over Moab. Her fugitives flee as far as Zoar, as far as Eglath Shalishiah. They go up the hill to Uiath, weeping as they go. On the road to Horonaim they lament their destruction. The waters of Nimrim are dried up and the grass is withered. The vegetation is gone and nothing green is left. So the wealth they have acquired and stored up, they carry away over the ravine of the poplars. Their outcry echoes along the border of Moab. Their wailing reaches as far as Eglaim, their lamentation as far as Beer Elim. The waters of Dimon are full of blood. But I will bring still more upon Dimon, a lion upon the fugitives of Moab and upon those who remain in the land. Isaiah chapter 16. Send lambs as tribute to the ruler of the land. From Selah across the desert to the mount of daughter Zion. Like fluttering birds pushed from the nest, so are the women of Moab at the fords of the Arnon. Make up your mind. Moab says, rend a decision. Make your shadow like night at high noon. Hide the fugitives. Do not betray the refugees. Let the Moabitite fugitives stay with you. Be their shelter from the destroyer. The oppressor will come to an end and destruction will cease. The aggressor will vanish from the land. In love, a throne will be established. In faithfulness, a man will sit on it. One from the house of David. One who in judging seeks justice and speeds the cause of righteousness. We have heard of Moab's pride. How great is her arrogance, of her conceit, her pride, and her insolence. But her boasts are empty. Therefore the Moabites wail. They wail together for Moab. Lament and grieve for the raisin cakes of Kor hares. The fields of Heshbon wither, the vines of Sibir. Also, the rulers of the nations have trampled down the choicest vines which once reached Jazer and spread towards the desert. Their shoots spread out and went as far as the sea. So I weep as Jair weeps for the vines of Sigma, Heshbon, and Elia. I drench you with tears. The shouts of joy over your ripened fruit and over your harvests have been stilled. Joy and gladness are taken away from the orchards. No one sings or shouts in the vineyards. No one treads out wine of the presses. For I have put an end to the shouting. My heart laments for Moab like a harp. My innermost being for Kir Hareseth. When Moab appears at her high place, she only wears herself out. When she goes to her shrine to pray, it is to no avail. This is the word the Lord has already spoken concerning Moab. But now the Lord says, within 3 years, as a servant bound by contract would count them, Moab's splendor and all her many people will be despised, and her survivors will be very few and feeble. Isaiah chapter 17, a prophecy against Damascus. See, Damascus will no longer be a city, but will become a heap of ruins. The cities of Aoa will be deserted and left of flocks, which will lie down with no one to make them afraid. The fortified city will disappear from Ephraim and royal power from Damascus. The remnant of Aram will be like the glory of the Israelites, declares the Lord Almighty. In that day the glory of Jacob will fade. The fat of his body will waste away. It will be as when reapers harvest the standing corn, gathering the corn in their arms. As when someone gleans ears of corn in the valley of Rephaim. Yet some gleanings will remain as when an olive tree is beaten, leaving 2 or 3 olives on the topmost branches, 4 or 5 on the fruitful boughs, declares the Lord, the God of Israel. In that day, people will look to their Maker and turn their eyes to the Holy One of Israel. They will not look to the altars, the work of their hands, and they will have no regard for the Asherah poles and the incense altars their fingers have made. In that day, their strong cities, which they left because of the Israelites, will be like places abandoned to thicket and undergrowth, and all will be desolation. You have forgotten God, your Savior. You have not remembered the rock, your fortress. Therefore, though you set out the finest plants and plant imported vines, though on the day you set them out, you make them grow, and on the morning when you plant them, you bring them to bud, yet the harvest will be as nothing in the day of disease and incurable pain. Woe to the many nations that rage. They rage like the raging sea. Woe to the peoples who roar. They roar like the roaring of great waters. Although the peoples roar like the roar of surging waters, when he rebukes them, they flee far away, driven before the wind, like chaff on the hills, like tumbleweed before a gale. In the evening, sudden terror. Before the morning, they are gone. This is the portion of those who loot us, the lot of those who plunder us. Isaiah chapter 18. Prophecy against Cush. Woe to the land of worrying wings along the rivers of Cush, which sends envoys by sea in papyrus boats over the water. Go, swift messengers, to a people tall and smooth-skinned, to a people feared far and wide, an aggressive nation of strange speech whose land is divided by rivers. All you people of the world, you who live on the earth, when a banner is raised on the mountains, you will see it, and when a trumpet sounds, you will hear it. This is what the Lord says to me. I will remain quiet and will look on from my dwelling place like shimmering heat in the sunshine, like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. For before the harvest, when the blossom is gone and the flower becomes a ripening grape, he will cut off the shoots with pruning knives and cut down and take away the spreading branches. They will all be left to the mountain birds of prey and to the wild animals. The birds will feed on them all summer, the wild animals all winter. At that time, gifts will be brought to the Lord Almighty. From a people tall and smooth-skinned, from a people feared far and wide, an aggressive nation of strange speech, whose land is divided by rivers. The gifts will be brought to Mount Zion, the place of the name of the Lord Almighty. Isaiah chapter 19, a prophecy against Egypt. See, the Lord rides on a swift cloud and is coming to Egypt. The idols of Egypt tremble before him, and the hearts of the Egyptians melt with fear. I will stir up Egyptian against Egyptian. Brother will fight against brother, neighbor against neighbor, city against city, kingdom against kingdom. The Egyptians will lose heart, and I will bring their plans to nothing. They will consult the idols and the spirits of the dead, the mediums and the spiritists. I will hand the Egyptians over to the power of a cruel master, and a fierce king will rule over them, declares the Lord Almighty. The waters of the river will dry up, and the riverbed will be parched and dry. The canals will stink. The streams of Egypt will dwindle and dry up. The reeds and rushes will wither. Also, the plants along the Nile at the mouth of the river. Every sown field along the Nile will become parched, will blow away and be no more. The fishermen will groan and lament. All who cast hooks into the Nile. Those who throw nets on the water will pine away. Those who work with combed flax will despair. The weavers of fine linen will lose hope. The workers in cloth will be dejected. And all the wage earners will be sick at heart. The officials of Zohan are nothing but fools. The wise counselors of Pharaoh give senseless advice. How can you say to Pharaoh, I am one of the wise men, a disciple of the ancient kings? Where are your wise men now? Let them show you and make known what the Lord Almighty has planned against Egypt. The officials of Zoan have become fools. The leaders of Memphis are deceived. The cornerstones of her peoples have led Egypt astray. The Lord has poured into them a spirit of dizziness. They make Egypt stagger in all that she does as a drunkard staggers around in his vomit. There is nothing Egypt can do, head or tail, palm branch or reed. In that day, the Egyptians will become weaklings. They will shudder with fear at the uplifted hand that the Lord Almighty raises against them. And the land of Judah will bring terror to the Egyptians. Everyone to whom Judah is mentioned will be terrified because of what the Lord Almighty is planning against them. In that day, 5 cities in Egypt will speak the language of Canaan and swear allegiance to the Lord Almighty. One of them will be called the City of the Sun. In that day there will be an altar to the Lord in the heart of Egypt and a monument to the Lord at its border. It will be a sign and witness to the Lord Almighty in the land of Egypt. When they cry out to the Lord because of their oppressors, he will send them a savior and defender, and he will rescue them. So the Lord will make himself known to the Egyptians, and in that day they will acknowledge the Lord. They will worship with sacrifices and grain offerings. They will make vows to the Lord and keep them. The Lord will strike Egypt with a plague. He will strike them and heal them. They will turn to the Lord, and he will respond to their pleas and heal them. In that day there will be a highway from Egypt to Assyria. The Assyrians will go to Egypt and the Egyptians to Assyria. The Egyptians and Assyrians will worship together. In that day Israel will be the third along with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing on the earth. The Lord Almighty will bless them, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, Assyria, my handiwork, and Israel my inheritance. Isaiah chapter 20. Prophecy against Egypt and Cush. In the year that the supreme commander sent by Sargon, king of Assyria, came to Ashdod and attacked and captured it. At that time, the Lord spoke through Isaiah, son of Amos. He said to him, "Take off the sackcloth from your body and the sandals from your feet." And he did so, going around stripped and barefoot. Then the Lord said, "Just as my servant Isaiah has gone stripped and barefoot for 3 years as a sign important against Egypt and Cush, so the king of Assyria will lead away stripped and barefoot the Egyptian captives and Cushite exiles, young and old, with buttocks bared to Egypt's shame. Those who trusted in Cush and boasted in Egypt will be dismayed and put to shame. In that day, the people who live on this coast will say, 'See what has happened to those we relied on, those we fled to for help and deliverance from the king of Assyria. How then can we escape?'" Isaiah chapter 21. A prophecy against the desert by the sea. Like whirlwinds sweeping through the southland, an invader comes from the desert. From a land of terror, a dire vision has been shown to me. The traitor betrays. The looter takes loot. Elam attack. Media lay siege. I will bring to an end all the groaning she caused. At this my body is racked with pain. Pangs seize me like those of a woman in labor. I am staggered by what I hear. I am bewildered by what I see. My heart falters. Fear makes me tremble. The twilight I longed for has become a horror to me. They set the tables. They spread the rugs. They eat. They drink. Get up, you officers. Oil the shields. This is what the Lord says to me. Go post a lookout and let him report what he sees. When he sees chariots with teams of horses, riders on donkeys or riders on camels, let him be alert, fully alert. And the lookout shouted, "Day after day, my Lord, I stand on the watchtower. Every night I stay at my post. Look, here comes a man in a chariot with a team of horses." And he gives back the answer, "Babylon. The arrogant heart shall be broken, and the brutal pride of the tyrant shall be laid low. I will make men more precious than the finest hammered gold, rarer, indeed, than the fabled, pristine gold of Ophir itself. Because of this judgment, the heavens will shudder, the very foundations of the sky trembling, and the earth will violently shake from its fixed orbit, driven by the ferocious wrath of the Almighty Lord on the day of his utterly consuming fury. Like a startled, exhausted gazelle, like scattered sheep abandoned without their shepherd, they will desperately seek the paths back to their own kinsmen. They will flee, seeking refuge in their native land. But every man captured in the flight will be impaled. Every soul overtaken shall perish by the cold edge of the sword. The horrific sight of their own infants being ruthlessly dashed against the stones shall unfold before their very eyes. Their dwelling places will be savagely looted, and their wives utterly violated. Behold, I am stirring up against them the Medes, a ruthless force of men who are immune to the temptation of monetary gain. They have no desire for silver and take no pleasure in the dazzling lure of gold. Their powerful bows will strike down the valiant young men. They will show not a flicker of mercy toward infants, nor will they look with any shred of compassion upon children. Babylon, the crown jewel among all kingdoms, the boast and magnificent glory of the Chaldeans, shall be utterly annihilated by the Almighty, just as he incinerated Sodom and Gomorrah. Never again, through all the endless procession of ages, shall she be resettled or lived in. No wandering nomad will dare pitch his tent among her ruins. No shepherd will pause there to give his flocks rest. Instead, only the abominations of the desolate wasteland shall repose there. Her houses shall be filled with howling jackals. The mournful owls will take up residence there, and the wild goats will leap across the crumbling pavements. Hyenas will inhabit her forsaken towers and strongholds, and hungry jackals will lurk in her once luxurious palaces. The hour of her doom is imminent, and her allotted span of days shall not be extended. Isaiah chapter 14. For the Lord will once more extend his boundless compassion to Jacob. He will sovereignly choose Israel again and will firmly reestablish them in their own ancestral land. Foreigners will hasten to join them, clinging to the descendants of Jacob in unity. Mighty nations will take them up and lovingly escort them back to their appointed place. And in the land of the Lord, Israel will take possession of these nations, making their people both male and female servants. They will hold their former captors captive and rule definitively over their oppressors. On that glorious day when the Lord grants you relief from your prolonged suffering, your overwhelming turmoil, and the brutal, harsh labor forced upon you, you will lift up this fierce song of scorn against the once mighty king of Babylon. How the tyrant, the oppressor, has met his definitive end. How his raging fury has been utterly silenced. The Lord has smashed the cruel rod of the wicked, broken the very scepter of those rulers who, in their unchecked rage, mercilessly struck down peoples with unceasing, brutal blows, and who fiercely subdued nations with relentless, savage aggression. Now all the earth is settled in quiet repose and profound peace. The lands burst forth into spontaneous singing and celebration. Even the stoic junipers and the mighty cedars of Lebanon exult over your ruin and say, "Now that you have been felled and laid low in the dust, no woodsman dares to come and cut us down." The shadowy realm of the dead below, Sheol, is convulsed and stirred up to receive you at your grand arrival. It summons the shades, the spirits of the departed, to rise up and greet you. All those who were once the great leaders of the world are made to ascend from their ethereal thrones. All those who were kings reigning over the nations, they will all rise and challenge you. They will respond by saying to you, "Have you also been reduced to weakness just as we are? Have you become exactly like us, stripped of all power? All your magnificent earthly glory has been dragged down into the grave, along with the once vibrant music and noise of your harps. Maggots are now your soft bed spread out beneath you, and worms are the only blanket that covers you. How you have utterly plummeted from the height of heaven, O shining one, son of the dawn! You who once cast down nations and humbled them are now yourself cast down violently to the earth. You proclaimed in the arrogance of your heart, "I will ascend beyond the sky's vault. I will raise my throne higher than the very stars of God. I will seat myself enthroned upon the Mount of Assembly, on the sacred utmost heights of Mount Zephon. I will ascend above the peaks of the clouds themselves. I will arrogantly make myself equal to the Most High." But instead, you are brought violently down to the world of the dead, to the absolute crushing depths of the pit. Those who gaze upon your fallen state stare in astonishment. They contemplate your miserable fate, whispering, "Is this truly the man who once made the earth tremble and shook the very foundations of kingdoms? Is this the man who turned the prosperous world into a desolate wilderness, who overthrew all its magnificent cities and adamantly refused to permit his captives ever to return home? All the other kings of the nations lie in honored state, each resting solemnly in his own magnificent tomb. But you are violently cast out of your burial place like a despised, rejected branch treated as refuse. You are covered over with the bodies of the slain, with those fatally pierced by the sword bodies destined to descend to the sharp stones of the pit, like a mangled corpse trampled and ground underfoot. You will not be allowed to join them in proper burial, because you utterly destroyed your own land and murdered your own people. May the wicked lineage of this aggressor never be spoken of again. Prepare a dreadful place to slaughter his children for the compounded sins of their ancestors, ensuring they are not permitted to rise up, inherit the land, and spread their destructive cities across the earth. I myself will rise up against them, declares the Lord Almighty. I will erase Babylon's name and obliterate every survivor, her offspring, her descendants, and all who remain, declares the Lord. I will transform her into a mere haunt for hooting owls and a festering swampland. I will completely sweep her away with the relentless, unyielding broom of destruction, declares the Lord Almighty. The Lord Almighty has solemnly sworn, "Surely, just as I have meticulously planned it, so it shall be accomplished. And just as I have fixed my eternal purpose, so it will irrevocably happen. I will decisively crush the Assyrian invader in my land. Upon my sacred mountains, I will trample him down into the dirt. Then his heavy yoke of subjugation will be lifted permanently from my people, and his crushing burden will be removed entirely from their weary shoulders. This is the singular plan determined for the entire world. This is the hand of judgment stretched out over all nations. For the Lord Almighty himself has purposed it, and who on earth dares to thwart his will? His mighty hand is stretched out in judgment, and who possesses the power to turn it back? This significant prophecy came in the year that King Ahaz died. Do not celebrate prematurely, all you Philistines, merely because the rod that struck you, Assyria, is now broken. For from the remaining root of that dead snake, a fiercer viper will inevitably spring forth. Its fruit will be a darting, venomous serpent, swifter and more lethal. While the poorest of the poor among my people will find peaceful pasture, and the genuinely needy will lie down in safety, I will destroy your very root system by starvation. Famine will consume your last survivors. Wail loudly, O city gate! Cry out in agonizing lamentation, O city! Let despair utterly dissolve all you Philistines. A terrifying cloud of smoke already approaches from the north, and in its disciplined ranks, there is not a single straggler or weakling. What definitive answer shall be given to the envoys of that nation? This, the Lord has firmly established Zion, and within her sacred borders, his afflicted and humble people will assuredly find an unshakable refuge. Isaiah chapter 15, a mournful prophecy against Moab. Ar in Moab is laid waste, ruined and silenced in a single night. Kir in Moab is ruined, destroyed in a single night. Dibon ascends to its temple, to its high places, to weep and mourn. Moab wails loudly over the destruction of Nebo and Medeba. Every single head is shaven clean, and every man's beard is cut off in a sign of deep humiliation. In the main streets they are wrapped in sackcloth. On the flat rooftops and in the public squares, they all wail, prostrate on the ground in bitter weeping. Heshbon and Elili cry out with voices so loud they are heard all the way to Jahaz. Therefore, the armed warriors of Moab cry out in despair, and their hearts are faint with terror. My own heart cries out with grief over Moab. Her desperate fugitives flee southward as far as Zor, even to Eglath-Shelishiyah. They climb the ascent to Luhith, weeping uncontrollably as they go. On the road down to Horonaim, they raise a terrible lamentation over their utter destruction. The waters of Nimrim are completely dried up, and the grass is withered. All the vegetation is gone, and nothing green remains alive. Therefore, the wealth they acquired and stored up, they hastily carry away over the desolate ravine of the poplars. Their piercing outcry echoes all along the border of Moab. Their deep wailing reaches as far as Eglaim. Their lamentation stretches to Bir Elim. The life-giving waters of Dimon are now stained and full of blood. But I will bring still more judgment upon Dimon, a terrible lion upon the fleeing fugitives of Moab and upon those few who remain behind in the devastated land. Isaiah chapter 16. Send lambs as mandatory tribute to the ruler of the land. Dispatch them from Selah, across the vast desert, toward the mount of daughter Zion. Like frantic, fluttering birds pushed suddenly from their nest, so are the women of Moab gathered at the fords of the Arnon River. Make up your mind, they cry out to Zion. Render a just decision. Make your protective shadow as dark and deep as night at high noon. Hide our fugitives. Do not betray the refugees. Let the Moabitite fugitives be permitted to stay with you. Be their impenetrable shelter from the destroyer who pursues them. The cruel oppressor will eventually come to his end, and the widespread destruction will finally cease. The aggressor will entirely vanish from the land. Then, in faithful love, a new throne will be established. In perfect faithfulness, a just man will sit upon it, one descended from the ancient house of David. A ruler who, in his judging, seeks true justice and swiftly advocates the cause of righteousness. We have heard of Moab's notorious pride. How overwhelming is her arrogance, her smug conceit, her overwhelming pride, and her insolent boasts are legendary. But her self-serving boasts are utterly empty and meaningless. Therefore, the people of Moab wail loudly. They wail together in shared agony for Moab. They lament and grieve profoundly for the lost raisin cakes of Kir Hareseth, symbols of their prosperity. The formerly rich fields of Heshbon wither and die, and the vines of Sibmah perish. Moreover, the brutal rulers of the invading nations have trampled down the choicest vines, those which once reached as far as Jazer and spread abundantly towards the desert. Their vigorous shoots spread out and even extended as far as the sea. So I too weep as Jazer weeps for the vines of Sibmah, Heshbon, and Elili. I drench you, O Heshbon and Elili, with my tears of sorrow. The former shouts of joy over your ripened fruit and over your abundant harvests have been tragically silenced. Joy and gladness are forcibly taken away from the sun-drenched orchards. No sound of singing or shouting is heard in the vineyards. No one treads out the wine in the presses anymore, for I have put an absolute end to the joyous shouting. My innermost heart laments for Moab with the mournful sound of a harp. My very being aches for Kir Hareseth. When Moab appears at her high place to worship her false gods, she only exhausts herself. When she goes to her heathen shrine to pray, it is utterly to no avail and achieves nothing. This is the word the Lord has already spoken concerning Moab. But now the Lord declares this certain truth. Within precisely 3 years, counted as a servant bound by a strict contract would count them, Moab's great splendor and all her vast population will be utterly despised, and her few survivors will be extremely few and miserably feeble. Isaiah chapter 17, a heavy prophecy against Damascus. Behold, Damascus will no longer retain the status of a city. She will become nothing more than a desolate heap of ruins. The cities of Aroer will be completely deserted, abandoned and left to flocks, which will lie down safely there with no one present to make them afraid. The heavily fortified city will utterly disappear from Ephraim, and the seat of royal power will be removed from Damascus. The small remnant of Aram will be reduced to a state resembling the fading, former glory of the Israelites, declares the Lord Almighty. In that coming day, the abundant glory of Jacob will visibly fade away. The plumpness and fat of his body, representing his wealth, will waste away to thinness. It will be like a rushed harvest when reapers gather only the standing corn, quickly scooping the grain into their arms. It will be like when someone must desperately glean only the last few ears of corn in the barren valley of Rephaim. Yet a tiny, pitiful remnant of gleanings will remain, resembling what is left when an olive tree is beaten, leaving perhaps just 2 or 3 olives clinging desperately to the topmost branches, or 4 or 5 scattered thinly on the fruitful boughs, declares the Lord, the God of Israel. In that day of realization, people will finally look to their true Maker and earnestly turn their eyes toward the Holy One of Israel. They will no longer look with reverence to the defiled altars, the mere work of their own hands, and they will hold in no regard the profane Asherah poles and the incense altars their own fingers meticulously carved and erected. In that day, their once strong cities, which they abandoned out of fear of the advancing Israelites, will resemble places abandoned to thicket and deep undergrowth, and everything will be utter desolation. You have utterly forgotten God, your true Savior. You have failed to remember the rock, your only certain fortress. Therefore, although you meticulously set out the finest plants and plant costly, imported vines, though on the very day you set them out you foolishly believe you make them grow, and on the next morning when you plant them you manage to bring them to bud, yet the final harvest will amount to absolutely nothing in the inevitable day of widespread disease and incurable pain. Woe to the multitude of nations that rage so violently. They roar and rage like the turbulent, raging sea. Woe to the peoples who roar in their pride. They roar like the thundering of great, overwhelming waters. Although these hostile peoples roar with a terrifying sound like the surge of mighty waters, when he decisively rebukes them, they instantly flee far away. They are driven before the wind, scattered like light chaff on the desolate hilltops, like the brittle tumbleweed blown uncontrollably before a massive gale. In the sudden arrival of evening, there is sheer terror. Before the arrival of morning, they are utterly vanished. This is the destined portion of those who plunder us. This is the final lot of those who ruthlessly loot us. Isaiah chapter 18. A foreboding prophecy against Cush. Woe to the land of the whirring wings, the sound of their swift vessels, that lies along the distant rivers of Cush, which sends its swift envoys by sea in light papyrus boats skimming over the water. Go forth, O swift messengers, to a people tall and smooth-skinned, to a nation feared far and wide throughout the world, an aggressive nation of strange, unintelligible speech, whose land is defined and divided by many rivers. All you inhabitants of the world, you who reside upon the earth, when a mighty banner is raised high on the mountains, you will inevitably see it, and when a trumpet of alarm sounds, you will hear its chilling call. This is what the Lord has revealed to me. I will remain utterly quiet and will watch from my dwelling place high above, like the shimmering, deceptive heat in the bright sunshine, like a cloud of refreshing dew in the suffocating heat of the final harvest. For just before the expected harvest, when the delicate blossom is gone and the flower has become a maturing, ripening grape, he will violently cut off the shoots with sharp pruning knives and cut down and completely remove the spreading, vigorous branches. They will all be left exposed to the voracious mountain birds of prey and to the wild, hungry animals. The birds will feast upon them all throughout the hot summer, and the wild animals will consume them throughout the desolate winter. At that time, impressive gifts will be brought to the Lord Almighty. These will come from a people tall and smooth-skinned, from a people feared far and wide, an aggressive nation of strange speech, whose land is divided by deep rivers. The offerings and tribute will be brought directly to Mount Zion, the very place of the name of the Lord Almighty. Isaiah chapter 19, a devastating prophecy against Egypt. Behold, the Lord rides upon a swift, ethereal cloud and is rapidly coming to Egypt. The lifeless idols of Egypt tremble violently before his presence, and the inner souls of the Egyptians melt utterly with fearful dread. I will turn Egyptian against Egyptian, inciting a bitter civil war. Brother will violently fight against brother, neighbor against neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. The Egyptians will lose all spirit and hope, and I will bring all their cunning plans to nothingness. They will desperately consult their idols and the whispering spirits of the dead, the mediums and the spiritists. Then, I will deliver the Egyptians over to the crushing power of a cruel, ruthless master, and a fierce, unyielding king will rule over them, declares the Lord Almighty. The vital waters of the river Nile will dry up, and the immense riverbed will become parched, cracked, and dry. The irrigation canals will become stagnant and stink hideously. The streams of Egypt will dwindle and eventually dry up entirely. The reeds and rushes along the banks will wither completely. Likewise, the plants along the Nile, even at the river's mouth, will perish. Every single field planted along the Nile will become scorched, blown away by the wind, and exist no more. The fishermen will groan and lament their loss. All those who cast hooks into the Nile, those who spread nets upon the water will pine away in despair. Those who work with combed flax will lose all hope. The skilled weavers of fine linen will despair. The common laborers in cloth will be utterly dejected, and all the wage earners will be sick at heart and terrified for their future. The high officials of Zoan are nothing more than utter fools. The once wise counselors of Pharaoh now give only senseless, disastrous advice. How can you still say to Pharaoh, I am one of the wise men, a direct descendant of the ancient king's disciples? Where are your wise men now? Let them step forward and tell you and reveal what the Lord Almighty has definitively planned against Egypt. The officials of Zoan have truly become fools. The leaders of Memphis are utterly deceived. The very cornerstones of her peoples, those entrusted with leadership, have led Egypt fatally astray. The Lord has poured into their hearts a debilitating spirit of dizziness and confusion. They cause Egypt to stagger foolishly in everything she attempts, much like a drunken man staggers helplessly around in his own vomit. There is nothing Egypt can possibly accomplish, whether from head or tail, palm branch or common reed. In that coming day, the Egyptians will become like terrified weaklings. They will shudder with raw fear at the very sight of the uplifted hand that the Lord Almighty raises in judgment against them. And the land of Judah will become a source of profound terror to the Egyptians. Everyone to whom Judah is even mentioned will be instantly terrified because of the terrible fate the Lord Almighty is relentlessly planning against them. Yet, in that same day, 5 cities in Egypt will miraculously speak the language of Canaan and swear solemn allegiance to the Lord Almighty. One of these places will be specifically known as the City of the Sun. In that day, there will be a sacred altar dedicated to the Lord placed strategically in the heart of Egypt, and a steadfast monument dedicated to the Lord erected at its physical border. This will serve as an undeniable sign and a standing witness to the Lord Almighty in the land of Egypt. When they finally cry out to the Lord because of the cruelty of their oppressors, He will dispatch to them a savior and a mighty defender, and he will miraculously rescue them. Thus, the Lord will make himself clearly known to the Egyptians, and in that day they will unequivocally acknowledge the Lord. They will begin to worship him with proper sacrifices and grain offerings. They will make solemn vows to the Lord and faithfully keep them. The Lord will mercifully strike Egypt with a severe plague, but then he will strike them and heal them completely. They will turn back to the Lord, and he will faithfully respond to their urgent pleas and heal them. In that day, a great highway will be established connecting Egypt to Assyria. The Assyrians will travel freely to Egypt, and the Egyptians will travel to Assyria. The Egyptians and Assyrians will worship the Almighty together in harmony. In that day, Israel will stand as the third nation, alongside Egypt and Assyria, a glorious blessing to be poured out upon the whole earth. The Lord Almighty will bless them, saying with profound love, "Blessed be Egypt, my people, and blessed be Assyria, the work of my own hands, and blessed be Israel, my unique inheritance." Isaiah chapter 20. A grim prophecy against Egypt and Cush. In the year that the supreme military commander, who was sent by Sargon, king of Assyria, came to Ashdod and launched an attack and successfully captured the city, at that crucial time the Lord God spoke directly through the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amoz. He commanded Isaiah, "Remove the sackcloth of mourning from your body and take the sandals off your feet." And Isaiah did exactly as commanded, walking around publicly stripped down and barefoot. Then the Lord declared, "Just as my servant Isaiah has walked stripped and barefoot for 3 full years, a visible, undeniable sign and portent against Egypt and Cush, so the mighty king of Assyria will surely lead away the Egyptian prisoners and the Cushite exiles, stripped bare and barefoot, both young and old, with their buttocks exposed, to Egypt's ultimate shame. Those who foolishly trusted in Cush and boasted in the strength of Egypt will be utterly dismayed and put to deep shame when they see the result. In that day, the people who live on this very coast will say, "Look, see what has happened to those great nations we relied on, those we fled to for help and hoped for deliverance from the relentless king of Assyria. How, then, can we possibly escape this same fate?" Isaiah chapter 21. A dreadful prophecy against the desolate desert by the sea. Like powerful, destructive whirlwinds sweeping violently through the southland, an invader comes unexpectedly from the desolate, terrible desert. From a land of sheer terror, a grim and dire vision has been dramatically shown to me. The sworn traitor is now betrayed. The looter is himself now looted. Elam advances to attack. Media lays down a heavy, inescapable siege. I will bring to a permanent end all the intense groaning and suffering that Babylon caused to others. At the revelation of this vision, my body is utterly racked with agonizing pain. Pangs seize me, sharp and overwhelming, like those of a woman struggling in the final stages of labor. I am staggered by the sheer horror of what I hear. I am completely bewildered by the terrifying details of what I see. My heart falters and skips beats. Fear causes my entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The soft twilight I longed for as rest has instead become an absolute horror to my sight. Despite the danger, they set the lavish tables for feasting. They spread the luxurious rugs. They eat, they drink deeply. Get up, you officers. Oil the shields. This is what the Lord spoke directly to me. Go, post a vigilant lookout, and let him report precisely what he sees. When he observes chariots drawn by powerful teams of horses, riders mounted on donkeys or riders astride camels, let him be utterly alert, fully alert and ready. And the lookout shouted back, "Day after day, my lord, I stand faithfully upon the watchtower. Every single night I maintain my lonely post. Look, here comes a man now in a war chariot with a team of horses." And he brings back the final, echoing answer, "Babylon," and will humble the arrogant, soaring pride of the most ruthless. When the judgment is fully wrought, I shall thin the populace until humanity is rarer than the finest, unblemished gold, more precious and elusive than the legendary gold from Ophir. On that day, the very heavens shall convulse with fear, and the foundational pillars of the earth will be violently displaced from their moorings by the searing wrath of the Almighty Lord, during the terrifying heat of his burning fury. In their terror, They will scatter like startled gazelles pursued by hunters, or like abandoned flocks adrift without a shepherd's guidance. Every man will desperately seek the safety of his birthplace, returning to his kin, fleeing to the homeland he left behind. But for those caught in the snare, the fate is inescapable. Any man seized will be savagely run through with a spear. Every person apprehended will be cut down by the relentless sword. Before the horror-stricken gaze of their parents, their small children, their infants, shall be ruthlessly shattered against the stones. Their homes will be plundered of all possessions, and their wives will be defiled and violated. Behold, I am raising up the Medes against them, warriors of unmatched severity who hold no value for common silver, nor find any pleasure in the accumulation of gold treasures. Their deadly arrows will pierce the bravest young men. They shall show no pity toward the smallest infants, nor will their eyes soften with the slightest compassion for the innocent children. Babylon, the shimmering ornament among nations, the unmatched pride and magnificent glory of the Chaldeans, shall be utterly destroyed by the Almighty, just as he catastrophically overturned Sodom and Gomorrah. She shall remain desolate, never again to be rebuilt or re-inhabited throughout the entire expanse of time. No nomadic Arab will ever dare to pitch his tent on that cursed ground, and no shepherd will ever lead his flocks there for rest. Instead, only the creatures of the deep desert will find repose there. Howling jackals will colonize her once bustling houses. Great horned owls will make their permanent dwelling there, and shaggy wild goats will leap among the crumbling foundations. Hyenas will breed and raise their young in her mighty fortresses, and jackals will roam through what were once her most luxurious, gilded palaces. Her hour of judgment is immediate, her promised time has arrived, and her remaining days shall not be extended. Isaiah chapter 14. The Lord shall once more grant compassion to Jacob, and he will definitively choose Israel, establishing them permanently in their own sacred land. Foreigners will align themselves with the people of Israel, uniting with the true descendants of Jacob. Nations shall transport the people back, returning them to their rightful homeland. And Israel, in turn, shall inherit and possess these nations, making them servants, both male and female, within the Lord's restored territories. They will enslave their former captors and rule decisively over their old oppressors. On the very day the Lord grants you relief from your prolonged suffering, from the turmoil and the backbreaking, compulsory labor that was forced upon you, you will lift up this fierce song of derision against the king of Babylon. Ah, the destroyer has ceased his work. How the tyrant has finally met his end. How his raging malice has been extinguished. The Lord himself has shattered the iron rod of the wicked, the heavy scepter of the rulers, which ceaselessly battered peoples with indiscriminate, furious blows, and relentlessly subdued nations with merciless, unending aggression. Now the whole earth lies tranquil and at peace. All creation erupts in songs of joy. Even the towering junipers and the magnificent cedars of Lebanon gloat publicly over your downfall, declaring with joyous arrogance, "Now that you lie prostrate in the dust, defeated and powerless, no woodsman dares to approach our slopes with an axe to fell us. Below, the deep realm of Sheol stirs in anticipation, trembling to receive you upon your arrival. It awakens the shades, the spirits of the long-departed, who gather to salute your descent. All the former great leaders of the mortal world, they are made to rise from their spectral thrones. All the kings who once commanded empires over the nations, they will stand to witness this sight. And they will speak in chorus, their voices hollow echoes. Have you, too, been rendered as feeble as we are? Have you truly become exactly like us? All your lavish, arrogant splendor has been dragged down into the grave, silenced alongside the once deafening noise of your royal harps and revelry. Beneath you, maggots now form your repulsive bedding, and worms are the very sheets that cover you. Oh, shining morning star, son of the dawn, how you have plummeted from the heavens! You who brought the mighty nations low have been violently hurled down to the earth. You boasted in your own heart, declaring, "I will climb the celestial heights. I will establish my throne high above the very stars of God. I will sit royally enthroned on the sacred mount of assembly, upon the uttermost, breathtaking peaks of Mount Zapon. I will ascend beyond the highest rolling clouds. I will make myself equal to the Most High God. Yet now you are ignominiously brought down, plunged into the realm of the dead, sinking to the crushing depths of the abyss. Those who observe your pathetic state gaze in disbelief, intently contemplating your tragic destiny. Is this frail, insignificant form the man who once convulsed the entire earth and caused empires to shake? Is this the conqueror who turned the inhabited world into a desolate waste, who demolished mighty cities, and who cruelly refused to release his captives back to their homes? While all the other kings of the nations rest honorably, each entombed in magnificent state within his own sepulchre, you alone, are flung out of your grave like a despised and rotting branch. You lie naked, covered only by the heaps of the slain, mingled with those who were pierced by the sword, sinking down among the rough stones of the deepest pit. You are like a vile corpse trodden mercilessly underfoot. You will never be afforded the dignity of a proper burial, for you utterly ruined your own kingdom and slaughtered your own citizens. Let the lineage, the very name of that wicked tyrant, be forever erased and never spoken again. Prepare the site for the execution. Slaughter his children because of the monstrous iniquities of their ancestors. They must not be permitted to rise and inherit the earth, nor cover the globe with their thriving new cities. I myself will rise up against them, declares the sovereign Lord Almighty. I will erase every trace of Babylon's name, her very language, her survivors, her offspring, and her descendants, proclaims the Lord. I will convert her glorious city into a haunt for screech owls and into a desolate, foul swampland. I will perform a complete cleansing, sweeping her away with the final, irreversible broom of utter destruction, declares the Lord Almighty. The Lord Almighty has bound himself by oath, declaring, "As surely as I have meticulously planned it, so shall it be executed. And as I have irrevocably purposed it in my heart, so shall it infallibly come to pass. I will utterly crush the Assyrian invader within my own territory. Upon my sacred mountains, I will trample him down into the dust. His enslaving yoke will be lifted completely from my people, and the heavy burden he imposed will be removed forever from their shoulders. This is the ultimate design determined for the entire world. This is the mighty hand perpetually stretched out over all nations. For the Lord Almighty has sworn his decree, and who possesses the power to frustrate or thwart him? His hand is extended, poised to strike, and who could possibly turn it back? This prophecy arrived in the year that King Ahaz died. Do not celebrate prematurely, all you Philistines, simply because the rod that once struck you has been broken. For from the very root of that old snake, a far more deadly viper will emerge. Its offspring will be a darting, venomous serpent whose poison spreads rapidly. The most vulnerable among the poor will yet find their grazing lands, and the truly needy will rest securely. But your root I will eradicate by starvation. Famine will consume your last survivors. Wail, O gate of your city. Cry out in anguish, O city itself. Melt away in terror, all you Philistines. For a heavy cloud of smoke and destruction approaches relentlessly from the north, and there is not a single deserter or straggler lagging behind in its formidable ranks. What declaration should be delivered to the envoys sent by that invading nation? This, the Lord himself has firmly established Zion, and within her sacred walls, his afflicted and persecuted people will find their ultimate, unshakable refuge. Isaiah chapter 15, a weighty prophecy directed against Moab. The wealthy city of Ar in Moab is devastated, ruined in the space of a single terrifying night. Kir in Moab is likewise brought to rubble, obliterated in a single night. The people of Dibon climb up to their temple, to their high places of worship, to weep openly. Moab raises a terrible lament over Nebo and Medeba. Every head is shaved completely bare, and every beard has been ceremoniously shorn off in grief. In the public streets they are wrapped in sackcloth. On the flat rooftops and in the busy market squares, everyone is wailing, lying prostrate on the ground, overwhelmed by weeping. Heshbon and Elili cry out in unison. Their voices of distress carry clearly, heard all the way to Jahaz. Therefore, The armed warriors of Moab themselves shriek in despair, and their strong hearts have turned faint within them. My own heart cries out sorrowfully for Moab. Her scattered fugitives flee as far as Zor, reaching as far as Eglath-Shelishiyah. They climb the steep ascent of Luhith, ascending with torrents of tears. Along the road to Horonaim, they raise a grievous lamentation over the complete destruction they face. The once refreshing waters of Nimrim have dried up entirely, and the grass is withered and brown. The tender vegetation is gone, and nothing green remains. Consequently, the wealth they acquired and carefully stored up, they now frantically carry away over the ravine of the poplars. Their outcry of grief echoes loudly along the entire border of Moab. Their wailing reaches as far as Eglaim. Their lamentation penetrates even to Bir Elim. The waters of Dimon are now stained deep red with blood. But I will bring yet more calamities upon Dimon, a lion upon the fugitives of Moab, and upon those few who remain in the devastated land. Isaiah chapter 16. Send lambs as tribute to the rightful ruler of the land. Send them from Selah, across the harsh desert, to the mount of daughter Zion. Like helpless, fluttering birds violently pushed from their nests, so are the women of Moab gathered at the fords of the Arnon River. Make up your mind, Moab's messengers implore. Render a just decision. Make your protective shadow as profound as the night at high noon. Hide the wretched fugitives. Do not betray the refugees seeking shelter. Let the Moabitite exiles stay securely with you. Be their shelter and shield against the merciless destroyer. A time is coming when the oppressor will reach his end, and destruction will utterly cease. The merciless aggressor will finally vanish from the earth. Then, established firmly in steadfast love, a true throne will be set. In absolute faithfulness, a man will sit upon it, one descended from the royal house of David. He is a king who, in judging, actively seeks justice and swiftly champions the cause of righteousness. We have heard the reports of Moab's monumental pride. How staggering is her arrogance! We know of her utter conceit, her overwhelming pride, and her insolent boasts. But her arrogant claims are utterly empty and hollow. Therefore the Moabites wail intensely. They wail together, unified in mourning for Moab. They lament and grieve uncontrollably for the famed raisin cakes of Kir-Hareseth. The fertile fields of Heshbon wither away, and the once lush grapevines of Sibmah are destroyed. The hostile rulers of the nations have brutally trampled down those choicest vines, which once reached as far as Jazer and spread out toward the desert. Their vigorous shoots expanded and reached even to the distant sea. So I, the prophet, weep as Jazer weeps for the lost vines of Sibmah. I drench you, Heshbon and Elili, with my tears. The joyous shouts of those celebrating your ripened fruit and over your bountiful harvests have been totally silenced. Joy and gladness are violently removed from the once thriving orchards. No one sings or raises a happy shout in the vineyards. No one treads out the wine in the presses, for I have put an absolute end to all their celebratory shouting. My heart cries out a lament for Moab, sounding like the sorrowful tones of a harp. My deepest innermost being aches for Kir-Hareseth. When Moab desperately appears at her high place of worship, she only exhausts herself futilely. When she goes to her shrine to pray for deliverance, it is entirely to no avail. This is the very word the Lord has previously declared concerning Moab. But now the Lord states further, within exactly 3 years, counted strictly like the years a hired servant is bound by contract, Moab's renowned splendor and all her multitude of people will be treated with contempt, and her scattered survivors will be very few, weak, and feeble. Isaiah chapter 17, a heavy prophecy against Damascus. Look, Damascus will soon cease to be a city. It will become nothing more than a desolate, unstable heap of ruins. The cities of Aroer will be abandoned and left only for flocks of sheep, which will lie down safely with no one to frighten them away. The fortified city will completely disappear from Ephraim, and the royal power will vanish from Damascus. The small remnant left of Aram will be reduced to the same meager state as the faded glory of the Israelites, declares the sovereign Lord Almighty. In that destined day, the remaining glory of Jacob will tragically fade. The plumpness and vitality of his body will waste away. It will be like the final aftermath when reapers diligently harvest the standing grain, gathering the corn into their arms. Or, as when one gleans only the last, stray ears of corn in the valley of Rephaim. Yet, a meager scattering of gleanings will still remain, like the olives left when an olive tree is thoroughly beaten, perhaps 2 or 3 olives remaining on the topmost branches, or 4 or 5 clinging to the fruitful outer boughs, declares the Lord, the God of Israel. In that day, people will finally turn their attention to their Creator and direct their gaze toward the Holy One of Israel. They will utterly reject the altars, the idols, which are merely the work of their own hands. They will have no regard whatsoever for the Asherah poles and the incense altars that their own fingers have fashioned. In that day, their strong cities, which they abandoned out of fear of the Israelites, will resemble places left entirely to thickets and undergrowth, and all will be desolation and ruin. You have forgotten God, your true Savior. You have not remembered the rock, your secure fortress. Therefore, although you meticulously set out the finest imported plants and plant foreign, prized vines, though on the very day you plant them you make them grow, and on the morning when you set them in the soil you bring them quickly to bud, yet the expected harvest will amount to absolutely nothing in the day of overwhelming disease and agonizing, incurable pain. Woe to the many raging nations! They rage and bellow like the turbulent, raging sea. Woe to the peoples who roar their fury! They thunder and crash like the sound of great, surging waters. Although these peoples roar menacingly like the sound of surging waters, when he fiercely rebukes them, they flee desperately far away. They are driven before the invisible wind, like light chaff blown across the desolate hills, like common tumbleweeds scattered before a destructive gale. At the onset of the evening, sudden, overwhelming terror strikes. Before the light of morning, they are completely vanished. This is the promised fate of those who loot us. This is the grim lot of those who plunder us. Isaiah chapter 18, a stark prophecy concerning Cush. Woe to the distant land of buzzing wings, situated along the shadowy rivers of Cush, which dispatches envoys traveling swiftly by sea in lightweight papyrus boats across the great waters. Go, swift messengers, to that tall and smooth-skinned people, to a nation feared both nearby and across the globe, an aggressive people of strange and confusing speech, whose fertile land is divided by meandering rivers. All you inhabitants of the world, all you who reside upon the earth, when a victorious battle banner is raised high upon the distant mountains, you will see it clearly. And when a powerful trumpet sounds the call, you will hear it distinctly. This is what the Lord imparts to me. I will remain perfectly quiet and watch steadfastly from my dwelling place, observing events like the shimmering, suffocating heat in the bright sunshine, like a low cloud of refreshing dew in the intense heat of the harvest season. For before the final harvest, when the delicate blossom has dropped and the flower is already becoming a ripening grape cluster, he will cut off the unwanted shoots with the sharpest pruning knives and ruthlessly cut down and remove the spreading branches. They will all be left exposed to the mountain birds of prey and to the fierce, scavenging wild animals. The birds will feast upon them throughout the scorching summer, and the wild animals will consume them all winter long. At that appointed time, costly gifts will be brought reverently to the Lord Almighty. They will be brought from that people, the tall and smooth-skinned, the nation feared far and wide, the aggressive people of strange speech whose land is dissected by rivers. These tribute gifts will be brought to Mount Zion, the very dwelling place of the name of the Lord Almighty. Isaiah chapter 19, a devastating prophecy against Egypt. Look, the Lord rides forth upon a swift, gathering cloud and is coming down to Egypt. The grotesque idols of Egypt tremble uncontrollably before him, and the very hearts of the Egyptians melt completely away with abject fear. I will deliberately incite Egyptian against Egyptian. Brother will turn and violently fight against brother, neighbor against neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. The Egyptians will lose all morale and heart, and I will reduce all their clever plans to nothing. They will desperately consult their idols and the whispering spirits of the dead, the mediums and the spiritists. I will hand the Egyptians over to the terrifying power of a cruel master, and a fierce, unyielding king will ruthlessly rule over them, declares the Lord, the sovereign Lord Almighty. The deep waters of the river Nile will dry up entirely, and the vast riverbed will become parched, cracked, and dry. The irrigation canals will begin to stink foully. The tributaries and streams of Egypt will dwindle and then dry up completely. The reeds and rushes will wither and perish. Also, the lush plants along the Nile, even at the river's mouth, will be destroyed. Every field sown along the banks of the Nile will become parched, will be blown away, and will cease to exist. The desperate fishermen will groan and lament. All those who cast hooks into the Nile, those who throw their nets upon the water will pine away in misery. Those who work with combed flax will despair completely. The weavers of fine linen will lose all hope. The common cloth workers will be dejected, and all the weary wage earners will be sick at heart and terrified. The prominent officials of Zoan are nothing but absolute fools. The supposedly wise counselors of Pharaoh offer only senseless, useless advice. How dare you say to Pharaoh, "I am one of the wise men, a true disciple of the ancient kings." Where are your wise men now? Let them step forward and reveal to you and make known what the Lord Almighty has definitively planned against the nation of Egypt. The officials of Zoan have become total fools. The leaders of Memphis are utterly deceived. The men who were meant to be the solid cornerstones of her peoples have led Egypt disastrously astray. The Lord has poured into them a spirit of profound confusion and dizziness. They cause Egypt to stagger foolishly in everything she attempts, like a hopelessly drunken man staggering around and collapsing in his own vomit. There is nothing Egypt can possibly accomplish, neither the head nor the tail, neither the high palm branch nor the lowly reed can save her now. In that day, the Egyptians will become demoralized weaklings. They will shudder uncontrollably with fear at the simple sight of the uplifted hand that the Lord Almighty raises against them in judgment. And the land of Judah will become a source of true terror to the Egyptians. Everyone to whom the name of Judah is mentioned will be instantly terrified because of the catastrophic events that the Lord Almighty is rigorously planning against them. In that day, 5 cities in Egypt will abandon their tongue and speak the language of Canaan and swear solemn allegiance to the Lord Almighty. One of these cities will be specifically called the City of the Sun or the City of Destruction. In that day, there will stand a dedicated altar to the Lord in the very heart of Egypt and a magnificent monument to the Lord at its official border. It will serve as a sign and a lasting witness to the Lord Almighty in the entire land of Egypt. When they finally cry out to the Lord because of their harsh oppressors, He will dispatch them a true Savior and Defender, and He will powerfully rescue them. So the Lord will make Himself known personally to the Egyptians, and in that day they will formally acknowledge the Lord. They will worship Him with sacrifices and grain offerings. They will make solemn vows to the Lord and faithfully keep them. The Lord will strike Egypt with a severe plague. He will strike them, and then He will tenderly heal them. They will repent and turn entirely to the Lord, and He will respond to their desperate pleas and graciously heal them. In that day, a magnificent highway will be constructed running directly from Egypt to Assyria. The Assyrians will travel to Egypt, and the Egyptians will travel to Assyria. The Egyptians and Assyrians will worship the true God together in unity. In that day, Israel will stand as the third nation, alongside Egypt and Assyria, a singular blessing throughout the earth. The Lord Almighty will bless them all, declaring joyfully, "Blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my own hands, and Israel, my eternal inheritance." Isaiah chapter 20. A prophetic warning against Egypt and Cush. In the year that the supreme commander, sent by Sargon, king of Assyria, came to Ashdod and launched an attack and captured the city, at that precise time, the Lord spoke clearly through Isaiah, the son of Amoz. He commanded him, "Take off the rough sackcloth from your body and remove the sandals from your feet." And Isaiah immediately obeyed, walking around naked and barefoot. Then the Lord explained, "Just as my servant Isaiah has walked stripped and barefoot for 3 years as a powerful sign and prophetic warning against the lands of Egypt and Cush, so the king of Assyria will lead away the Egyptian captives and Cushite exiles, young and old, stripped bare and barefoot, with their buttocks exposed, bringing shame upon Egypt. Those who blindly trusted in Cush and foolishly boasted in Egypt will be utterly dismayed and put to open shame. In that day, the people who live on this very coast will declare, "Look what has happened to those great powers we relied upon, those we fled to for desperate help and deliverance from the king of Assyria. How, then, can we possibly escape this same fate?" Isaiah chapter 21, a chilling prophecy against the desert by the sea. Like violent whirlwinds sweeping savagely through the southland, an invader emerges unexpectedly from the desert, from a land of unimaginable terror. A dire, horrific vision has been revealed to me. The traitor relentlessly betrays. The looter ruthlessly takes the loot. Elam is called to attack. Media is commanded to lay siege. I will bring to an end all the bitter groaning and misery she has caused. At this sudden revelation, my body is utterly racked with agonizing pain. Sharp pangs seize me, like the unbearable contractions of a woman in labor. I am staggered and paralyzed by what I hear. I am bewildered and horrified by what I see. My heart falters completely. Fear causes me to tremble violently. The peaceful twilight I longed for has suddenly transformed into a moment of horror for me. They set the tables for the feast. They spread the luxurious rugs. They eat, they drink. Get up, you officers. Prepare and oil the shields for battle. This is what the Lord commands me. Go, post a dedicated lookout and instruct him to report precisely what he sees. When he observes chariots pulled by teams of horses, riders mounted on donkeys, or riders mounted on camels, let him be alert, fully and acutely alert. And the lookout shouted out, "Day after day, my lord, I stand firmly on the watchtower. Every night I remain faithfully at my post. Look, here comes a man in a swift chariot with a team of powerful horses." And he returns the shattering answer, "Babylon has fallen. She has fallen. All the graven images of her gods lie shattered on the ground. Has fallen, has fallen. All the ornate images of its many gods lie shattered, thrown down upon the desolate ground, rendered powerless. My people who have been utterly crushed on the threshing floor, pounded and broken. I tell you precisely what I have heard revealed from the presence of the Lord Almighty, from the very mouth of the God of Israel. A prophecy against Duma, the silence of the desert. Someone calls to me from sea, a voice echoing across the empty expanse. "Watchman, how much of the night remains? Watchman, what is the current measure of the darkness? The deepest shadows of the night?" The watchman replies with grim ambiguity. "Morning is coming, indeed the dawn approaches, but the subsequent night is also assured. If you truly wish to inquire, then ask now, and return yet again when the consequences are manifest." Prophecy against Arabia. You vast caravans of Dedanites who set up your tents in the dense, thorny thickets of Arabia, you must urgently bring life-sustaining water for the thirsty refugees. You who reside in Timah, you must bring forth provisions and sustenance for the desperate fugitives. They are fleeing, tearing across the sands, escaping from the swift, unforgiving sword, from the drawn sword of the pursuer, from the taut, bent bow of the archer, and from the intense, suffocating heat of the pitched battle. This is the solemn decree that the Lord imparts to me. Within one meticulously measured year, precisely as a hired servant bound by contract would count his term, all the transient splendor of Kedar and its people will utterly cease and come to a swift end. The few survivors of the archers, the formidable warriors of Kedar, will be drastically reduced to a mere handful. The Lord, the God of Israel, the one who establishes time and decree, has spoken this irrevocably. Isaiah chapter 22. A heavy prophecy against the valley of vision, Jerusalem itself. What terrible affliction has overcome you now that you have all scrambled up on the flat roofs? You seem a town so utterly full of hysterical commotion. You are a city given over to tumult and thoughtless revelry. Yet your slain were not killed honorably by the enemy's sword in open combat, nor did they die in a courageous battle. All your supposed leaders have shamefully fled together in panic. They have been rounded up and captured without the need for even firing a single bowshot. All you who thoughtlessly are caught were taken prisoner together, having panicked and fled while the enemy was still dangerously far away. Therefore, I said with profound sorrow, "Turn away from my sight. Allow me to weep bitterly and without restraint. Do not attempt in vain to console me over the overwhelming destruction that has fallen upon my people. The Lord, the sovereign Lord Almighty, has appointed a specific day of chaos, of deafening tumult, and of merciless trampling and soul-crushing terror in this valley of vision. It will be a day of violently battering down great walls and of crying out in desperation toward the silent mountains. Elam, the ancient enemy, takes up the quiver, equipping her charioteers and her powerful horses. Kir uncovers and prepares the defensive shield. Your most valuable, choicest valleys are now already full of swift chariots, and trained horsemen are strategically posted at all the critical city gates. The Lord himself stripped away the vital defenses of Judah, and in that dreadful day of panic, you immediately resorted to inspecting the material weapons stored within the palace of the forest. You observed with growing alarm that the protective walls of the city of David were irrevocably broken through in numerous places. So you hurriedly stored up water in the lower pool. You meticulously counted all the vulnerable buildings in Jerusalem and then recklessly tore down houses to desperately strengthen the weak points in the main wall. You constructed a new reservoir between the two existing walls for the gathering of the precious water of the old pool. But throughout all this desperate effort, you did not look to the one who originally made this land and brought it into being, nor did you have any proper regard for the one who planned its destiny long, long ago. The Lord, the sovereign Lord Almighty, precisely called you on that specific day to engage in solemn weeping and mournful wailing, to visibly tear out your hair and to solemnly put on the coarse fabric of sackcloth. But observe their response. Instead, there is defiant joy and reckless revelry, the widespread slaughtering of cattle and the killing of sheep, the feasting on rich meat and the excessive drinking of wine. Let us eat and drink, you declare with wicked abandon. For tomorrow we are scheduled to die. The Lord Almighty has revealed this terrifying decree in my very hearing. Till the final day you die, this specific sin of defiance will absolutely not be forgiven or atoned for, declares the Lord, the sovereign Lord Almighty. This is what the Lord, the sovereign Lord Almighty, commands. Go now and speak sternly to this current steward, to Shebna, the corrupted palace administrator. I ask you, what right do you have doing here? And who exactly granted you permission to presumptuously cut out and carve a monumental grave for yourself here? Why are you hewing your lavish grave on the highest point, and chiseling your eternal resting place deep within the solid rock? Beware, the Lord is instantly about to take a firm hold of you, seizing you violently, and hurl you far away, even you, the mighty man. He will tightly roll you up, compressing you like a tightly wound ball, and violently throw you into a wide, distant country. There you will surely die in exile, and there the elaborate chariots you were so immensely proud of will become nothing but a visible disgrace to your master's house. I will summarily depose you from your exalted office, stripping you of your dignity, and you will be utterly ousted from your coveted position. In that critical day, I will summon my dedicated servant Eliakim, the trustworthy son of Hilkiah. I will solemnly clothe him with your official robe and securely fasten your administrative sash around his waist and transfer all your authority and governance over to him. He will become a protective father to all those who live in Jerusalem and to all the people of Judah. I will intentionally place upon his shoulder the powerful key to the house of David, the symbol of absolute access. What he opens, no one will possess the power to shut, and conversely, what he shuts, no one can open. I will firmly drive him like a strong, immovable peg into a firm, secure place. He will consequently become an enduring seat of true honor for the entire house of his father. All the accumulated glory of his family will ultimately hang entirely on him. All its offspring and all its necessary offshoots, even all its lesser vessels, ranging from the ornate drinking bowls to all the practical, everyday jars. In that final day, declares the Lord Almighty, the peg that was firmly driven into the secure place will unexpectedly give way. It will be sheared completely off and will fall with a crash, and the immense load hanging upon it will be utterly cut down and destroyed. The Lord has spoken. Isaiah chapter 23, a mournful prophecy against Tyre, the jewel of the sea. Wail loudly, you great ships of Tarshish, for Tyre is utterly destroyed and permanently left without a single operational house or any harbor to welcome you. From the distant land of Cyprus, the devastating word has come to them. Be silent, all you inhabitants of the proud island, and you wealthy merchants of Sidon, whom the tireless seafarers have enriched beyond measure. Across the great, expansive waters came the crucial grain of the shear. The enormous harvest of the Nile was the reliable revenue of Tyre, and because of this commerce, she became the central marketplace of all the nations. Be thoroughly ashamed, O Sidon, and you impregnable fortress of the sea, for the sea itself has mournfully spoken. I have neither been in labor nor have I given birth. I have neither successfully reared sons nor brought up daughters. When the terrible word of Tyre's fall finally comes to Egypt, they will be filled with unimaginable anguish at the confirmed report from Tyre. Cross over quickly to Tarshish. Wail, you astonished people of the island. Is this truly your former city of reckless revelry, the ancient old city, whose tireless feet have taken her people to settle in distant, far-off lands? Who deliberately planned this catastrophic fate against Tyre, the renowned bestower of crowns, whose powerful merchants are treated as veritable princes, whose persistent traders are known and renowned throughout the earth. The Lord Almighty planned it precisely to bring down her arrogant pride in all her dazzling splendor, and to permanently humble all those who are renowned on the face of the earth. Cultivate your land as meticulously as they do along the fertile banks of the Nile, O daughter Tarshish, for you no longer possess a safe harbor. The Lord has decisively stretched out his powerful hand over the sea and made all its mighty kingdoms tremble with fear. He has issued an irreversible order concerning Phoenicia that her defensive fortresses be utterly destroyed. He sternly said, "There will be no more of your frantic rejoicing, O crushed virgin daughter, Sidon, now thoroughly crushed. Get up, cross over to Cyprus immediately. Even there in that distant refuge you will find absolutely no rest. Look upon the land of the Babylonians. This people, who were once thought of as completely insignificant, are now powerful. The Assyrians have made it a devastated place for the solitary desert creatures. They relentlessly raised up their siege towers against Tyre. They stripped its fortresses bare of all defense and turned it into a complete ruin. Well, you great ships of Tarshish, your great fortress is utterly destroyed. At that predetermined time, Tyre will be utterly forgotten for a period of 70 years, the typical span of a powerful king's life. But at the conclusion of these 70 years, it will happen to Tyre exactly as is described in the Song of the Forgotten Prostitute. Take up a harp, walk through the heart of the city, you forgotten prostitute. Play the harp expertly. Sing many a captivating song, so that you might yet again be remembered. At the close of 70 years, the Lord will graciously deal with Tyre. She will inevitably return to her former lucrative prostitution, her commerce, and will eagerly ply her trade with all the kingdoms on the face of the entire earth. Yet her substantial profit and all her earnings will be solemnly set apart for the Lord. They will not be stored up or hoarded away by selfish men. Her considerable profits will instead go directly to those who devoutly live before the Lord, providing for them abundant food and the finest clothes. Isaiah chapter 24. Behold, the Lord is swiftly going to lay waste the earth and completely devastate it. He will ruin its surface appearance and violently scatter its inhabitants far and wide. The catastrophe will be the same for the exalted priest as for the common people, for the absolute master as for his servant, for the mistress as for her servant, for the seller as for the desperate buyer, for the borrower as for the demanding lender, for the debt-ridden debtor as for the creditor. The entire earth will be utterly and completely laid waste and totally plundered of all its possessions. The Lord himself has definitively spoken this word. The earth immediately dries up and withers away in sorrow. The world languishes and withers. Even the very heavens languish alongside the earth. The earth is spiritually defiled by the moral stain of its people. They have deliberately disobeyed the sacred laws, violated the steadfast statutes, and willfully broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore, a consuming curse ravages the earth. Its inhabitants must inevitably bear their resulting guilt. Therefore, the earth's inhabitants are utterly burned up and very few survivors are left remaining. The new wine dries up and the grapevine withers. All the usual merrymakers groan in distress. The joyful tambourines are abruptly stilled. The noise of the loud revelers has stopped entirely. The joyful harp is now silent. No longer do they drink wine accompanied by a song. The fermented beer is bitter and repulsive to its drinkers. The once bustling city lies desolate, a ruined spectacle. The entrance to every single house is barred shut. In the streets they cry out desperately for wine. All joy turns suddenly to profound gloom. All joyful sounds are completely banished from the earth. The city is left completely in ruins. Its main gate is violently battered to pieces. So will it be on the whole earth and among all the nations, a severe thinning, as happens when an olive tree is beaten and stripped bare, or as when only meager gleanings are left after the abundant grape harvest. Yet, a remnant raises their voices. They shout for joy, giving thanks. From the west, they acclaim the Lord's great majesty. Therefore, in the east, give eternal glory to the Lord. Exalt the profound name of the Lord, the God of Israel, even in the islands of the distant sea. From the very ends of the earth, we hear the sounds of singing, "Glory to the righteous one." But I, the prophet, said with deep despair, I waste away. Woe is me, for the treacherous ceaselessly betray. With profound treachery, the treacherous betray. Terror and the hidden pit and the deadly snare await you, O people of the earth. Whoever flees in panic at the terrifying sound of terror will surely fall headlong into the pit. Whoever then manages to climb out of the pit will inevitably be caught fast in the snare. The massive floodgates of the heavens are opened wide. The very foundations of the earth violently shake. The crust of the earth is broken up. The solid earth is split asunder into deep fissures. The earth is violently shaken, reeling and trembling. The earth reels like a staggering drunkard. It sways uncontrollably like a temporary hut struggling in the fierce wind. So heavy upon it is the crushing guilt of its deep rebellion that it falls and will never be able to rise again. In that momentous day, the Lord will dramatically punish the malevolent powers in the heavens above and the arrogant kings on the earth below. They will be herded together like captured prisoners bound in the dreadful dungeon. They will be shut up in the prison house and be painfully punished after many days have passed. The moon will be utterly dismayed, and the glorious sun will be ashamed. For the Lord Almighty will definitively reign on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem and before its assembled elders with great visible glory. Isaiah chapter 25. O Lord, you are indeed my God, my strength. I will exalt you highly and praise your glorious name. For in perfect faithfulness, you have executed powerful, wonderful things, magnificent things planned and determined long ago. You have made the proud city a heap of useless rubble, the fortified, boastful town a permanent ruin. The foreigner's imposing stronghold is a city no more. It will never be permitted to be rebuilt. Therefore, strong, hardened peoples will honor you and pay you tribute. Cities of ruthless, merciless nations will reverently fear you. You have proven yourself to be a reliable refuge for the vulnerable poor, a steadfast refuge for the needy in their time of genuine distress, an impenetrable shelter from the fierce storm, and a cool shade from the oppressive heat. For the destructive breath of the ruthless is like a violent storm driving furiously against a wall, and like the scorching heat of the desert sun. You possess the power to silence the clamoring uproar of foreigners. As the intense heat is swiftly reduced by the welcome shadow of a cloud passing over, so the boastful song of the ruthless is permanently stilled. On this sacred mountain, the Lord Almighty will prepare a lavish feast of rich, savory food for all peoples, a magnificent banquet of aged wine, featuring the choicest, best of meats and the finest, purest of wines. On this very mountain, he will decisively destroy the funeral shroud of sorrow that visibly enfolds all peoples, the suffocating sheet that ominously covers all the nations. He will utterly swallow up death forever, defeating it permanently. The sovereign Lord will gently wipe away all the tears from all faces. He will completely remove his people's profound disgrace from all the face of the earth. The Lord has spoken this guarantee. In that glorious day, they will surely say, "Surely this is our God, the one we waited for. We fully trusted in him, and he saved us entirely. This is the Lord, we trusted in him. Let us rejoice greatly and be glad in his magnificent salvation. The protective hand of the Lord will rest securely on this mountain, but Moab will be heavily trampled in their own land, just as straw is mercilessly trampled down in the odious manure. They will frantically stretch out their hands in it as desperate swimmers stretch out their hands in a struggle to swim and stay afloat. God will surely bring down their inherent pride despite the supposed cleverness of their hands. He will completely bring down your high, formidable fortified walls and lay them devastatingly low. He will bring them down to the hard ground, down to the very dust. Isaiah chapter 26. In that momentous day, this song of victory will be sung loudly in the land of Judah. We have a strong city, built on salvation. God makes salvation itself its very walls and impregnable ramparts. Open the gates that the righteous, steadfast nation may enter, the nation that keeps faith. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfastly focused upon you, because they have placed their unwavering trust in you. Trust in the Lord forever and without limit. For the Lord himself is the rock eternal, the enduring foundation. He humbles those who arrogantly dwell on high. He lays the lofty, defiant city low. He levels it to the ground and forcefully casts it down to the dust. Feet will trample it down, the feet of the oppressed, the humble footsteps of the poor. The sacred path of the righteous is perfectly level. You, the upright one, make the way of the righteous smooth and straight. Yes, Lord, diligently walking in the way of your laws, we wait patiently for you. Your profound name and your renown are the ultimate desire of our hearts. My soul deeply yearns for you in the darkest night. In the quiet morning, my spirit longs for you. When your righteous judgments finally come upon the earth, the people of the world learn righteousness and justice. But when undeserved grace is shown to the inherently wicked, they still stubbornly refuse to learn righteousness. Even when dwelling in a land of uprightness, they persist in doing evil and utterly disregard the awe-inspiring majesty of the Lord. Lord, your mighty hand is lifted high in judgment, but they do not willfully see it. Let them see your passionate zeal for your chosen people and be thoroughly put to shame. Let the consuming fire reserved for your stubborn enemies totally consume them. Lord, you fully establish peace for us. All that we have successfully accomplished you have done entirely for us. Lord our God, other alien lords beside you have violently ruled over us, but your name alone do we honor and proclaim. They are now certainly dead. They live no more. Their spirits do not rise from the dust. You justly punished them and brought them to utter ruin. You wiped out all memory of them forever. You have greatly enlarged the nation, Lord. You have greatly enlarged the nation. You have definitively gained glory for yourself. You have extended all the vast borders of the land. Lord, they finally came running to you in their desperate distress, when you disciplined them severely. They could barely whisper a choked prayer. As a laboring pregnant woman about to give birth writhes violently and cries out in her agonizing pain, so were we in your powerful presence, Lord. We were spiritually with child. We writhed in labor, but tragically we gave birth only to wind to nothingness. We have not brought true salvation to the earth, and the people of the world have not spiritually come to life. But your dead will truly live, O Lord. Their lifeless bodies will rise again. Let those who dwell silently in the dust wake up and shout for triumphant joy. Your dew is like the refreshing dew of the morning. The earth will ultimately give birth to her dead. Go now, my people, enter your secure rooms and shut the doors tightly behind you. Hide yourselves away for a little while until his fierce wrath has finally passed by. See, the Lord is dramatically coming out of his holy dwelling to punish the stubborn people of the earth for their specific sins. The earth will definitively disclose the blood shed upon it. The earth will conceal its slain no longer. Isaiah chapter 27. In that magnificent day, the Lord will justly punish with his great sword, his fierce, great, and overwhelmingly powerful sword. He will strike Leviathan the gliding serpent, Leviathan the coiling, elusive serpent. He will utterly slay the terrifying monster of the sea. In that day, sing a joyful song about a fruitful vineyard. I, the Lord, watch over it with constant vigilance. I water it continually, ensuring its health. I guard it day and night so that no one may dare to harm it. I am not presently angry with the vine itself. If only there were briars and sharp thorns maliciously confronting me, I would relentlessly march against them in battle. I would set them all on fire and consume them entirely, or else let them come to me directly for refuge and protection. Let them sincerely make peace with me. Yes, let them earnestly make peace with me. In days to come, Jacob will firmly take root. Israel will bud and blossom and fill all the world with magnificent fruit. Has the Lord struck her down as severely as he struck down those who violently struck her? Has she been killed completely as those were killed who cruelly killed her? By relentless warfare and the agony of exile you contended with her. With his fierce blast, he drives her out, scattering her, as on the fateful day the east wind violently blows. By this measure, then, will Jacob's ingrained guilt be atoned for. And this will be the complete and full fruit of the removal of his persistent sin, when he makes all the pagan altar stones to be like limestone crushed completely to pieces, so that no Asherah poles or incense altars will be left standing in place. The formerly fortified city stands permanently desolate, an abandoned settlement forsaken like a wilderness. There the calves now peacefully graze. There they lie down. They strip its desolate branches bare. When its twigs finally become dry, they're broken off, and women come and simply make fires with them. For this is a deeply flawed people without innate understanding, so their Maker justly has no compassion on them, and their Creator shows them no enduring favor. In that day, the Lord will gather his people, threshing from the flowing Euphrates to the Wadi of Egypt. And you, O Israel, will be meticulously gathered up one by one. And in that day, a great trumpet will sound loudly. Those who were perishing in Assyria and those who were miserably exiled in Egypt will come and devoutly worship the Lord on the holy mountain in Jerusalem. Isaiah chapter 28. Woe to that proud wreath, the symbol of Ephraim's hardened drunkards. Woe to the fading flower, his glorious beauty, which sits precariously on the head of a rich, fertile valley. Woe to that city, the pride of those laid low by excessive wine. See, the Lord himself has one who is supremely powerful and strong, an overwhelming force, like a relentless hailstorm and a destructive wind, like a driving, torrential rain and a flooding downpour. He will throw the crown forcefully down to the ground, shattering it. That proud wreath, the boastful pride of Ephraim's incorrigible drunkards, will be mercilessly trampled underfoot. That fading flower, his glorious, transient beauty set on the head of a fertile valley, will be like figs ripe and ready before the harvest. As soon as people see them and take them quickly in hand, they greedily swallow them instantly. In that coming day, the Lord Almighty will be a true, glorious crown, a beautiful, enduring wreath for the faithful remnant of his people. He will be an unwavering spirit of justice to the one who sits in judgment, and a reliable source of strength to those who turn back the battle at the city gate. And these also, the leaders, stagger from wine and reel helplessly from beer. Priests and prophets stagger drunkenly from beer and are befuddled and lost with wine. They reel from beer. They stagger when attempting to see visions. They stumble when desperately trying to render important decisions. All the tables are shamefully covered with vomit, and there is not a single spot left without filth. Who exactly is he trying to teach? They mockingly ask. To whom is he attempting to explain his complicated message? They sneer. To children just weaned from their milk? To those only recently taken from the breast? For it is, do this, do that, a rule for this, a rule for that, a little here, a little there. Very well then, because of their insolence, with foreign, harsh lips and strange, incomprehensible tongues, God will speak to this recalcitrant people, to whom he once said clearly, "This is the resting place. Let the weary find rest here, and this is the place of repose." But they would not listen to the gracious invitation. So then the clear word of the Lord to them will consequently become that very mockery. Do this, do that, a rule for this, a rule for that, a little here, a little there. So that as they go they will fall backward, be broken, be snared, and be taken captive. The source text cuts off here, ending mid-sentence. Your eyes will finally be lifted to behold the King in his untarnished splendor, a vision of pure, divine beauty. Simultaneously, you will survey a vast and boundless territory, stretching out far beyond the horizons you once knew, a realm consecrated and renewed. In moments of quiet reflection, your mind will drift back to the days of agonizing terror, but only as a memory, a phantom of the past. You will ask, marveling at their disappearance, where is that menacing chief officer who demanded tribute? Where are the relentless scribes who counted the oppressive revenue, meticulously charting every coin of misery? Where is the commanding officer in charge of the siege towers, ensuring our subjugation? You will see those arrogant invaders, the foreign hosts who once trampled our fields, no more. Their menacing presence, speaking in a strange, thick tongue, a confusing babble that was impossible to grasp and filled us with dread, is finally silenced. Now, turn your gaze toward Zion, the magnificent city where our sacred festivals are perpetually celebrated. Your eyes will settle upon Jerusalem, transformed into an eternal sanctuary, a dwelling place of profound peace. It is no fleeting encampment, but an immovable tent. Its foundation stakes will never be pulled up, nor any of its supporting ropes broken. There the Lord will be our impregnable defense, our mighty one. He will be to us like a territory surrounded by great, broad rivers and protective streams, vital for life yet strategically impassable for enemies. No war galley powered by oars will ever navigate those currents. No mighty ship of state will sail upon them. For the Lord is the sole authority. The Lord is our righteous judge, settling all disputes with perfect equity. The Lord is our meticulous lawgiver, establishing the divine order. The Lord is our eternal King, reigning supreme. It is solely He who will deliver us from all peril and restore us fully. Look at the wreck of the foe. Their entire structure of power is collapsing. Their rigging hangs uselessly limp. The central mast is not held secure, threatening to topple. The sail is not spread to catch the wind. Because of their utter defeat, a vast abundance of spoils will be collected and divided among the remnant. The victory will be so complete and the treasure so great that even the lame among you will eagerly rise up and hobble away, carrying off their share of the plunder. In this blessed city, no inhabitant of Zion will ever have cause to utter the words, "I am ill," or "I suffer," for that glorious day will bring not only physical healing but also the profound spiritual promise. The sins, transgressions, and iniquities of all who reside there will be eternally pardoned and forgiven. Isaiah chapter 34. Approach, you distant nations, and heed this proclamation with absolute attention. Listen closely, you assembled peoples of the world. Let the entire earth hear this decree, and everything that fills it, the whole world and all the generations that spring forth from it, must now stand witness. Extricated from the global catastrophe. For the fierce indignation of the sovereign Lord burns against every nation. His terrifying wrath is focused upon all their assembled legions. He has decreed their utter, final destruction, delivering them wholesale to the executioner's blade. Their fallen will be cast out unburied, their decaying corpses fouling the very air, filling the valleys with an unbearable stench. The very mountains shall be saturated crimson red, with the deluge of their spilt blood. The celestial luminaries themselves will dissolve in the heavens, melting away. The vast, overarching heavens will be violently retracted, rolled up and put aside like an ancient parchment scroll. The countless host of stars, the dazzling constellations, will plummet from their firmament, falling like prematurely withered leaves stripped from the vine, or like shriveled, useless figs dropping from the branches of the fig tree. My great sword, having drunk its fill of divine judgment in the very celestial realm, is now poised. Behold, it descends with irreversible force, aimed directly at Edom, a people earmarked for complete, unavoidable annihilation. The righteous sword of the Lord is utterly saturated, drenched in warm, sacrificial blood. It is coated thickly with the richness of fat, the blood of young lambs and strong goats, the suet taken from the kidneys of fattened rams. For the Almighty has ordained a ritual sacrifice in Basra, a monumental slaughter throughout the territory of Edom. Their strongest leaders, the wild oxen among their ranks, will fall alongside their subjects, the young bull calves, and the mightiest of the bulls. Their entire country will be flooded with gore, and the very ground, the dry dust, will be soaked and heavy with clotted fat. This is a predestined day of vengeance for the Lord, a year of ultimate retribution dedicated to fully upholding and vindicating the cause of Zion. The flowing streams of Edom will be transformed into thick, black pitch. Her fine dust will become burning sulfur. Her whole landscape will ignite, turning into a sea of blazing, inescapable pitch. This fire will burn without cease. Neither day nor night will it be extinguished. Its choking smoke will ascend toward the heavens in perpetuity. From one generation to the next, this land will remain utterly, terrifyingly desolate. No traveler will ever again dare to journey across this ravaged territory. Instead, it will be claimed entirely by the wildness of nature. The desert owl and the nocturnal screech owl will take possession of it. The great horned owl and the scavenger raven will establish their permanent nesting grounds there. The Lord will measure out Edom's future, applying the measuring line of tohu, of primordial chaos, and the plummet of utter desolation. Edom's high-ranking nobles will find nothing remaining in that ruin to constitute a functioning kingdom. All her once proud princes will simply vanish into non-existence. Thorny shrubs will aggressively overrun her massive citadels, and stinging nettles and sharp brambles will colonize her formerly impregnable strongholds. She will become a desolate hunting ground for jackals and a perpetual home for the owls. Desert beasts, rarely seen by man, will congregate and meet with the howling hyenas, and wild, shaggy goats will call out mournfully to one another. There, too, the night demons and shadows will settle down, finding undisturbed places of rest. The mother owl will build her nest, lay her eggs, and patiently hatch them, tending to her young sheltered beneath the shadow of her wide wings. In that same wilderness, the falcons will flock together, each one finding and securing its rightful mate. Seek out the very scroll of the Lord and read these decrees. Not a single creature mentioned here will be missing from this ravaged land. Not one female bird of prey will lack her partner, for the Lord himself, through the utterance of his mouth, has given the binding command, and his powerful spirit will gather them all together. He assigns their allotted territories to them, and his steady hand measures out their portions of the desolate realm. They will possess this ruin forever, dwelling there, undisturbed, from generation to unending generation. Isaiah, chapter 35. The barren desert and the scorched, thirsty land will suddenly leap with joy. The mournful wilderness will rejoice exceedingly and burst forth into vibrant blossom. Like the delicate crocus, it will spontaneously flower in brilliant color. It will rejoice with deep satisfaction and shout for sheer gladness. The majestic glory of Lebanon will be granted to this transformed desert, the rich splendor of both Carmel and Sharon. All of mankind will witness the magnificent glory of the Lord, the radiant splendor of our God. Strengthen the grasp of the weak and trembling hands. Fortify the feeble knees that are buckling under the weight of fear. Speak clearly to those whose hearts are filled with crippling anxiety, saying, "Take courage, be strong. Do not let fear paralyze you. Your God is indeed coming. He will arrive not only with righteous vengeance against your oppressors but with complete divine retribution. He himself will come down to redeem and save you. In that marvelous day, the eyes that were sealed by blindness will be fully opened, and the ears of the deaf will be totally unstopped. Then the lame, whose legs were useless, will spring and leap with explosive energy like a stag. The mute tongue, once locked in silence, will break forth and shout triumphant songs of joy. For in the heart of the desolate wilderness, life-giving waters will gush forth, and strong streams will flow freely across the desert sands. The shimmering mirage of burning sand will genuinely transform into a cool, clear pool, and the thirsty ground will produce bubbling, eternal springs. In the very dens where jackals once rested will grow lush grass, tall reeds, and papyrus, and a grand, elevated highway will be constructed there. It will be consecrated and designated as the way of holiness. This sacred road will be reserved exclusively for those who walk righteously. No defiled person will be permitted to trespass upon it. Wicked or foolish individuals will not travel that path. No fierce lion or any predatory, ravenous beast will be found anywhere along that route. They will be banished. Only the people who have been redeemed by God will walk there, and those whom the Lord has personally rescued will return home. They will enter the hallowed gates of Zion with exultant songs. Eternal, glorious joy will form a crown upon their heads. Overwhelming gladness and consuming joy will seize them, while agonizing sorrow and deep sighing will perpetually flee far away. Isaiah, chapter 36. In the 14th year of the reign of King Hezekiah, Sennacherib, the mighty king of Assyria, launched a devastating invasion, attacking and seizing control of all the heavily fortified cities scattered throughout Judah. Following these initial victories, the Assyrian king dispatched his supreme field commander, the Rabshakeh, commanding a massive military force, marching from Lachish toward King Hezekiah in Jerusalem. The commander halted his forces precisely at the conduit of the upper pool, located on the ancient road leading to the washerman's field. 3 of Hezekiah's most senior officials, Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the esteemed palace administrator, Shebna, the chief scribe or secretary, and Joah, son of Asaph, the official recorder of the kingdom, went out to meet the foreign military leader. The Assyrian field commander addressed them with haughty contempt. "Go and report this message to Hezekiah. Thus declares the great king, the undisputed king of Assyria. Upon what precarious foundation are you resting this boastful confidence of yours? You claim to possess wise counsel and military might sufficient for war. Yet these are nothing more than useless, hollow words, breath wasted on the wind. On precisely whom are you leaning that you dare to defy and rebel against me? Look closely. I know exactly where your misplaced hope lies. You are relying upon Egypt, that pitiful, splintered reed of a staff. Should any man foolishly lean upon it for support, it will shatter and violently pierce his own hand. That is precisely the nature of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, to all those who place their trust in his strength. But perhaps you will respond by saying to me, we are depending wholly upon the Lord our God. If so, is he not the deity whose own high places and scattered altars Hezekiah himself aggressively tore down and removed, telling the people of Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship solely before this one altar here in Jerusalem? Now I challenge you, come, enter into a binding agreement with my master, the king of Assyria. I will personally pledge to give you 2,000 magnificent horses, provided you can even find enough capable men among your ranks to saddle and ride them. If you cannot even furnish the riders, how then can you expect to repel one single subordinate officer, the very least of my master's staff? And that is even assuming you manage to acquire Egyptian chariots and cavalry. Furthermore, do you truly believe I have marched across these vast distances to attack and destroy your land without any divine sanction? No, the Lord himself, your purported God, told me explicitly to march against this country and enact its total destruction. Then Eliakim, Shebna, and Joah, deeply anxious, spoke urgently to the field commander. We beg you, please address your servants in Aramaic, for we are fluent in that language and understand every word. Do not speak to us in the language of Judah, Hebrew, within the hearing of the common people listening nervously on the city wall. But the commander sneered in reply, do you imagine that my master sent me solely to deliver this warning to your leader and to you few officials? No, this message is absolutely intended for the wretched people sitting high upon the wall, for they, just like you, will soon be reduced to the desperate state of having to eat their own dried excrement and drink their own foul urine in the depths of the siege. The commander then rose to his full height, abandoning diplomacy entirely, and shouted his demands at the top of his lungs in clear Hebrew, the native tongue of the Judeans. Hear the authoritative words of the great king, the formidable king of Assyria. This is the message of the king. Do not under any circumstances allow Hezekiah to mislead or deceive you. He possesses no power to deliver you from this fate. Do not let Hezekiah persuade you to place your futile trust in the Lord when he attempts to reassure you, saying, the Lord will absolutely deliver us. This cherished city will not be abandoned into the crushing hand of the king of Assyria. Stop listening to Hezekiah's dangerous lies. Instead, listen to the great king of Assyria. Make immediate peace with me and surrender yourselves by coming out to my camp. If you comply, then each of you will be permitted for a short time to eat the sweet fruit from your own vineyard and fig tree, and drink fresh water from your own cistern, until the day I return to gather and transport you to a magnificent land exactly like your own, a land abundantly rich in grain, new wine, fresh bread, and flourishing vineyards. Do not allow Hezekiah to deceive you with that foolish reassurance. The Lord will deliver us. Look at history. Have the minor gods of any vanquished nation ever succeeded in delivering their lands from the iron fist of the king of Assyria? Where now are the silent gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim? Did they manage to rescue Samaria, your sister city, from my grasp? Which single deity, among all the idols of these conquered countries, has possessed the strength to save its land from my authority? If all others have failed, how then, logically, can your unique God, the Lord, be expected to deliver Jerusalem from my overwhelming power? But the people standing along the defensive wall maintained a profound and absolute silence, offering not a single word in response. This was because King Hezekiah had issued a strict command: do not answer him. Deeply shaken and displaying their grief, Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, Shebna, the secretary, and Joah, son of Asaph, the recorder, tore their clothes in distress and went immediately to Hezekiah, recounting every blasphemous word the field commander had spoken. Isaiah, chapter 37. When King Hezekiah received this dreadful news, he reacted instantly, tearing his royal robes, cladding himself in rough sackcloth as a sign of desperate mourning, and proceeding directly into the temple of the Lord to pray. He then dispatched Eliakim, the palace administrator, Shebna, the secretary, and the most senior priests, all likewise covered in sackcloth, to seek the counsel of the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amoz. They delivered the king's despairing message. This is the word of Hezekiah. This day is marked by acute distress, terrible rebuke, and profound national disgrace. It is a moment comparable to when a child has progressed to the threshold of birth, yet there is no strength remaining to accomplish the delivery. Perhaps the Lord your God will truly hear the vile words of the Assyrian field commander, whom his master, the king of Assyria, has deliberately sent to viciously ridicule the living God. And perhaps the Lord will deliver a devastating rebuke for the blasphemies which he, the Lord your God, has undeniably heard. Therefore, we implore you, offer up a fervent prayer for the small, fragile remnant of our people that still manages to survive. When the troubled officials of King Hezekiah finally reached the prophet Isaiah, he spoke with divine certainty. Give this response to your master. Thus declares the sovereign Lord. Do not let your heart be paralyzed by fear because of the threatening words you have heard, the words with which the mere servants and underlings of the king of Assyria have dared to blaspheme my name. Listen now. I will place a disruptive spirit within him. When he receives a specific, unsettling report, I will compel him to willingly choose to return to his distant homeland. And once he arrives there, I myself will ensure he is struck down and killed by the sword. When the field commander received intelligence that King Sennacherib had lifted his siege operations at Lachish, he immediately pulled his troops out of Jerusalem and found the king engaging in battle against the town of Libnah. It was at this critical juncture that Sennacherib was informed by reliable spies that Tirhakah, the king of Cush, Ethiopia, was actively mobilizing his forces and marching out to engage him in open warfare. Upon hearing this alarming military report, Sennacherib quickly sent a new wave of messengers to Hezekiah, bearing a renewed, threatening message. Deliver this word to Hezekiah, king of Judah. Do not allow the God upon whom you mistakenly rely to deceive you with the promise that Jerusalem will not fall into the hands of the king of Assyria. You have undoubtedly heard the chilling accounts of what the kings of Assyria, my predecessors, have systematically done to all the conquered lands, annihilating them utterly. Do you genuinely believe you will be the solitary exception to this rule and be delivered? Did the gods of the nations that were utterly destroyed by my ancestors manage to rescue them? I speak of the gods of Gozan, Haran, Rezeph, and the people of Eden who dwelled in Telassar. Where is the former king of Hamath now, or the king of Arpad? Where are the rulers of Lair, Sepharvaim, Hena, and Iva? Hezekiah personally received the devastating letter from the Assyrian messengers and read every contemptuous line. He then proceeded up to the holy temple of the Lord, where he performed a solemn act, spreading the threatening document out before the presence of the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed passionately to the Lord, saying, O Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, who sits majestically enthroned between the cherubim, you alone and none other are truly God over all the kingdoms of the entire earth. You are the sole Creator who formed the heavens and the earth. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear this vile message. Open your eyes, Lord, and see this threat. Listen closely to all the specific words that Sennacherib has dispatched to openly ridicule and mock you, the living God. It is undeniably true, Lord, that the Assyrian monarchs have aggressively laid waste to all those other nations and ravaged their territories. They have indeed cast the lifeless gods of those nations into the fire and obliterated them, because those objects were not genuine gods, but merely carved wood and stone, products fashioned solely by human craft. Now, therefore, O Lord our God, we beg you, deliver us, rescue this city from the brute power of his hand. Do this so that every kingdom across the whole earth may definitively know that you, O Lord, are the one and only true God. Then Isaiah, the son of Amoz, sent a powerful prophetic message back to Hezekiah. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, because you have presented your heartfelt prayer to me concerning the threats of Sennacherib, the king of Assyria, this is the irreversible word the Lord has pronounced against him. The virgin daughter Zion, pure and untouchable, despises you utterly and holds you in contempt. Daughter Jerusalem shakes her head in defiant mockery as she envisions your inevitable retreat. Who is it, precisely, that you have dared to ridicule and blaspheme? Against whom have you raised your arrogant voice and lifted your proud eyes in blatant contempt? You have done this against the Holy One of Israel. Yes, through your chosen messengers, you have contemptuously mocked the Lord himself. And you, Sennacherib, have boasted, saying, with my massive force of chariots, I have successfully scaled the highest peaks of the mountains, the most challenging heights of Lebanon. I have personally felled its tallest, most majestic cedars, the choicest of its cypresses and junipers. I have reached its most distant, hidden recesses, the finest, deepest parts of its forests. I have excavated deep wells in foreign, conquered lands and arrogantly drunk the water from them simply by planting the soles of my feet upon them and demanding tribute. I have even drained dry all the strategic channels and streams of Egypt. Have you, arrogant king, failed to hear the truth? Long, long ago I ordained this entire course of events. In the earliest days of antiquity, I meticulously planned it all. And now, I have brought this eternal purpose to its inevitable culmination. You were merely the agent used to turn strong, fortified cities into nothing more than heaps of abandoned stone and rubble. Their inhabitants, utterly drained of power and will, stand dismayed and deeply shamed. They are fleeting, powerless things, like plants in a dry field, like delicate green shoots that quickly wither, like grass that sprouts feebly upon a rooftop, only to be scorched and ruined before it can truly grow strong. But I know precisely where you are stationed, and I observe every move when you come and when you go, and I see exactly how furiously you rage against my sovereignty. Because you have raged against me so brazenly, and because your contemptible insolence has ascended and reached my divine ears, I will now treat you like a controllable beast. I will place my restraining hook firmly in your nose and my tight bit in your mouth. I will force you to turn back and return by the exact same route you used to approach this land. And this will serve as the undeniable sign for you, Hezekiah. This current year, due to the disruption of war, you will subsist on the grain that volunteers itself, growing wild in the fields. And in the second year you will eat only what springs up from the harvest of the wild growth of the first year. But in the third year you will resume normalcy. You will sow your seeds, reap your bountiful harvest, plant thriving vineyards, and eat their delicious fruit. Once again, a viable remnant of the house of Judah will securely take root far below the earth and confidently bear fruit high above it. For out of the fortified city of Jerusalem, The core of this remnant will emerge, and from the sacred slopes of Mount Zion will come a protected band of survivors. The fierce, jealous zeal of the Lord Almighty himself will guarantee the fulfillment of this promise. Therefore, this is the absolute declaration of the Lord concerning the fate of the king of Assyria. He will not be permitted to enter this holy city, nor will he fire even a single arrow against its defenses. He will not approach the walls with a shield formation, nor will he construct a massive siege ramp against it. By the very road he traveled to arrive here, he will be compelled to retreat and return. He shall not step foot inside this city, declares the Lord. I will personally defend and save this city for my own honor, and for the sake of the enduring covenant I made with David, my faithful servant. That same night, the angel of the Lord went forth and delivered a catastrophic blow, striking down 185,000 men within the Assyrian military camp. When the remaining survivors awoke the following morning, they were confronted by the horror of countless corpses littering the ground. Consequently, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, hastily abandoned his entire campaign and withdrew his remaining forces. He returned home to his capital, Nineveh, and remained there. Years later, while he was performing rites of worship in the temple of his deity, Nisroch, his own sons, Adramelech and Sharezer, assassinated him with the sword. They immediately fled to find refuge in the distant land of Ararat, and his son Esarhaddon assumed the throne in his place. Isaiah, chapter 38. In the course of those turbulent days, King Hezekiah became desperately ill, sinking to the very threshold of death. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amoz, came to his bedside and delivered this grim decree. Thus says the Lord, set your affairs in perfect order, for your time is finished. You shall certainly die. You will not recover from this affliction. Hezekiah immediately turned his face away from the visitors, toward the blank wall, and prayed a desperate, tearful petition to the Lord. I implore you, O Lord, remember now how I have conducted my life before you, walking faithfully, serving with complete and wholehearted devotion, always striving to do what is morally good in your sight. And Hezekiah wept uncontrollably, producing a loud, bitter sound of anguish. While Isaiah was still in the middle court, the word of the Lord preempted his return. Go back now and speak to Hezekiah. This is the declaration of the Lord, the God of your ancestor David. I have genuinely heard the agony of your prayer, and I have seen the sincerity of your flowing tears. Therefore, I will grant you an extension of 15 years to your life. Moreover, I will deliver both you and this entire city from the approaching power of the king of Assyria. I will personally stand guard and defend this city. And this shall be the stupendous sign from the Lord, confirming that he will indeed fulfill this very promise. I will cause the shadow, currently cast by the declining sun, to retreat 10 steps backward on the stairway of Ahaz. And instantly, the position of the sunlight reversed, receding back precisely the 10 steps it had already descended. The personal composition of Hezekiah, king of Judah, written following the extremity of his illness and his miraculous recovery. I lamented, in the vigorous prime of my life, must I be compelled to pass through the eternal gates of Sheol, tragically cheated out of the remainder of my destined years? I realized, I will never again behold the Lord himself in the vibrant land of the living. I will cease to look upon my fellow human beings or be counted among those who still draw breath in this earthly world. My dwelling, my life, has been abruptly dismantled and stripped away from me, just like a fragile shepherd's tent is folded up. Like a craftsman at the loom, I saw my life being rolled up by God, and he ruthlessly cut me off from the threads of existence. Day and night you ruthlessly pursued my demise. I waited, agonizing and praying for the coming of dawn, yet my strength was shattered. Like a savage lion, he crushed and broke all my bones. Relentlessly, day and night, you sought to end my life. I emitted high-pitched, desperate cries, like the chattering of a swallow or the chirping of a thrush. I mourned deeply, moaning continuously like a solitary mourning dove. My vision grew faint and weak as I desperately strained my eyes toward the heavens. I am oppressed, Lord. I am overwhelmed. Come immediately to my defense and be my aid. But what words can I offer now in protest? He, the Almighty, has spoken his decree, and he himself has accomplished this great reversal. I will walk carefully and humbly throughout the rest of my days, remembering this bitter anguish endured by my soul. O Lord, it is through such saving acts that people sustain life, and it is in this very grace that my own spirit finds renewed life. You have completely restored me to health and graciously allowed me to live on. Surely it was for my profound spiritual benefit that I endured this extreme suffering. In your overflowing love, you kept my soul from falling into the yawning pit of destruction. You have deliberately cast all my accumulated sins far behind your back. For the silent grave cannot possibly offer you praise. Death has no voice with which to sing your glory. Those who descend into the final pit cannot hold out hope for your continuing faithfulness. The living alone, they are the ones who praise you, just as I stand here doing this very day. Parents will faithfully recount the story of your amazing faithfulness to their children. The Lord has saved me, and now we will sing loudly with stringed instruments all the days of our restored lives in the sacred temple of the Lord. Previously, Isaiah had commanded, "Take a cake of dried figs, mash it into a poultice, and apply it directly to the infectious boil, and he will recover." Hezekiah had subsequently asked, "What definite sign will be given to confirm that I will indeed be strong enough to go up to the temple of the Lord?" Isaiah, chapter 39. It was during this period of recovery that Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan, who ruled as king of Babylon, sent diplomatic letters and a generous gift to Hezekiah, having been informed of the king's severe illness and miraculous recovery. Hezekiah welcomed these envoys from the distant east with excessive joy and vanity. He proceeded to show them, without reserve, everything contained within his vast royal storehouses. The amassed silver, the gold reserves, the exotic spices, the valuable anointing oil, his complete arsenal and armory, and every costly item found among his royal treasures. There was absolutely nothing in his private palace or anywhere within his sovereign kingdom that Hezekiah failed to reveal to them. Subsequently, the prophet Isaiah approached King Hezekiah and sternly inquired, "What exactly did these men say, and from what territory have they traveled?" Hezekiah replied, slightly defensive, "They came to me from a very distant land. They traveled here all the way from Babylon." The prophet pressed him further, "What important sights did they observe within your royal palace?" Hezekiah responded, "They meticulously observed everything within my palace grounds. There is nothing among all my accumulated treasures," the king admitted, "that I did not openly display to them." Then Isaiah pronounced the devastating consequence. "Listen now to the unerring word of the Lord Almighty. A time of judgment is fast approaching, and it will surely come when everything contained within your beautiful palace, every valuable item that your royal predecessors have diligently stored up until this very day, will be forcibly carried away to Babylon. Nothing, absolutely nothing, will be left behind, declares the Lord. Moreover, some of your own royal sons, your direct descendants, your own flesh and blood who will be born to you, will be captured and taken far away. They will be brutally castrated and made into serving eunuchs in the opulent palace of the king of Babylon. The prophetic word of the Lord that you have delivered is just and good," Hezekiah responded complacently, thinking only to himself. At least there will be peace and secure stability during the span of my own life. Isaiah, chapter 40. "Comfort, O comfort my people," calls your God. "Speak tenderly, persuasively, to the heart of Jerusalem. Proclaim to her clearly that her period of harsh servitude has finally been completed, that the terrible debt for her sin has been paid in full. Announce to her that she has received from the Lord's just hand a generous double portion of recompense for all the failures and sins she committed. Hark! The voice of a herald cries out. In the depth of the desolate wilderness, prepare a secure pathway for the Lord's triumphant arrival. In the thirsty desert, make perfectly straight and level a grand highway for our mighty God. Every low valley shall be uplifted and raised to the height, and every imposing mountain and every soaring hill shall be lowered and brought down. The uneven, treacherous, rough ground shall be made smoothly level, and the dangerous, rugged places shall be transformed into a vast, easy plain. Then the magnificent glory of the Lord will be unveiled for all to see, and all humankind, without exception, will witness this revelation together. For the mouth of the Lord himself has spoken this certain promise. Another voice demands, "Cry out the message." And I, the prophet, inquired, "What urgent truth shall I cry out?" The answer came, "Proclaim that all mortal human beings are as fleeting as the grass, and all their faithfulness and glory is like the fragile, fading flower of the field." A soundscape of solemn music begins. Their steadfastness, if measured against eternity, is ephemeral, fragile like the wild flowers carpeting the open field. The blades of grass shrivel swiftly, and the vibrant blossoms drop suddenly. Music swells slightly, for the very breath of Yahweh, the Spirit of the Lord, sweeps across them with irresistible power. Humanity, indeed, is nothing more than that fragile grass. The stalk withers, the petals decay, yet the eternal, unchanging word of our living God stands resolute, enduring throughout all ages and generations. O messenger who bears the glorious gospel to Zion, ascend now to the highest peak, the most visible mountain. You who carry the joyous proclamation to the heart of Jerusalem, amplify your voice into a mighty, resonant shout. Raise the cry high. Let no hesitation hold you back. Proclaim fearlessly to all the scattered cities and towns of Judah. Music fades slightly. Behold, prepare yourselves. Here, in undeniable glory, is your God. Witness the Lord of the universe, the sovereign master, arriving not quietly but with overwhelming might. Music becomes majestic and absolute authority. His dominion is established by an invincible, mighty arm. Look, his righteous reward is already with him. The just recompense he dispenses follows closely behind. Yet, this same omnipotent one, music softens, cares for his chosen like a devoted shepherd. He gathers the weakest lambs, enveloping them in his embrace, carrying them securely against. Music is tender, the warmth of his very heart. With infinite patience, he guides those ewes burdened with their young. Who among mortal men or ephemeral spirits has ever measured the totality of the seas and oceans, cupping them perfectly within the hollow of his hand? Or who, using the span of his hand alone, has accurately marked off and contained the immense vault of the heavens? Who has gathered the colossal dust of the entire earth into a mere bushel basket? Or systematically weighed the mighty, unmoving mountains? Music is heavy on precise scales, balancing the great hills in a jeweler's balance? What being possesses the intellect to fully grasp the profound spirit of the Lord, or to presume to instruct? Music returns, the Almighty, serving as his required counselor. With whom did the eternal God consult to receive enlightenment regarding his plans? And who was it that patiently guided? Music fades him along the path of rectitude. Who imparted knowledge to him, or revealed the hidden path? Music resumes of ultimate understanding. Truly, all the proud nations of the world combined are but a solitary drop clinging to the edge of a water bucket. They are esteemed. Music is light as the imperceptible, weightless dust that might settle momentarily upon a balanced scale. He effortlessly lifts and weighs the colossal islands of the sea as if they were nothing more than the finest motes of dust. The magnificent forests of Lebanon. Music becomes grand, are utterly insufficient to supply the wood necessary for his altar fires, nor are all its vast herds numerous enough for a single, worthy burnt offering. Before his supreme presence, every nation is reduced to absolute non-existence. They are considered. Music stops abruptly by him to be utterly worthless, less consequential than nothing itself. Therefore, with what created thing will you dare to compare the living God? What crafted image? Music swells slightly. Will you foolishly attempt to impose upon him? Consider the idol. A mortal metal worker labors to cast it in shape. A goldsmith, hired for the task. Music is metallic, painstakingly overlays it with precious gold foil and attaches intricate silver chains for ornamentation. Conversely, a person to music is mournful, impoverished to afford such extravagant metalwork, seeks out durable, unrotting wood. They search diligently for a highly skilled carpenter, one capable of creating a structure that will be stable and immovable, lest the impotent God should embarrassingly topple over. Do you truly not know these fundamental truths? Have you genuinely not heard the eternal declarations? Has this knowledge, not music returns, questioning, been conveyed to you consistently from the earliest days of time? Have you failed to comprehend these things since the very foundations of the earth were first laid and secured? He is seated upon his celestial throne. High above the curving sphere of the music is vast earth, and compared to his stature, the teeming inhabitants below are merely tiny, insignificant grasshoppers. He effortlessly stretches the expansive heavens like a delicate, transparent curtain. Music is soaring, and spreads them out, vast and protective, like a temporary nomadic tent intended for his divine dwelling. He possesses the power to render mighty princes utterly void. Music is truncated, and to reduce the most powerful rulers of this mortal world to absolute non-existence. They are barely planted in their temporary reigns. Music is tense. No sooner are they sown with fleeting ambition, no sooner do their roots tentatively take hold in the dusty ground, than he releases a breath upon them. Music whooshes, and they immediately shrivel, a devastating whirlwind snatching them away like worthless, dry chaff. Therefore, I ask again, to whom will you even attempt to compare me? Or who, music is demanding, can claim to be my equal? Declares the Holy One of Israel, the sanctified God. Lift up your gaze now and contemplate the heavens above. Who brought forth this organized complexity? It is he who marshals the entire starry host, bringing them out in perfect formation, one by one, addressing each celestial body specifically by its given name. Owing to the immensity of his music is reverent omnipotence and the fullness of his mighty, controlling strength. Not a single star is absent from its assigned station. Why then do you utter such a profound complaint, O Jacob? Why do you, Israel, so faithlessly declare, my path, my entire existence, is concealed and unknown to the Lord? Music is plaintive. My just cause is entirely overlooked and disregarded by the watchful eye of my God. Do you still not know these fundamental truths? Have you still failed to hear? The Lord is the eternally enduring. Music is firm God, the Creator who designed and structured the farthest reaches of the earth. Unlike created beings, he never tires, never flags, never grows weary, and the depth of his boundless understanding, music becomes thoughtful, remains utterly beyond human comprehension. He freely imparts fresh strength to the exhausted and powerfully augments the might of the inherently weak. Even the most robust young men, music sounds strained, eventually grow tired and utterly weary, and the strong young soldiers eventually stumble and collapse in failure. But those who steadfastly wait upon the Lord, those who fix their hope in him, will inevitably renew. Music soars, their very life force. They will ascend majestically on wings, rising like powerful eagles. They will run the race of life and not succumb to weariness. They will walk steadily and not faint in despair. Isaiah chapter 41. Hush now. Silence. Music demands quiet. Before me, O distant coastlands, let the gathered nations attempt to rally their strength. Let them step forward and present their case. Let them speak their defense. Let us convene. Music is judicial together now at the designated place of judgment and legal contest. Who is it that has sovereignly awakened and stirred up this powerful figure from the eastern horizon? Music is martial, summoning him specifically into service through divine righteousness. I am he. He hands mighty nations over to this chosen one and brings down. Music is dramatic kings in submission before him. The chosen instrument turns empires to dust with his conquering sword, reducing opponents to scattered, wind-blown chaff with his bow. He pursues his enemies relentlessly, and music is triumphant, passes through the destruction completely unharmed, following a victorious path previously untrodden by human feet. Who has accomplished all this? Music fades slightly, and successfully carried it through, calling forth the sequence of generations from the very dawn of creation. I, the Lord Eternal, I was present with the first generation, and I remain absolutely the same with the last. I am he. The distant islands and coastal regions have observed this display of power and are gripped by sheer terror. The extremities of the earth shudder and tremble. Music is chaotic. They draw close and rush forward in fear. They anxiously offer mutual aid, saying to their fellow idolaters, "Take courage. Be strong in our efforts." The trembling metal worker offers desperate encouragement to the music is rhythmic goldsmith. The one who meticulously smooths the surface with a file eagerly spurs on the colleague who strikes the anvil. One pronounces concerning the flawed welding, music is strained. It is passable. It will hold. The next hastily secures the idol with heavy nails, so that it will not fall down in mockery. But as for you, Israel, music softens, personal, you are different. You are my cherished servant, O Jacob, whom I personally selected, you very descendants of Abraham, my beloved friend. I reached out and took hold of you from the remotest boundaries of the earth. From its most distant music is sweeping corners, and I called you forth by name. I declared to you, you are truly my devoted servant. I have specifically chosen you, and I will never music is reassuring. Cast you off or abandon you. Therefore, banish your fears, for I myself am with you always. Do not look around in helpless dread, for I am music is powerful yet gentle, your sovereign God. I will infuse you with strength. Yes, I will personally help you. I will continually support and securely uphold you with the righteous, victorious music rises slightly might of my own right hand. All those who burn with bitter rage and hostility against you will certainly be brought low in public shame and irreversible disgrace. Those who daringly oppose your existence will swiftly become absolute nothingness and utterly perish. Though you, music is curious, might search diligently for your former enemies, you will discover no trace of them. Those who waged violent war against you will have been reduced to less than zero, vanishing into thin air. For I, music is warm, am Yahweh, your covenant God, the one who gently takes hold of your struggling right hand and speaks this assurance to your heart. Cease your fear. I myself guarantee your help. Do not be afraid, you powerless, insignificant worm Jacob. O fragile Israel, do not be terrified, for I myself will come to your aid and salvation. Declares the Lord, your kinsman redeemer, the incomparable Holy One of Israel. Behold, I will transform music is sharp you, Jacob, into a powerful threshing sledge, brand new, outfitted with sharpened teeth. You shall drive over the obstacles, you will utterly thresh the mountains, and music is grinding. Grind them into powder, reducing the resistance of the fortified hills into mere chaff. You will then toss them high to winnow them. The natural wind will seize the debris, and a powerful gale, music is sweeping, will scatter them to oblivion. Yet, after this great victory, you will find your deepest joy in the Lord, and you will glory solely in the Holy One of Israel. The poverty-stricken and the desperately needy are searching everywhere for life-giving water, but find nothing. Their tongues are swollen, dry, and stuck to the roof of their mouths from intense thirst. But I, the Lord of creation, music is flowing, will personally respond to their cries. I, the God of Israel, swear that I will never abandon them. I will cause mighty rivers to burst forth and flow upon the previously barren, arid heights, and fresh music as gurgling springs shall appear miraculously within the deepest valleys. I will fundamentally convert the scorching desert into welcoming pools of abundant water, transforming the cracked, parched ground into flowing sources of living springs. In that newly lush desert, I will plant the majestic cedar, and music is lush, the sturdy acacia, the fragrant myrtle, and the fruitful olive tree. I will set the resilient junipers in the desolate wasteland, planting the tall fir and the beautiful cypress. Music is serene side by side, so that all people, gazing upon this wonder, may clearly see and immediately know, may profoundly consider and ultimately understand that the delivering hand of the Lord has accomplished this, that the Holy One of Israel himself engineered and created this new life. Present your legal case now, says a sound of scornful breath, the Lord Almighty. State your defense arguments clearly. Commands Jacob's music is dramatic, eternal King. Speak now, you fabricated idols. Declare to us what is destined to occur. Tell us of the historical former events so that we may examine. Music is scrutinizing them and recognize your power to predict their final resolution. Or better yet, announce to us the events. Music is urgent that are still to come. Reveal what the concealed future holds, so that we might concede that you possess divine authority. Perform some act, whether overtly good or openly disastrous, so that we may be utterly struck with awe. Music is expectant, and acknowledge your presence with fear. But the bitter truth is, you are less consequential than nothingness. And everything you produce, all your deeds and artifacts, are utterly music fades away, worthless and empty. Indeed, anyone who foolishly chooses to worship you is an abomination. I myself have raised up a powerful figure from the northern lands, and he advances. Another, arising from the place of the rising music, is hopeful sun, who correctly invokes my name. He tramples upon kings and rulers as effortlessly as if they were soft mortar underfoot, just as a potter vigorously treads down the heavy clay. Who announced this sequence of events from music is challenging the very beginning of time so that we might have confirmed it, or predicted it long before the event so that we could have declared, he spoke the truth? Absolutely no one announced this. None of your claimed gods' music is silent, foretold it. No one heard even a single word of genuine prophecy from you. I alone was the first to give the word to music returns, strong Zion. Behold, your deliverers are here. I designated a messenger to carry the tidings of great joy to Jerusalem. I look now among your pantheon, but there is no one. Not one God among them capable of offering sound counsel. No one who can provide a reasoned answer. Music is empty when I pose a direct question. Observe them. They are completely fabricated, deceptive, and false. Their activities and recorded deeds amount. Music is fading to nothing substantial. Their venerated images are nothing more than chaotic wind and empty confusion. The music transitions to a gentle, purposeful tone. The word of Isaiah, chapter 42. See now my servant, whom I powerfully sustain, my chosen, in whom my soul finds perfect, unreserved delight. I will place my spirit fully upon him, and he shall bring forth true, equitable justice to all. Music is reflective, the far-flung nations. He will not act like an aggressive tyrant. He will not loudly shout or raise his voice fiercely. In music is calm, the public streets. He is gentle. A crushed, bruised reed he will not completely snap, and a flickering, barely smoldering wick. Music is delicate. He will not extinguish. With unwavering commitment to truth, he will establish justice. He will neither fail nor become disheartened until he has successfully planted and established. Music is foundational, true justice across the entire earth. And in the message of his teaching, even the distant islands will place their ultimate hope. This is the solemn declaration of God the Lord, the ultimate creator of the heavens, who skillfully stretches. Music is vast them forth, who spreads out the encompassing earth with every living thing that bursts forth from it, who grants vital breath. Music is life-giving to its human inhabitants and spiritual life to all those who traverse its surface. I, the Lord Yahweh, have summoned. Music is direct, you into existence for the purpose of righteousness. I will firmly grasp your hand and guide you. I will protect. Music is protective you and preserve you, making you a sacred covenant binding my people, and a radiant light for the salvation of the Gentile nations, to open the sight of eyes that are spiritually blind, to lead captives. Music is releasing forth from the physical prison, and to set free from the deep, dark dungeon those who dwell in the gloom. I am the Lord. Yahweh is my unique, sacred name. I will never relinquish my inherent glory to. Music is firm, any other being, nor will I share the praise due to me with fabricated idols. Behold, the previous prophecies and former things have, music confirms past events, already been brought to completion exactly as I stated. And now I declare entirely new things. Even before these new realities begin to spring forth, I announce their details. Music is anticipating, openly to you. Sing a new song, a hymn of fresh praise, to the Lord. Let his glory be sounded from the uttermost corners of the earth. You who traverse the sea and all creatures inhabiting its depths. Let the islands and all their inhabitants join the chorus. Let the desolate wilderness. Music is rugged, and its scattered towns lift their united voices. Let the desert encampments where the tribes of Kedar reside shout for pure joy. Music is jubilant. Let the people dwelling in the fortress city of Selah sing out in exuberant rapture. Let them raise their triumphant shout from the very music is echoing mountain peaks. Let them ascribe all supreme glory to the Lord and establish his magnificent praise throughout. Music is resounding, the sea-girt islands. The Lord himself will march forth, emerging like a mighty champion. Like a seasoned warrior, he will intensely stir up his righteous fervor. With a deafening war cry, he will raise the shout of battle and will utterly music is victorious triumph over all his adversaries. For a protracted age, I have maintained profound silence. I have remained still, quiet, and music is hushed, held my intervention in check. But now, my patience has reached its limit. Like a woman undergoing the agony of childbirth, I shall cry out, I will heave and gasp. Music is strained, and pant with the exertion of my new creation. I will violently lay waste the established mountains and the highest hills, and cause all their vibrant vegetation to wither completely. I will transform flowing rivers into static islands of land, and I will thoroughly dry music is draining up the stagnant pools. I will take the hand of my blind people and lead them along routes they have never before traveled, down paths entirely unknown to them. I will provide unerring guidance. Music is accompanying. I will fundamentally transform the darkness of their situation into radiant light before them, and I will make the roughest, most treacherous places. Music is comforting, perfectly smooth. These are my irrevocable promises, the things I will certainly do. I will never abandon music is absolute them. But those unfortunate souls who continue to put their confidence in manufactured idols, those who declare to lifeless music is mocking images, you are the deity we serve, will be decisively thrust back and covered with humiliating shame. Listen now, you who are spiritually, music is challenging deaf. Look now, you who are morally blind, and try to see. Who is so hopelessly blind as my own chosen servant? Music is sorrowful and deafened like the messenger I myself dispatch. Who is as spiritually blind as the people bound to me in covenant? Utterly blind like the very music is intense servant of the Lord. You have indeed witnessed countless remarkable things. Yet you pay music is critical no meaningful attention. Your ears are physiologically capable of hearing, yet you refuse to genuinely listen or comprehend. For the sake of establishing his own unblemished righteousness, the Lord was pleased to magnify his divine law and render it glorious and majestic. But despite this, here stands a people who have been utterly plundered and relentlessly looted, all of them caught in the snares of deep pits. Music is dark, or secretly locked away in foreign prisons. They have been seized as spoils of war, with absolutely no one stepping forward to attempt their rescue. They were made captives and loot, with music is questioning, no one demanding, release them, send them home. Which of you is willing to heed this lesson now, or pay music is focused serious, concentrated attention to the history that is yet to unfold? Who was responsible for delivering Jacob over to be looted and music is painful Israel to the cruel hands of the plunderers? Was it not Yahweh himself, the God against whom we grievously sinned? They obstinately refused to walk in his appointed ways. They scorned and disobeyed his revealed law. Consequently, he poured out upon them the full measure of his searing, burning anger. Music is raging, manifesting as the brutal, destructive violence of war. It completely surrounded them in flames of judgment. Yet even in that devastation they failed to understand. The fire consumed them, but still they did not. Music subsides, internalize the lesson or take it to heart. Isaiah 43. The music changes to profound assurance, the word of Isaiah. Chapter 43. But now, listen, this music is comforting, is the unwavering declaration of the Lord. He who created you fully, O Jacob. He who intricately formed you from the beginning. Music is gentle, O Israel. Put away all fear, for I have irrevocably redeemed. Music is powerful you. I have called you forth, personally addressing you by your individual name. You belong entirely to me. When you are compelled to pass through the overwhelming, chaotic music is dramatic floodwaters of crisis. I myself will be there with you. And when you must traverse the deep, surging rivers of trial, they will certainly. Music prevents rushing, not overcome you or sweep you away entirely. When you walk directly through the intense, purifying fire of affliction, you will not be burned or harmed. The destructive flames music is contained will not set you alight. For I am Yahweh, your Almighty God, the Holy One of Israel, your faithful Savior. Music is majestic. I willingly offer up Egypt as the price for your ransom, and Cush, Ethiopia, and Saba, ancient southern Arabia, in your place. Since you are uniquely precious and highly honored in my sight, and because I steadfastly love music is devoted you, I will trade whole populations in exchange for your freedom, entire nations as payment for your life. Therefore have no fear, for I am actively with you. I will begin the great restoration. I will bring your scattered children. Music is gathering home from the distant east and personally collect you from the west. I will issue a command to the north. Release them, give them up, and to the south. Do not restrain them, do not hold them back. Bring my beloved music is yearning sons from far-off lands, and my precious daughters from the farthest boundaries of the earth. Every person who is invoked by my holy name, whom I specifically created for the display of my glory, whom I carefully formed and meticulously made, bring them out. Led forth those who physically possess eyes yet remain spiritually blind, those who have functioning ears. Music is ironic yet are spiritually deaf. Now, let all the nations of the world gather in one place. Let all the assemblies of the peoples convene. Which of their numerous gods successfully foretold this sequence of events? And music is challenging, accurately proclaimed to us the former prophecies. Let them now produce their required witnesses to decisively prove their correctness, so that the judges may hear the evidence and declare, music is affirming. That prediction is true. You, O Israel, are my living witnesses, declares the Lord, and you are my chosen servant whom I have selected. Music is personal specifically so that you may come to know me, firmly believe in me, and ultimately understand that I am He. Before my existence, no other God. Music is singular, was ever formed, nor shall there ever be one subsequent to me. Music is emphatic, even I am the sole, eternal Lord, and completely apart from my being, there exists no other Savior. I myself have revealed my plans, I have delivered my people. Music is confirming, and I have made these proclamations. I alone, and not any fictitious foreign god that might have resided among you. You yourselves are my living witnesses, declares the Lord, that I, music is absolute, am the one true God. Yes, and from the earliest, most ancient days of history, I am utterly and unchangingly He. No power in the universe can forcibly deliver anyone out of my hand. When I, music is decisive, resolve to act, who possesses the authority or capability to reverse my decree? This is the declaration of the Lord. Music is authoritative, your kinsman redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. For the specific benefit of your deliverance, music is dedicated. I will send my power directly against Babylon and force all the Babylonians, those proud inhabitants, to flee as desperate fugitives, even destroying the very ships. Music is destructive, in which they placed their greatest confidence. I am the Lord, your unique Holy One, the Creator of Israel. Music is royal, your King. This is the message of the Lord. He who once miraculously carved a path through the divided sea, who established a dry road through the terrifying, mighty waters of the deep, who effortlessly drew out the formidable chariots and the horses. Music is military, the entire army and all their reinforcements combined, ensuring they lay there, utterly defeated, never to rise again, extinguished and snuffed out completely like a dying. Music is quiet wick. Do not hold fast to the memory of the former things. Do not linger, fixated on the past events. Behold, I am actively initiating a new reality. Even now it begins to spring. Music is emergent forth. Can you not yet perceive or recognize it? I am miraculously establishing a secure highway in the desolate wilderness, and causing powerful, cleansing streams. Music is refreshing to flow in the scorched wasteland. Even the wild creatures, the jackals and the desolate owls, will willingly honor me, because I, music, is providing furnish life-giving water in the parched wilderness and sustaining streams in the deepest wasteland, solely to give drink to my covenant people, my chosen ones, the very people I formed. Music is personal for my own possession, so that they, in turn, might loudly proclaim my supreme praise. Yet, despite all this, you have failed to genuinely call upon me, O Jacob. You have not exhausted yourselves. Music is accusatory, in faithful service to me, Israel. You have not diligently brought me the sheep required for burnt offerings, nor have you properly honored me with your obligatory. Music is somber sacrifices. I have not, conversely, burdened you with an overwhelming number of grain offerings, nor have I exhausted you with constant demands for copious incense. You have not even bothered music is cold, to purchase the expensive, fragrant calamus spice for my use, nor have you poured out the required fat from your sacrifices in my honor. Instead, you have burdened music is heavy me with the cumulative weight of your sins and utterly wearied me with the constant offense of your iniquities. Even I myself, am the only one music is redemptive, who completely wipes away your numerous transgressions entirely for my own divine reputation's sake, and I intentionally choose to recall your sins no more. Now, review the historical past for me. Music is legal, let us engage in this matter together, arguing the case. Present your defense for your supposed innocence. Your progenitor, your very first father, sinned greatly. Those priests and prophets I sent to music is mournful. Instruct you rebelled directly against my authority. Therefore, I was compelled to disgrace the sacred dignitaries of your temple. I delivered music is tragic, Jacob over to systematic destruction and consigned Israel to public scorn and derision. Isaiah chapter 44. The music is hopeful and flowing, the word of Isaiah. Chapter 44. But now, pay close attention, O Jacob, my true servant, Israel, whom music is deliberate. I have specially chosen. This is the declaration of the Lord, He who created you, who formed you intricately within your mother's womb, and who promises to actively help you. Do not music is soothing be afraid, O Jacob, my devoted servant, Jeshurun, upright one, whom I have selected. For I will certainly music is abundant pour out nourishing water upon the thirsty, cracked land, and cause powerful streams to flow upon the arid, dry ground. I will pour my life-giving spirit upon your very offspring and bestow my rich blessing upon your future descendants. They will suddenly spring, music is growth filled up and flourish like young, tender grass thriving in a rich meadow, like vigorous poplar trees standing beside eternally flowing streams. Some will stand proudly and openly declare, music is covenantal, belong wholeheartedly to the Lord. Others will affectionately identify themselves by invoking the name of Jacob. Still others will visibly inscribe upon their hands the declaration, the Lord's property, and will joyfully embrace, music is celebratory, the title Israel. This is the decree of the Lord, Israel's eternal King and kinsman Redeemer, Yahweh Almighty. I am the original source, the first, and I am the ultimate end, the last. Completely apart from me, there is no existing God. Who then dares to claim likeness to me? Let him stand forward and proclaim it. Let him clearly declare and lay out before me music is challenging, the entire sequence of historical events that have transpired since I established my ancient, chosen people, and let him predict with certainty what is yet to come. Yes, let them foretell every future event. Do not music is firm waver in uncertainty. Do not succumb to fear. Did I not consistently proclaim this long ago and foretell every event in advance? You are my irrefutable witnesses to this fact. Is there truly any other God who exists beside me? Absolutely not. There is no other foundation, no other secure rock. I solemnly know of none. All who invest their effort in creating idols are fundamentally worthless, and the objects they highly prize yield absolutely nothing of value. Those who attempt to speak on behalf of these false gods are spiritually blind. They remain willingly ignorant. Music is critical, to their own profound dishonor. Who attempts to shape a divine being and casts a graven image that can never offer any profit whatsoever. The very people who music is dismissive commit such acts will inevitably be covered with shame. These skilled craftsmen are nothing more than fragile, mortal human beings. Let them all convene together and firmly take their stand for their cause. Music is tense. They will be overwhelmed by terror and utterly disgraced. The dedicated blacksmith, music is hammering, takes up his specialized tool and toils intensely among the hot coals. He meticulously shapes the idol with powerful blows of his hammers. He exerts every ounce of strength, forging it using the full might of his mortal arm. He inevitably grows hungry and begins to lose his physical strength. He neglects to drink water and soon grows faint from the heat and effort. The carpenter, in his turn, carefully measures the timber with a chalk line and draws a precise outline with his marker. Music is scraping, begins to roughly carve the block using chisels and traces the perfect curves with compasses. He shapes the final product into a human likeness. Music is sculptural, complete with human form, adorning it with assumed glory so that it may be placed in a miniature shrine. To acquire the raw material, he goes and cuts down robust cedars, or perhaps selects a resilient cypress, or music is cutting a massive oak tree. The tree itself was merely left by him to mature naturally among the forest growth, or perhaps he planted a pine seedling which the natural rain nourished into maturity. This wood is universally intended to be used as fuel for burning, but he selects a portion of it to take home and warm himself. He ignites a fire with it, and music is crackling, skillfully bakes his daily bread. Yet, from the very same log, he also fashions a god and proceeds to worship it. He creates a lifeless idol and kneels low. Music is deferential before it. Half of that tree's wood he efficiently consumes in his cooking fire. Over those flames, he prepares his necessary meal. He roasts, music is sizzling, his meat, and eats until he is fully satisfied. He also sits and warms his chilled body, remarking with simple contentment, "Ah, I am warm now. I can feel the heat of the fire." From the rest he makes a god. His music dramatically shifts the precious idol. He bows down to it and worships. He prays to it and says, "Save me, you are my God." They possess no true understanding, utterly devoid of insight. Their perception is willfully obscured, their spiritual eyes sealed shut and their minds tightly barricaded against truth, rendering them incapable of comprehension. Not one among them pauses for sober reflection. No individual possesses the common sense or the awareness to realize and declare, "I took half of this log to use for fire. I baked my daily bread over its embers. I prepared and consumed my meal, roasting meat over the same glowing coals. Now, should I fashion an abomination from the remaining fragment? Should I prostrate myself before this lifeless lump of timber? The soul of such a one is sustained by mere dust and ashes. A hopelessly deceived and errant heart leads him astray. He remains powerless to redeem his own situation or to question the object clutched in his grasp. Is this not falsehood, this empty thing in my right hand? Remember these promises, O Jacob, for you, Israel, are the vessel of my service. I brought you into being. You are consecrated as my chosen servant. Israel, my commitment to you is eternal. I shall never forget you. I have utterly dissolved your transgressions, scattering them like a dissipating cloud, banishing your sins like the mist before the rising sun. Therefore, return to my presence, for I have paid the price and secured your release. Let the very heavens erupt in exultant song, for the sovereign Lord has accomplished his mighty work. Let the earth below resound with shouts of triumph. Let the towering mountains, the dense forests, and every living tree burst forth in a chorus of praise. For the Lord has secured the redemption of Jacob. He is revealing the full measure of his splendor within Israel. This is the decree of the Lord, he who delivers you, who shaped your existence while you were yet in the womb. I Snorts am the omnipresent Lord, the sole architect of all creation, who unfurled the vast heavens above and solidified the breadth of the earth entirely by my own volition. It is I who frustrates the fabricated omens of deceitful prophets and reduces fortune-tellers and diviners to utter absurdity, who dismantles the most established doctrines of the worldly wise and transforms their vaunted knowledge into foolishness. It is I who confirms the proclamations of my dedicated servants and brings to perfect fruition the sacred predictions uttered by my messengers. I am the one who declares regarding Jerusalem, she will be inhabited once more. Regarding the desolate cities of Judah, they shall rise again, rebuilt from the rubble, and their former ruins, I shall wholly restore them. Who commands the chaotic, watery deep, be parched, promising, I will utterly dry up your mighty rivers. Furthermore, concerning Cyrus, the Persian king, I pronounce, he is my anointed shepherd, destined to fulfill every detail of my sovereign will. He shall give the command concerning Jerusalem, let the city be rebuilt, and concerning the sanctuary, let the cornerstone of the temple be securely laid. Isaiah chapter 45. This is the solemn declaration of the Lord to his chosen one, to Cyrus, whose strong right hand I have grasped to conquer vast nations in his path and to divest mighty kings of their defenses and regalia, to fling wide the massive portals before him, ensuring that no city gates will remain bolted shut. I myself shall march ahead of you, flattening any mountain ranges that impede your progress. I will shatter the strongest fortifications of bronze and slice through the densest bars of iron. I will entrust to you vast, long-concealed treasures, stores of wealth hidden away in deep secret vaults, so that you may recognize unequivocally that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, the one who called you into service by your distinct name. It is for the ultimate benefit of Jacob, my faithful servant, and Israel, my uniquely chosen people, that I have summoned you by name and conferred upon you a royal designation, though you do not yet know or acknowledge my existence. I stand as the absolute Lord, and there is no possible alternative. Separate from my being, divinity ceases to exist. I will fortify and equip you with strength, despite your lack of devotion. This is done so that from the eastern horizon where the sun commences its ascent to the farthest western boundary where it descends, humanity may comprehend that there is no power or divinity save me. I am the Lord. There is no other authority. I am he who fashions the brilliance of light and brings forth the void of darkness. I am the source of peace and prosperity, and I am the creator of calamity and disaster. I, the Lord, am the orchestrator of all these eventualities. O heavens above, unleash my perfect righteousness like a torrential rain. Let the dense clouds pour it forth unceasingly. Let the very earth fissure open. Let the power of salvation burst forth instantly. Let justice and truth flourish alongside it. I, the Lord, have brought this new creation into being. Cursed are those who dare to dispute with their Creator, mortals who are nothing more than broken fragments of pottery scattered among other worthless shards upon the earth. Dare the mere clay challenge the artisan? Does it presume to ask the one who molds it, "What is this object you are forming?" Does the finished vessel suggest that the potter lacks the skill or the hands to shape it? Shame and sorrow fall upon the one who confronts his own father, demanding, "Why did you sire me?" Or who scolds his mother, asking, "What manner of child have you brought to existence?" This is the solemn declaration of the Lord, the holy protector of Israel and its maker, regarding the unfolding events of the future. Do you presume to interrogate me concerning the destiny of my people, my children? Or do you attempt to dictate how I manage the operations of my own hands? It is I who established the globe and fashioned the whole of humanity upon its surface. My powerful hands alone spread out the entire celestial dome. I ordered and commanded all their shining, countless hosts. I will bring Cyrus to power in accordance with my righteous plan. I will smooth out and clarify every path he treads. He shall reconstruct my holy city and release my captive exiles, but not for expectation of payment or compensation, pronounces the Lord Almighty. The Lord makes this solemn statement. The immense wealth of Egypt, the highly prized goods of Cush, and the magnificent, tall people of Saba, all these nations will defect and willingly become subservient to you. They will follow in your footsteps, arriving in chains of submission. They will fall prone before you and humbly petition you, admitting, unquestionably, the living God is present among you, and there is no other deity. Absolutely no other God exists. Truly, O God of Israel, you are a deity who has chosen to remain veiled, the hidden God and deliverer of your people. All those artisans who craft useless idols will face profound humiliation and be covered in disgrace. They shall depart into joint ignominy, utterly defeated. However, Israel will be rescued by the Lord with a deliverance that lasts to the eternal horizon. You will never again endure shame or be subjected to public disgrace throughout the endless ages. For this is the settled word of the Lord. He who first brought the heavens into existence, he alone is God. He who molded and structured the earth, he established its foundations. He did not create it as a desolate void, but fashioned it specifically for intelligent life to dwell there. He proclaims, I am the Lord, and there is no alternative power. I have never delivered my messages in secret, hidden away in some obscure territory shrouded in darkness. I have not issued an empty challenge to the lineage of Jacob, saying, "Search for me without purpose." I, the Lord, speak the pure truth. I proclaim only what is just and right. Assemble yourselves and draw near. Come forward, you scattered survivors who have fled from the surrounding nations. Blindly ignorant are those who shoulder their crude wooden idols and offer sincere prayers to lifeless deities utterly incapable of rendering salvation. Let them step forward and present their case. Let them reveal the future. Let them convene and deliberate. Who among them predicted these unfolding events ages ago? Who announced them clearly from the most ancient epochs of history? Was it not I, the Lord? And assuredly, there is no God separate from my being, a God of perfect justice and a mighty deliverer. There is no entity comparable to me. Turn your gaze toward me and embrace salvation, all you farthest corners of the earth. For I stand as God, and there is absolutely no other. I have sworn this truth entirely by myself. From my mouth has issued a promise, spoken in utter, unwavering integrity, a word that shall not be retracted or altered. Before me, every single knee will bend in homage. To my name, every single tongue will swear allegiance. They will testify concerning me, saying, "True freedom and overwhelming strength reside solely in the Lord." All those who have fiercely rebelled against his authority will eventually come to him, only to face confusion and deep humiliation. Yet, the entirety of Israel's descendants will discover everlasting sanctuary in the Lord and will glory and take pride in him alone. Isaiah chapter 46. The great idol Bel collapses under its own weight. The deity Nebo hunches low in defeat. Their crafted symbols of divinity are now strapped onto the backs of tired beasts of burden. These heavy images, which people once revered, have become nothing but an exhausting load, a crushing weight upon the weary carriers. They stumble and fall together under the strain. Unable to rescue their devotees, they cannot even save their own burdensome effigies. The gods and their worshippers alike are marched off into captivity. Pay attention to my voice, you children of Jacob, you precious remnant remaining of the whole nation of Israel. You are the ones I have lovingly sustained from the very moment of your conception, and have carried tenderly since the day you were born. I will continue to bear you up even into your advanced age and when your hair turns fully gray. I am that eternal, unchanging God. I am the one who will continue to support you. I formed you, and I promise that I will carry you through every trial. I will sustain your lives, and I will assuredly deliver you. To what foreign god will you attempt to compare me? What power would you dare to deem my equivalent? To what likeness would you reduce me so that we might be placed side by side for evaluation? There are those who lavishly shake out gold dust from their personal pouches and meticulously weigh out silver on delicate balances. They commission a craftsman, a goldsmith, to fashion this metal into a deity, and then they reverently kneel before the resulting object and worship it. They heave the finished statue onto their own shoulders and transport it. They install it permanently in a fixed location, and there it remains rigid and inert. It possesses no inherent capacity to move from that chosen spot. If a worshipper were to desperately cry out to it, it cannot possibly respond. It is utterly incapable of delivering them from their crushing burdens. Internalize this truth. Commit it deeply to your consciousness. Seriously consider it, you stubborn and rebellious people. Remember the previous events, the signs of antiquity. I am the only God, and there is no other divine being. I am God, and there is nothing in existence that resembles me. I unveil the absolute culmination of events right from their initial genesis, announcing from ancient, long-forgotten times what remains hidden in the distant future. I declare with finality that my divine purpose will stand firm, and I will execute every single thing that is pleasing to my will. From the remote eastern territories I am summoning a swift bird of prey. From a land far removed, a man destined to execute my grand design. What I have verbally decreed, that I will certainly bring to pass. What I have meticulously plotted, that I will actively execute. Pay close attention to my warnings, you who possess obstinate hearts, you who currently stand distant from the perfection of my righteousness. Behold, I am rapidly advancing my righteousness toward you. It is no longer remote, and my promised salvation will not be postponed. I will confer complete deliverance upon Zion, and my glorious majesty shall be placed upon Israel. Isaiah chapter 47. Descend from your high place. Be seated now in the dust, O daughter Babylon, the virgin who has known no sorrow. Sit directly upon the cold ground, stripped of your imperial throne, O regal city of the Chaldeans. Never again will you be praised as the pampered or the exquisitely delicate one. Seize the heavy millstones and laboriously grind the daily flour. Remove your luxurious veil. Hike up your long robes, expose your bare legs, and laboriously cross the flowing streams as a common refugee. Your utter nakedness shall be revealed for all to see, and your profound shame will be laid bare. I shall execute my vengeance without compromise. I will show mercy to absolutely no one. Our mighty kinsman Redeemer, the Lord of hosts, is his sacred name. He is the Holy One of Israel. Sink into absolute silence. Retreat into the shadows, O majestic metropolis of the Chaldeans. Never again shall you bear the title, Sovereign Mistress of all kingdoms. I was indeed filled with wrath against my people and permitted my sacred inheritance to be defiled. I surrendered them into your iron grip, and you, Babylon, displayed zero compassion. Even upon the most fragile, the aged, you imposed an extraordinarily brutal yoke of servitude. In your arrogance, you boasted, I shall endure eternally, the everlasting empress. But you failed utterly to internalize these grave implications or to seriously contemplate the inevitable outcome of your cruelty. Now therefore, give heed, you decadent reveler, reclining in your assumed safety and false sense of peace, confidently muttering to yourself, I am the singular power. There is no force that rivals me. I will never experience the desolation of widowhood nor suffer the grievous bereavement of losing my children. These two devastating sorrows will engulf you simultaneously, descending upon you in the span of a single day. The bereavement of your children and the crushing weight of widowhood. They will strike you with their most complete severity, rendering useless all your countless magical rituals and the boasted power of your complicated enchantments. You have placed your entire faith in your own deep malice, persuading yourself with the lie, No, I observes my actions. Your famed worldly knowledge and intellectual sophistication have tragically deceived you as you persist in proclaiming, I am the ultimate power, and there is none besides me. A catastrophe will be unleashed upon you, and you will possess no secret knowledge to charm it away. A ruinous calamity will descend that you cannot repel even by offering a vast payment or ransom. A disaster beyond your wildest prediction will shatter your existence without warning. Continue now, if you dare, with your intricate magical formulations and all your myriad sorceries, practices you have meticulously pursued since your earliest youth. Perhaps they might, by some miracle, bring success. Perhaps you will manage to instill fear in your enemies. Every piece of esoteric counsel you have been given has served only to drain your vitality. Let your vaunted circle of astrologers step forward, those self-proclaimed experts, the stargazers who issue fresh prophecies with every passing month. Let them attempt to snatch you from the overwhelming fate rapidly approaching. Indeed, they are no more substantial than dry stubble. The consuming fire will incinerate them instantly. They are powerless to rescue even themselves from the devouring strength of the inferno. These flaming ruins offer no glowing embers for comfort. This is not a gentle fire to gather by for warmth. That is the entirety of what they amount to for you, those collaborators with whom you have done business and toiled since you were young. Every single one of them wanders further into delusion. There is not a single person among them capable of delivering you. Isaiah chapter 48. Pay careful attention to this message. You children descended from Jacob. You who formerly bear the honorable name of Israel and trace your lineage through the tribe of Judah. You who swear solemn vows utilizing the Lord's sacred name and call upon the God of Israel. Yet you do so with neither honesty nor genuine integrity. You proudly designate yourselves as residents of the holy capital and assert your dependence upon the God of Israel, the Lord of hosts. That is his powerful designation. I proactively declared the preceding events long ages ago. My own voice proclaimed them, and I ensured they were widely known. Then, without delay, I executed my plan, and they materialized precisely as foretold. I did this because I intimately understood the depth of your inherent recalcitrance. Your spirit was rigid like iron cables in your neck. Your insolence was unyielding like a bronze forehead. Therefore I told you these things long ago. Before they happened, I announced them to you so that you could not say, "My carved deities brought them about. My wooden image and metal god ordained them." You have heard all these prophetic declarations. Behold all the proof presented. Will you not finally acknowledge the truth? Henceforth, I shall disclose completely new revelations to you, secrets and hidden matters utterly unknown until now. They are being brought forth in the present moment, not in the distant past. You had absolutely no foreknowledge of them before this very day, ensuring you cannot falsely assert, "Ah yes, I was perfectly aware of those things." You have been deaf. You neither listened nor truly comprehended. From of old, your ears have been stubbornly sealed. I know precisely how deeply treacherous you are. From the moment you were born, you were designated a perennial rebel. For the sole honor of my own divine name, I restrain the fullness of my justifiable anger. For the preservation of my reputation and praise, I hold back my judgment from you so that I do not utterly annihilate you. Observe, I have put you through a rigorous purification process, though not using the smelting process reserved for silver. I have rigorously examined and proven your character within the intense furnace of suffering and anguish. I act for my own honor, entirely for my own divine reputation. How could I possibly allow my sacred name to be mocked and defamed? I will never transfer my inherent glory or transcendent praise to any other entity. Hear me, O Jacob, O Israel, the people I have personally chosen and summoned. I am the self-existent one. I am the absolute beginning and I am the eternal conclusion. My hand alone established the firm foundations of the earth, and my mighty right hand stretched out the vast expanse of the skies. When I issue a command, the celestial bodies all present themselves instantly, standing perfectly united. Gather yourselves near, all you nations, and hear this declaration. Which of your fabricated deities has ever predicted these specific events? The one whom the Lord has selected as his loyal instrument will fulfill his fixed purpose against the empire of Babylon. His strength will be directed against the Chaldeans. I have issued this decree. Yes, I have summoned him by name. I will guarantee his arrival, and he will achieve complete success in his clear's throat appointed task. Draw closer to me and attend to this word. From the initial moment I first spoke, I have never delivered my message in secrecy. When the destined moment arrives, I am always present. And now the Sovereign Lord has commissioned me, investing me with his Holy Spirit. This is the declaration of the Lord, your kinsman Redeemer, the revered Holy One of Israel. I am the Lord your God, the one who instructs you in paths that lead to your ultimate good, the one who guides and directs you along the precise road you ought to travel. If only you had obediently heeded my sacred decrees, your perfect peace would have flowed ceaselessly like a mighty river, and your abundant prosperity would have swelled like the relentless, incoming waves of the sea. Your subsequent lineage would have become vast, like the innumerable grains of sand. Your progeny would have been like the shoreline's countless particles. Their honored name would never have faced erasure or destruction from my sight. Depart from Babylon. Flee from the oppressive Chaldeans. Announce this incredible news with triumphant shouts of exhilaration and broadcast it widely. Send this message echoing out to the remote corners of the world. Declare, the Lord has secured the final redemption of his faithful servant, Jacob. They will suffer no thirst when he guides them across the arid, desolate wildernesses. He made life-giving water to spring forth for them from the solid rock face. He split the massive stone, and the water will surge out powerfully. Yet, there is absolutely no true peace, declares the Lord, reserved for those who choose wickedness. Isaiah chapter 49. Pay heed to me, you coastal regions and distant islands. Hear this truth, you nations situated far away. Long before I was even born, the Lord designated and called me. While I was still concealed within my mother's body, he pronounced my rightful name. He transformed my utterance into a formidable, sharpened blade. He shielded me securely within the shadow of his mighty hand. He shaped me into a perfectly polished arrow and kept me hidden safely within his quiver. He affirmed to me, "You are my chosen servant, O Israel, through whom I intend to reveal the magnitude of my glory." But I confessed internally, "I feel that I have labored fruitlessly. I have exhausted my vital strength for utterly worthless endeavors." Nonetheless, I realize that my just compensation is held securely in the Lord's hand, and my ultimate reward rests safely with my God. And now the Lord, the one who meticulously shaped me in the womb specifically to be his devoted servant, to ensure the return of Jacob to his presence and to gather the scattered nation of Israel back to himself, speaks. "For I am already held in high esteem in the sight of the Lord, and my God has always been the reservoir of my power." He now proclaims, "It is an insufficient achievement for you merely to function as my servant, to re-establish the scattered tribes of Jacob and to recall the preserved survivors of Israel. Therefore, I will also constitute you as a radiant light extending to the Gentile nations, so that the scope of my salvation may permeate and reach the utmost boundaries of the globe." This is the official declaration of the Lord, the Deliverer and the consecrated Holy One of Israel, directed specifically toward the one who was publicly scorned and deeply loathed by the entire nation, the one who was regarded merely as the subordinate attendant of earthly monarchs. "Powerful kings shall behold you and immediately rise to their feet in deference. Sovereign princes shall witness your glory and spontaneously prostrate themselves, due to the faithfulness of the Lord, the Holy One of Israel, who has magnificently selected you." This is the unchangeable word of the Lord. "In the precise season of my grace and goodwill, I will surely respond to your plea. And in that destined day of ultimate deliverance, I will come to your aid. I will vigilantly preserve you and establish you as the very embodiment of my covenant for the people, empowering you to fully restore the devastated land and to reallocate the long-abandoned and desolate territories. You will be empowered to command the prisoners, 'Step forth from your chains,' and to those imprisoned in the deepest spiritual darkness, 'Be released.' They will graze like sheep alongside the main roads, finding lush sustenance on every barren and rocky hilltop. They will neither suffer the pangs of hunger nor the agony of thirst again, nor will the relentless, scorching desert heat or the blinding sun strike them down. The one who extends deep compassion to them will personally shepherd and guide them, leading them tenderly alongside refreshing fountains of living water. I shall transform all my previously impassable mountains into smooth routes, and my elevated high roads will be constructed for easy passage. Behold, the redeemed shall return from vast distances, some descending from the frigid north, some arriving from the distant west, some originating from the southern region of Aswan. Cry out in sheer delight, you heavens! Exult, O earth! Burst into an anthem of profound gladness, you colossal mountains! For the Lord is actively consoling his chosen people and will lavish his deep compassion upon his suffering, afflicted ones. But in her despair, Zion lamented, "The Lord has utterly abandoned me. My sovereign Lord has completely forgotten my existence." Is it conceivable that a nurturing mother could neglect the infant she nurses at her bosom and feel no pity for the child she brought forth? Though she may unnaturally forget, I declare, I shall never forget you. Look closely. I have meticulously inscribed your image upon the very palms of my hands. Your ruined walls stand perpetually before my gaze. Your scattered children are rushing back to you, and those enemies who devastated your land are swiftly departing from you. Raise your eyes and look around. See how all your sons and daughters are gathering themselves together and returning home to you. As certainly as I draw breath, declares the Lord, you shall adorn yourself with them all, wearing them as precious jewels. You will place them upon yourself like the magnificent attire of a radiant bride. Although you were left utterly destroyed and made desolate, your territory wasted and ruined, now your boundaries will prove too confined for the influx of your people, and those who violently consumed you will be driven far off. The children who were born to you during your agonizing period of separation and sorrow will whisper audibly in your ears, "This territory is too inadequate for our population. Grant us additional room where we may reside." Then you will question silently in your heart, who could possibly have given birth to all these children for me? I was truly bereaved and unable to conceive. I was forcefully exiled and utterly rejected. Who oversaw the raising of these multitudes? I was left entirely isolated and alone. But these faces, where have they suddenly materialized from? The Sovereign Lord decrees this ultimate reversal. Behold, I will issue a global signal to the nations. I will raise high my standard for all the surrounding peoples to witness. They will gently carry your sons back to you in their arms and bear your daughters upon their hips. Foreign kings will assume the role of your devoted foster fathers, and their royal consorts will serve as your careful nursing mothers. They will fall prostrate before you, with their very faces touching the ground. They will demonstrate their absolute submission by licking the dust at your feet. Then you will definitively realize that I am the Lord. Those who place their complete expectation in me shall never endure disappointment. Can the spoils of war be easily seized from a mighty, armed warrior? Can prisoners justly captured be wrested away from the clutches of the violent tyrant? But this is the infallible word of the Lord. Yes, the prisoners shall be forcibly taken back from the strongest warriors, and the plunder shall be recovered from the most ruthless oppressors. I will personally engage in conflict with all those who challenge you, and I will redeem and save your children. I will force your tormentors to consume their own flesh in their despair. They shall become intoxicated, not on vintage wine, but saturated with their own spilling vital blood. When this overwhelming judgment is fully executed, then, and only then, will the entirety of humankind acknowledge and comprehend that I, the eternal Lord, am truly your deliverer and your rescuer, the fierce and powerful Redeemer, the omnipotent one of Jacob. Isaiah chapter 50. The eternal Lord now speaks. Show me, where is the formal certificate of divorce that proves I have legally and finally cast your mother away? To which of my supposed creditors did I ever sell you into bondage? Be clear, it was solely because of the weight of your own iniquities and transgressions that you were sold into servitude. It was because of your manifold rebellions that your mother, the nation, was exiled. When I appeared, why was the land desolate? Why was there not a single soul to receive my summons? Why was there no voice to answer my call? Has my saving arm suddenly grown too weak to reach you? Do I now lack the power, the necessary strength, to snatch you from danger? With nothing more than a decisive word, a simple, sharp rebuke, I can command the sea to dry instantly, turning mighty rivers into a thirsty, arid wasteland. Their masses of fish gasp and perish, their bodies putrefying for lack of moisture, dying utterly from consuming thirst. I can instantly shroud the celestial dome in deepest night, forcing the heavens to wear mourning clothes, a grim covering of sackcloth. The Master, the Sovereign Lord himself, has entrusted me with a tongue disciplined and skilled, enabling me to speak the precise, restorative word required to strengthen the soul of the exhausted and the weary. Every morning, he rouses me. He awakens my ear, teaching me how to listen with the obedience of a devoted disciple. The Sovereign Lord has thoroughly prepared me. I have never resisted his will. I have never turned aside or retreated. I willingly exposed my back to the scourging whips of those who beat me, and my jaw to those who brutally plucked out my beard. I did not avert my face from the public disgrace of mockery, humiliation, and defiling spit. Because the Almighty Sovereign Lord upholds and aids me, I know I shall never suffer ultimate disgrace. For this reason, I have hardened my resolve, setting my face rigid as granite, certain that I will not be defeated or put to shame. My defender, the one who justifies me, stands near. Who, then, dares to present an accusation against me? Let us step forward and face one another. Where is the prosecutor? Let him appear now and confront me. It is the Sovereign Lord who is my constant helper, who possesses the authority to condemn me. All those who oppose me will ultimately decay, wearing out like threadbare clothing, utterly consumed by the ravages of the moth. Let anyone among you who truly stands in awe of the Lord, who willingly obeys the profound message of his servant, pay heed. If a person finds themselves traversing utter darkness, having no guiding light of their own, Let them place all their faith in the sacred name of the Lord and lean entirely upon the strength of their God. But look now at the arrogant. All of you who ignorantly strike your own fires and arm yourselves with your own self-made, flaming torches. Go ahead, proceed to walk entirely within the deceitful, temporary light of your self-kindled flames and the torches you have presumptuously set ablaze. Hear the consequence. This is the reward you shall inevitably receive from my hand. You will soon lie down, consumed by anguish and torment. Isaiah chapter 51. Attend to me now, all of you who relentlessly pursue the path of righteousness and earnestly seek the presence of the Lord. Reflect deeply on the bedrock, the very foundation, the massive rock, from which you were hewn, and the deep quarry from which your existence was mined. Look back to Abraham, your founding father, and to Sarah, the woman who bore you. When I first summoned him, he was merely one individual, solitary and alone. Yet, I poured out my blessing upon him and caused him to multiply into a multitude of nations. The Lord promises absolute comfort for Zion. He will gaze with profound compassion upon every single remnant of her devastation and ruin. He will transform her scorched deserts into places as lush and fruitful as Eden, and her desolate wastes will become like the magnificent garden of the Lord. Within her borders, joy, boundless gladness, jubilant thanksgiving, and the sweet sound of corporate singing shall be found once more. Hear me, my treasured people. Listen intently, O my nation. Divine teaching and instruction will radiate outward from me. My established justice will serve as an unquenchable light for all the distant nations. My saving righteousness is approaching with swiftness and certainty. My final salvation is already in motion, and my mighty arm is prepared to deliver ultimate justice to all peoples. The most distant coastlands and islands will look eagerly toward me, waiting in expectant hope for the display of my power. Lift your gaze high to the vault of the heavens. Observe the earth stretched out beneath you. The heavens themselves will dissipate like a puff of smoke. The physical earth will decay and wear out just like an old garment, and its temporary inhabitants shall perish easily, falling like insects. But my promised salvation shall endure throughout eternity. My righteousness is absolute and can never be diminished or defeated. Hear me, you who possess true moral understanding, you people who have inscribed my instruction deeply upon your hearts. Do not allow yourselves to be paralyzed by the censure or reproach of mere mortal men, nor be terrified by the transient power of their petty insults. For they are but temporary things. The moth will consume them like an old cloth. The worm will devour them completely like useless wool. But my righteousness remains forever. My salvation extends faithfully through all coming generations. Awake, awake, O glorious arm of the Lord. Clothe yourself fully with irresistible strength. Rouse yourself as in the legendary days of the past, in the ancient generations of old. Was it not you who brutally cut Rahab, the symbolic monster of Egypt, into pieces? Who was it that pierced the dragon through its heart? Was it not you who miraculously dried up the raging waters of the sea, the immense depths of the great abyss? Who created a secure, passable road in the very bottom of the deep so that the rescued people might walk across to freedom? Assuredly, those whom the Lord has reclaimed and rescued shall return. They will enter the holy gates of Zion with songs of pure joy. An eternal, imperishable joy shall be their crown. Boundless gladness and deep rejoicing will sweep over them, and the ancient pain of sorrow and desperate sighing will vanish utterly and flee away. I myself, I alone, am the one who provides you comfort and deep peace. Who are you, O fearful people, that you succumb to terror when faced with mere temporary mortals, human beings who are nothing more than fragile grass, destined to wither? How can you forget the Lord, your magnificent Maker, who skillfully stretched out the vastness of the heavens and who firmly laid the unshakable foundations of the earth? How can you live in paralyzing, constant terror every single day because of the fleeting rage of the oppressor, who is entirely focused on destruction? Where is the oppressor's lasting rage now? The prisoners who cower in chains will quickly be released. They will not perish forgotten in their oppressive dungeon, nor will they ever lack essential sustenance. For I am the Lord, your Almighty God, the one who commands the ocean, causing it to surge and its mighty waves to roar in submission. The Lord of hosts is his sacred name. I have placed my authoritative words directly into your mouth and shielded you completely under the protective shadow of my hand. I, who secured the heavens in their proper position, who established the foundations of the earth, and who declares finally to Zion, "You are eternally my treasured people." Awake! Awake! Stand up now, O Jerusalem! You who have drunk deeply from the hand of the Lord, the fearful cup brimming with his divine wrath. You have drained to its very dregs the massive goblet that causes men to reel and stagger uncontrollably. Among all the multitude of children she raised, there was no one left to guide her. Among all the sons she brought forth, none remained to steady her hand. These twin catastrophes have overwhelmed you. Utter desolation and violent destruction, devastating famine and the slashing sword. Who remains to truly offer you solace? Your children have collapsed in exhaustion. They lie sprawled lifelessly at the head of every street corner, like a frantic antelope entangled hopelessly in a hunter's net. They are fully saturated with the fury of the Lord's anger, stunned by the severe rebuke of your God. Therefore, pay attention to this, O afflicted one, made utterly intoxicated, though not with conventional wine. This is the solemn declaration of your sovereign master, your God who rises up to defend his people. Behold, I have permanently removed from your trembling hand the cup that caused you to stumble and stagger. You will never again taste the fearful draught from that vessel, the fearsome goblet of my consuming wrath. Instead, I will forcefully press it into the hands of your cruel tormentors, those who maliciously commanded you. Lie flat on the ground so that we may walk straight over you, and in your humiliation, you obediently laid your back down like the earth itself, like a common thoroughfare to be trampled upon. Isaiah chapter 52. Awake! Awake! O Zion! Clothe yourself now with majestic strength. Put on your brilliant garments of splendor, O Jerusalem, the holy city. Never again shall the uncircumcised and the spiritually defiled dare to enter your sacred gates. Shake off the dust of your long captivity. Arise, take your rightful seat upon the throne, O Jerusalem. Cast off the heavy chains that bind your neck, daughter Zion, though you were recently a weeping captive. For this is the immutable declaration of the Lord. You were sold into servitude for absolutely nothing, and now, without payment or price, you shall be fully redeemed. The sovereign Lord declares this truth. In the earliest times, my people willingly descended to Egypt merely to dwell there as residents. More recently, Assyria unjustly oppressed them. And now, what fresh injustice do I witness here? Declares the Lord. My people have again been seized and dragged away for no compensation. And those who arrogantly rule over them mock my authority, declares the Lord, and all day long my sacred name is ceaselessly insulted and blasphemed. Therefore, my people shall fully and profoundly recognize my name. Therefore, on that great day, they will know beyond all doubt that it was I, the very one who promised this deliverance, who foretold it. Yes, it is I. How breathtakingly beautiful upon the rugged mountains are the feet of the messenger who arrives bringing the good news, who announces peace, who carries glad tidings of restoration, who boldly proclaims salvation, who declares triumphantly to Zion, "Your God reigns supreme." Listen closely. Your watchmen stationed on the walls raise their voices in unison. Together they erupt into shouts of pure, unbridled joy. For when the Lord returns physically to Zion, they shall witness his glorious return with their own eyes. Break forth into harmonious songs of joy together, O devastated ruins of Jerusalem, for the Lord has poured out deep comfort upon his people. He has fully redeemed the holy city of Jerusalem. The Lord is about to fully expose his holy, powerful arm in plain view of all the surrounding nations. And every distant corner of the earth will then behold the definitive salvation brought by our God. Depart, depart, go out instantly from that place. Do not touch any unclean object or person. Come out of it and remain pure, all you who are tasked with carrying the sacred vessels of the Lord's house. You will not be compelled to leave in desperate haste or run away in panicked flight, for the Lord himself will march confidently before you. The mighty God of Israel will serve as your protective rear guard. Behold, My devoted servant shall act with profound wisdom and discernment. He will be raised, lifted high, and supremely exalted. But first, just as there were countless onlookers who recoiled in horror and were appalled by his suffering, because his physical appearance was so horribly disfigured, mutilated beyond the recognition of any normal human being, and his very form was marred beyond all human semblance. In this manner, he will powerfully cleanse and restore many nations, and mighty kings will remain speechless, shutting their mouths in absolute astonishment because of him. For they will witness events they were never told of, and they will fully understand truths they had never even heard whispered. Isaiah chapter 53. Who among us has truly given credence to the profound message we have shared? And upon whom has the revealing power of the arm of the Lord been fully demonstrated? He grew up modestly before the Lord like a delicate, tender shoot, like a root springing forth from stubbornly dry, unproductive soil. He possessed no outstanding beauty or regal majesty that would naturally draw our attention or admiration. There was nothing about his humble appearance that should have made us desire him or his status. He was utterly despised, scorned, and totally rejected by mankind. A true man of sorrows, intimately acquainted with overwhelming pain and grief. He was like someone from whom respectable people instinctively hide their faces. He was held in contempt, and we accorded him no esteem whatsoever. Yet it was most assuredly our pain he carried, and our collective suffering he endured. But in our ignorance, we tragically judged him, believing he was being justly punished by God himself, singled out, stricken, and relentlessly afflicted for his own presumed wickedness. But he was physically pierced and wounded for the sake of our rebellious transgressions. He was ruthlessly crushed because of our deep iniquities. The heavy penalty that secured our peace and wholeness was laid upon him. And through the brutal lacerations of his wounds, we are miraculously healed. We all, without exception, like foolish, lost sheep, have wandered grievously astray. Every one of us has selfishly turned to follow our own chosen path. And the Lord deliberately placed the entire weight of the iniquity of us all upon him. He was relentlessly oppressed and grievously afflicted, yet he maintained absolute silence. He never opened his mouth in defense. He was led calmly like a sacrificial lamb to the place of slaughter. And just as a docile sheep remains perfectly silent before the men who shear its wool, so he never uttered a word. By an unjust process of oppression and hasty judgment, he was brutally taken away. But who among his peers or generation even dared to protest this grave injustice? For he was violently cut off from the realm of the living. It was for the crushing transgression of my own people that he was stricken and punished. He was mistakenly assigned a common grave alongside the wicked, yet ultimately laid to rest with the wealthy in his death, even though he had never committed any act of violence, nor was there any form of deception found within his mouth. Nevertheless, it was the determined will of the Lord to crush him and to cause him profound, necessary suffering. And although the Lord ordained that his life be offered as the ultimate reparation for sin, he shall certainly witness the continuation of his spiritual offspring and enjoy a prolongation of his days, and the eternal purpose of the Lord will flourish and prosper in his hand. After his profound anguish and suffering, he will at last perceive the light of unending life and be completely satisfied. Through the saving knowledge he possesses, my righteous servant will declare countless individuals justified, and he will fully bear the entire burden of their iniquities. Therefore, I will grant him a rightful portion alongside the truly great and noble, and he will distribute the spoils of victory among the mighty, because he completely poured out his life, consenting even unto death, and allowed himself to be counted among the common transgressors. For he bore the accumulated sin of the vast majority and continually makes powerful intercession on behalf of all their transgressions. Isaiah chapter 54. Sing out joyously, O barren woman, you who have never given birth to a child. Break forth into spontaneous song. Shout for triumphant joy, you who have never endured the pains of labor. For the Lord declares that the children of the desolate woman, the seemingly abandoned one, will become far more numerous than the children of the woman who possesses a husband. Expand the site of your dwelling. Make the area for your tent vastly larger. Stretch your tent curtains wide and do not hesitate to hold back. Lengthen your ropes and secure your supporting stakes with new strength. For your influence and your progeny shall expand relentlessly to the right and to the left. Your future descendants will inherit and dispossess foreign nations, settling securely within their now desolate cities. Do not yield to fear. You shall never be subjected to shame. Dismiss all fear of disgrace. You will not suffer humiliation. You will forget the profound shame you endured in your youth, and you will recall no more the harsh reproach of your widowhood. For the one who created you is now established as your permanent husband. The Lord Almighty is his powerful name. The Holy One of Israel is your steadfast Redeemer. He shall be universally known as the God who rules all the earth. The Lord will summon you back, treating you as if you were a forsaken wife, grieved and distressed in spirit. A wife married in her youth who was subsequently rejected, says your God. For only a brief, passing moment I felt compelled to abandon you. But now, with an immense and profound compassion, I will surely gather you back. In a surge of necessary wrath, I temporarily concealed my face from you. Yet now, with an unfailing, everlasting kindness, I will pour out my compassion upon you, declares the Lord, your tireless Redeemer. To me, this new covenant is as permanent and reliable as the ancient days of Noah, when I solemnly swore that the floodwaters of Noah would never again consume the entire earth. So now I have sworn an unbreakable oath never to direct my anger toward you, never to rebuke you or discipline you again. Even if the colossal mountains were to be violently shaken from their foundations, and the smaller hills were to be completely removed from the land, my steadfast, unfailing love for you will remain completely unshaken, and my covenant of enduring peace shall never be removed, declares the Lord, the one who holds you in constant compassion. O afflicted city, constantly battered by devastating storms and utterly devoid of comfort. Behold, I will rebuild your structure with stones of dazzling turquoise, and establish your very foundations with slabs of brilliant lapis lazuli. I will construct your highest battlements out of fiery rubies, and your great city gates shall be made of sparkling jewels, and all your outer walls shall be adorned with precious, polished stones. Every one of your children shall be personally instructed by the Lord himself, and their resultant peace shall be expansive and profound. You shall be established firmly upon the bedrock of righteousness. Oppressive tyranny will be kept eternally distant from you. You shall have absolutely nothing to fear. Terrifying threats will be removed so far away that they will never approach you. Should any foe dare to launch an attack against you, understand clearly, it will not be an attack ordained or sanctioned by me. Any person or army that rises against you will ultimately collapse and surrender to your authority. See, it is I, the Master Creator, who brought forth the blacksmith, who expertly fans the glowing coals into an intense flame and forges the necessary tool or weapon for its designated work. And it is also I who created the destroyer to execute havoc when needed. Nevertheless, no weapon, regardless of how perfectly forged, that is formed and directed against you shall ever succeed or prevail. You will possess the divine authority to utterly refute and disprove every single tongue that dares to raise an accusation against you in court. This magnificent security is the promised heritage of all the devoted servants of the Lord, and this is the divine vindication they shall receive from me, declares the Lord Almighty. Isaiah chapter 55. Come forward, all you souls who are parched with spiritual thirst. Come quickly to the life-giving waters. And you who possess no currency, come, acquire sustenance and eat. Come and purchase the finest wine and the richest milk, all without spending a single coin or incurring any cost whatsoever. Why do you foolishly waste your hard-earned money on things that are not true bread, and your relentless labor on things that can never fully satisfy the deepest yearning of your spirit? Listen intently, truly. Listen to my voice and consume what is genuinely good and restorative, and your soul will revel in the finest, richest spiritual feast available. Incline your ear toward me and approach. Listen closely so that your soul may perpetually live. I am prepared to establish an everlasting, unbreakable covenant with you, the same faithful, enduring love that I solemnly promised to David. Behold, I have designated him as a vital witness to the nations, a supreme ruler and authoritative commander over the peoples. You shall undoubtedly summon distant nations whom you do not yet know, and nations currently unfamiliar to you will come running to you in great haste. All because of the presence of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, for he has adorned you with divine splendor and honor. Seek the Lord with diligence while he can still be found. Call upon him in sincere devotion while he remains near. Let those who follow wicked paths completely abandon their destructive ways, and let the unrighteous utterly discard their evil thoughts. Let them wholeheartedly turn back to the Lord, and he will pour out abundant mercy upon them. Let them return to our God, for he will grant full and free pardon. For my thoughts, declares the Lord, are drastically different from your thoughts, and neither are your human ways equivalent to my divine ways. Just as the heights of the heavens infinitely surpass the span of the earth, so are my divine ways loftier than your mundane ways, and my thoughts far superior to your limited human thoughts. Just as the sustaining rain and the soft snow descend from the heavens and never return until they have thoroughly watered the earth, causing it to germinate, bud, and flourish, providing the necessary seed for the farmer and essential bread for the one who eats, so too shall my authoritative word that issues forth from my mouth behave. It will not return to me void or ineffective. Instead, it will certainly accomplish everything I desire and fully achieve the exact, perfect purpose for which I purposefully sent it out. You will depart from captivity with overflowing joy and be led forward securely in perfect peace. The mountains and the hills will respond by bursting into jubilant song before you, and all the trees of the field will audibly clap their hands in applause. Instead of the prickly, useless thorn bush, the stately juniper tree will majestically grow, and in place of annoying briars, the sweet-smelling myrtle will flourish. This miraculous transformation will serve as a lasting testament to the Lord's glorious renown, an eternal sign that shall endure for all ages. Isaiah chapter 56. The Lord issues this command. Uphold justice vigorously and consistently perform what is morally right and good. For my decisive salvation is drawing exceedingly near, and my saving righteousness is about to be fully unveiled. Blessed indeed is the individual who faithfully acts upon this truth, the one who clings tenaciously to it, who reverently keeps the Sabbath day without polluting it with transgression, and who resolutely holds their hands back from executing any form of evil deed. Let no foreigner who has willingly bound himself to the Lord ever doubtfully declare, "The Lord will surely separate and exclude me from his people." And let no eunuch lament with complaint, "Alas, I am merely a useless, dried-up tree." For the Lord provides this absolute assurance to the eunuchs who faithfully keep my Sabbaths, who consciously choose to do what is pleasing in my sight, and who hold fast with unwavering dedication to my covenant. To them, within the sacred precincts of my temple and among its protective walls, I will grant a monument and a meaningful name far superior and more lasting than the fleeting legacy of sons and daughters. I will bestow upon them an eternal name that shall endure forevermore. And concerning the foreigners who wholeheartedly commit themselves to the Lord, to serve him faithfully, to love the hallowed name of the Lord, and to be recognized as his servants, all those who keep the Sabbath holy and who cleave firmly to my covenant, these people I will bring securely to my holy mountain, and I will fill them with joy inside my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their peaceful sacrifices will be favorably accepted upon my sacred altar. For my house shall be renowned and universally called a house of prayer intended for all nations. The sovereign Lord, who is actively gathering the scattered exiles of Israel, declares, "I will gather still more people to them, others besides those who have already been gathered. But now listen to the warning. Come forth, all you ravenous beasts of the field. Come and devour, all you creatures lurking in the forest." Israel's appointed watchmen are utterly blind. They are all intellectually and spiritually lacking. They are akin to mute dogs. Unable to bark a warning, they merely lie sluggishly around, dreaming and loving their deep sleep. They are dogs consumed by insatiable appetites. They are never satisfied. They are shepherds who possess absolutely no discernment or understanding. Every one of them turns selfishly to his own desired path, seeking only his personal, immediate gain. Come, each one drunkenly cries, "Let me fetch the wine! Let us gorge ourselves on beer." And surely, tomorrow will be just as wonderfully indulgent as today, or perhaps even far better. Isaiah chapter 57. The righteous are perishing, yet no one among the living pays it any serious heed. The devout and loyal servants are being swept away, and no one comprehends that the righteous are being mercifully removed from this world to be spared the looming evils. Those individuals who walked uprightly enter fully into deep, abiding peace. They find complete rest as they lie down safely in death. But as for you, come here, approach me, you despicable children of a sorceress, you wicked offspring of adulterers and harlots. At whom, precisely, are you directing your ridicule? At whom do you defiantly sneer and stick out your contemptuous tongue? Are you not, fundamentally, a whole brood of rebels, the untrustworthy children of chronic liars? You burn passionately with illicit lust among the sacred oaks and beneath the shade of every widely spreading green tree. You even sacrifice your own children in the dark, hidden ravines and under the menacing shadows of the overhanging crags. The smooth stones and idols found among the stony gorges are your chosen inheritance. Indeed, they represent the lot you have drawn. Yes, it is to these inanimate objects that you have meticulously poured out your liquid drink offerings and presented your choicest grain offerings. In the face of all this blatant idolatry, should I simply stand back and withdraw my judgment? You have brazenly prepared your ritualistic beds upon the highest and most exalted hills, ascending there to present your forbidden sacrifices. Hidden behind your sturdy doors and on your doorposts, you have affixed your detestable pagan symbols. Forsaking me entirely, you have uncovered your marital bed for others. You climbed shamelessly into it and widened the space for your lovers. You sealed a binding pact with those whose beds you love, and you looked with unholy lust upon the exposed, naked bodies of strangers. You sought power through profane ritual, going down to Molech with offerings of pure olive oil, and obscenely increasing the potency of your fragrant perfumes. You dispatched your ambassadors far across the desolate wilderness, traversing distant lands. You plunged, ultimately, to the very realm of the dead, descending into Sheol itself. You wore yourself out by this relentless, exhausting journeying in pursuit of empty alliances and forbidden gods. Yet you never once permitted yourself to whisper the word of despair. It is hopeless. You seemed always to find a wicked renewal of your strength, and thus you did not falter or faint on your destructive path. Whom have you so profoundly dreaded and feared that you have proven faithless to me, and have neither retained a memory of me nor internalized this vital truth deep within your heart? Is it not precisely because I have maintained a long and patient silence, holding back my judgment, that you have dismissed my presence and lost all holy fear of me? I will violently expose the false foundation of your self-proclaimed righteousness, and reveal the emptiness of your works, and they shall provide you no benefit whatsoever. When the time of your distress comes and you cry out for help, let your vast collection of worthless idols rise up and save you. If they can, the desert wind will snatch all of them away. A mere breath of my displeasure will utterly blow them into oblivion. But conversely, whoever chooses to take refuge in me will inherit the promised land and will possess my sacred, holy mountain. And in that coming day, the command will be delivered: build up the causeway, build up the road with diligence, prepare the way for the coming triumph. Clear away every obstruction and remove the jagged stones out of the path of my redeemed people. For this is the solemn declaration of the High and Exalted One, He who inhabits eternity, whose sacred name is holy. I reside in a high and most holy sanctuary, a place of ultimate perfection, but I also abide with the one who is utterly contrite and genuinely lowly in spirit, for the sole purpose of reviving the spirit of the humble and injecting new life into the heart of the repentant. I shall not subject them to eternal accusation, nor will I always sustain my anger against them. For if I were to do so, they would collapse and faint away because of me, these very people I myself brought into existence. I was justly enraged by their persistent and sinful greed. I meted out punishment to them and angrily withdrew my face. Yet, in their persistent folly, they continued to pursue their willful, misguided ways. I have observed their destructive choices, but despite their actions, I will commit to healing them. I will lead them back and restore profound comfort to Israel's mourners, implanting songs of praise upon their lips. Peace, profound peace to those who are far away, and peace to those who are near at hand, declares the Lord, and I will utterly heal them. But the unrepentant wicked are like the constantly tossing, turbulent sea which can never find rest, whose tumultuous waves cast up nothing but foul mire and clinging mud. There is absolutely no peace, says my God, for the wicked who defy me. Isaiah chapter 58. Shout the truth aloud. Do not hesitate or hold back your voice. Elevate your voice like the clear, sharp sound of a trumpet. Declare openly to my people the full extent of their rebellion and reveal to the descendants of Jacob the inventory of their sins. For day after day, they ostensibly seek me out. They pretend to be eager to understand my paths, behaving as if they were a nation that consistently does what is right and has never abandoned the sacred commands of its God. They petition me for just decisions and appear eager for God himself to draw near to them. Why have we engaged in fasting? They demand. And yet you have not noticed it. Why have we humbled ourselves? And still you have paid no attention. Yet, consider that on the very day of your supposed religious fasting, you pursue your own selfish pleasures and relentlessly exploit all your weary workers. Your ceremonial fasting ultimately degenerates into bitter quarreling and destructive strife, and results in striking one another with wicked, unjustified fists. You cannot approach fasting in the superficial manner you employ today and then expect your voice to ascend and be heard favorably on high. Is this truly the kind of fast I have selected? Merely a day where people temporarily bow their heads in self-abasement? Is the fast only about bowing one's head sadly like a flexible reed and lying prostrate in sackcloth and scattered ashes? Is that what you dare to call a consecrated fast, a day that is truly acceptable and pleasing to the Lord? Is not this the transformative kind of fasting I have truly chosen and demand of you? To actively loosen the binding chains of systemic injustice and untie the heavy cords of the crushing yoke. To release the relentlessly oppressed and to shatter every oppressive yoke entirely. Is it not to willingly share your limited food with the desperately hungry and to provide the poor and displaced wanderer with dependable shelter? When you perceive the naked, is it not to clothe them, and specifically, not to turn away with cold indifference from your own suffering flesh and blood? If you fulfill these commands, then your light will suddenly break forth like the clear light of the dawn, and your healing and restoration will quickly manifest. Then your proven righteousness will march confidently before you, and the encompassing glory of the Lord will serve as your protective rear guard. Then, when you call out in true need, the Lord will instantly answer. You will cry desperately for help, and he will immediately affirm, "Here I am." If you definitively cast off the heavy yoke of oppression, along with the destructive habit of the pointing finger and all forms of malicious, slanderous talk, and if you fully dedicate yourselves on behalf of the suffering hungry and truly satisfy the profound needs of the oppressed, then your spiritual light will brilliantly rise even in the deepest darkness, and your darkest night will be transformed, becoming luminous like the splendor of the noonday. The Lord will reliably guide you throughout your life. He will satisfy your every need even in a sun-scorched, arid land and will continually strengthen your weary frame. You will be akin to a lush, well-watered garden, like a never-failing spring whose refreshing waters are constant. Your restored people will reconstruct the ancient ruins and will establish anew the age-old foundations that were once shattered. You will be granted the honorable title, repairer of broken walls, and restorer of streets with dwellings. If you vigilantly keep your feet from profaning the Sabbath and from pursuing your own selfish desires on my holy, consecrated day, if you call the Sabbath a sacred delight and deem the Lord's holy day entirely honorable, and if you demonstrate honor by not departing from the prescribed way and by not performing your own work or speaking idle, trivial words, then you will discover your true, deep joy in the Lord. And I will cause you to ride in absolute triumph upon the highest points of the land and allow you to feast joyously on the rich inheritance of your ancestor, Jacob. For the very mouth of the Lord has decreed it. Isaiah chapter 59. Surely, the mighty arm of the Lord is not too short or weakened to save his people, nor is his ear too dull or insensitive to hear their cries. But it is your accumulated iniquities that have established a clear separation between you and your God. Your grievous sins have caused him to hide his face from you so completely that he refuses to listen. For your hands are visibly stained with the blood of the innocent, and your fingers are dripping with guilt. Your deceitful lips have uttered blatant falsehoods, and your tongue constantly mutters wicked, destructive things. No one cries out for true justice anymore. No one attempts to plead a legal case with honesty or integrity. They rely only on empty, frivolous arguments. They brazenly utter calculated lies. They conceive deep trouble in their minds and ultimately give birth to manifest evil. They meticulously hatch the eggs of poisonous vipers and weave the intricate, frail web of a spider. Whoever dares to consume their viper eggs will surely die, and when one is crushed, a venomous adder instantly hatches forth. Their woven cobwebs are utterly useless as clothing. They possess nothing capable of covering their spiritual nakedness with what they produce. Their intentional deeds are wicked actions, and blatant acts of violence are always found in their hands. Their feet rush headlong into sin without hesitation. They are swift to senselessly shed innocent blood. They pursue dark and evil schemes. Acts of calculated violence permanently scar their ways. The true path of peace they neither seek nor know. There is absolutely no justice found anywhere in their paths. They have intentionally twisted their lives into crooked, unrecognizable roads. No one who walks along those paths will ever find peace. So, genuine justice is perpetually far from us, and righteousness simply cannot reach us. We strain our eyes looking for spiritual light, but everywhere there is only profound darkness. We long for brightness, but we are condemned to walk in deep, suffocating shadows. Like the blind, we desperately grope along the cold wall, feeling our difficult way forward. We are like people devoid of sight. At high midday we stumble as awkwardly as if it were the deep twilight. Among the healthy and strong we are counted as the walking dead. We all loudly growl like bears sensing danger. We moan mournfully and softly like doves. We desperately look for justice, but we find none. We long for divine deliverance, but it is perpetually far away. For the depth of our offenses is great in your holy sight, and our sins stand as powerful testimonies against us. Our offenses are constantly with us, and we willingly acknowledge the entirety of our iniquities, rebellion and profound treachery against the Lord, turning our stubborn backs on our God, inciting social revolt and supporting oppression, uttering calculated lies that our own hearts have conceived. Thus, true justice is forced to retreat, and righteousness stands far off, relegated to a great distance. Truth has openly stumbled and fallen in the public streets. Honesty finds the gates barred and cannot enter. Truth is nowhere to be found. And tragically, whoever chooses to shun evil instantly becomes a helpless prey. The Lord looked down upon this scene and was deeply displeased that the absence of justice was so complete. He gazed and saw that there was absolutely no one willing to stand up. He was appalled and astonished that there was no one ready to intervene on behalf of the righteous. So, his own mighty arm achieved salvation for himself, and his inherent righteousness was the only force that sustained him. He donned righteousness as his impenetrable breastplate and placed the gleaming helmet of salvation upon his head. He then put on the crimson garments of vengeance and powerfully wrapped himself in consuming zeal as in a heavy cloak. According to the sum of what they have done, so will he meticulously repay. Wrath to those who are his enemies and swift retribution to his persistent foes. He will ensure the distant islands receive their full and just recompense. From the far western horizon, people will begin to fear the name of the Lord. And from the rising of the sun in the east, they will revere his majestic glory. For he will swiftly come like a powerful, pent-up flood that the very breath of the Lord drives forcefully along. The Redeemer will make his triumphal entry into Zion. To those in Jacob who genuinely repent of their multitude of sins, declares the Lord. As clear's throat, for my part, this is the everlasting covenant I establish with them, says the Lord. My spirit, who now rests upon you, will never depart from you, and my eternal words that I have placed authoritatively in your mouth will always remain upon your lips, upon the lips of your children, and upon the lips of their descendants from this sacred time onward and forever, says the Lord. Isaiah chapter 60. Arise, shine forth, for your glorious light has finally come, and the magnificent glory of the Lord rises powerfully upon you. Behold, snorts, deep darkness covers the face of the earth, and thick, oppressive darkness is spread over the nations and peoples. But the Lord decisively rises upon you, and his brilliant glory appears visibly over you. Nations and kingdoms will be drawn toward your emerging light, and kings will come toward the brightness of your dawn. Lift up your weary eyes and look closely about you. They all assemble in faith and travel toward you. Your sons arrive from afar, and your daughters are carefully carried upon the hip. Then you will gaze upon this scene and be utterly radiant. Your innermost heart will throb and swell uncontrollably with sheer joy. The tremendous wealth accumulated upon the seas will be brought directly to you. To you will come the accumulated riches of the nations. Massive herds of camels will cover your rejuvenated land, including young camels from Midian and Ephah, and all those who journey from Sheba will arrive, bearing gifts of pure gold and fragrant incense, and loudly proclaiming the genuine praise of the Lord. All Kedar's vast flocks will be gathered specifically for you. The strong rams of Nebaioth will be put into your service. They will be gratefully accepted as pleasing offerings upon my high altar, and I will thereby adorn my glorious and magnificent temple. Who are these that traverse the sky along like graceful clouds, like doves swiftly returning to their waiting nests? Surely the distant islands will turn their gaze toward me. At the head of the fleet are the mighty ships of Tarshish, faithfully bringing your children from distant shores with their silver and their gold, all presented to the honor of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, for he has generously endowed you with incomparable splendor. Foreigners will labor diligently to rebuild your ruined walls, and their kings will commit themselves to serving you. Though in my just anger I struck you down, now in my profound favor, I will mercifully show you compassion. Your massive gates will always remain open. They will never be shut, neither by day nor by night, so that people may continuously bring you the immense wealth of their nations, with their kings respectfully led in triumphant procession. For the nation or the kingdom that will not willingly serve you will inevitably perish. It will be utterly and completely ruined. The unmatched glory of Lebanon will be brought to you. The juniper, the majestic fir, and the cypress together, all provided to adorn my holy sanctuary. And I will ensure that the place where my feet rest is glorified forever. The children of your former oppressors will come forward, bowing humbly before you. All those who once despised you will bow low at your feet and will reverently call you the city of the Lord, Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Although you have been tragically forsaken and intensely hated, with no one daring to travel through your ruined gates, I will transform you into the object of everlasting pride and the genuine joy of all successive generations. You will drink freely the nourishing milk of the nations and be nursed at royal breasts of power. Then you will definitively know that I, the Lord, am indeed your Savior, your Redeemer, the Mighty One of Jacob. Instead of common bronze, I will bring you pure gold, and silver in place of iron. Instead of fragile wood, I will bring you resilient bronze, and iron in place of ordinary stones. I will make peace itself your vigilant governor, and well-being your constant ruler. No longer will the terrifying noise of violence be heard within your land, nor ruin or destruction within your secure borders. But you will give your walls the name salvation, and your gates the name praise. The sun will cease to be your sole source of light by day, nor will the bright radiance of the moon ever need to shine upon you. For the Lord himself will be your everlasting light, and your God will be the source of your glory. Your glorious sun will never set again, and your moon will wane no more. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your long days of profound sorrow will finally end. Then all your people will be truly righteous, and they will possess the land forever. They are the young shoot I have personally planted, the very work of my own hands, created for the ultimate display of my splendor. The least among you will expand and become 1,000 strong. The smallest will grow into a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its appointed time, I will surely accomplish this swiftly. Isaiah chapter 61. The authoritative spirit of the sovereign Lord rests upon me, because the Lord has anointed me with oil to proclaim profound good news to the poor and disenfranchised. He has commissioned me to bind up the hearts that are broken by sorrow, to announce glorious freedom for the captives and definitive release from darkness for those held as prisoners, to formally proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord's abundant favor and the declared day of vengeance of our God, to comfort thoroughly all who mourn, and specifically to provide for those who grieve the destruction of Zion, to bestow upon them a regal crown of beauty instead of ashes of humiliation, the refreshing oil of joy instead of the robes of mourning, and a triumphant garment of praise instead of a crippling spirit of despair. They will be called oaks of righteousness, a powerful planting of the Lord for the magnificent display of his splendor. They will personally rebuild the ancient ruins and restore the sacred places long devastated by the enemy. They will lovingly renew the crumbled cities that have remained devastated for many generations. Foreign strangers will compassionately shepherd your flocks. Foreigners will work your fields and your cherished vineyards, and you will be honorably called priests of the Lord. You will be named ministers of our God. You will joyously feed on the wealth of nations, and in their tremendous riches you will proudly boast. Instead of the shame you endured, you will receive a double portion of honor. And instead of constant disgrace, you will rejoice eternally in your inheritance. And so, you will inherit a double portion of prosperity in your land, and everlasting joy will be unequivocally yours. For I, the Lord, fundamentally love justice. I hate the destructive act of robbery and all forms of wrongdoing. In my unwavering faithfulness, I will fully reward my people and establish an unbreakable, everlasting covenant with them. Their future descendants will be renowned among the nations of the world and their offspring among all peoples. All who witness them will immediately acknowledge that they are truly a people the Lord has uniquely blessed. I delight greatly and find my greatest pleasure in the Lord. My whole soul rejoices vibrantly in my God, for he has clothed me with glorious garments of salvation and arrayed me in a majestic robe of his righteousness, like a bridegroom who richly adorns his head like a priest, and like a bride who lovingly adorns herself with her most treasured jewels. For just as the fertile soil causes the young, tender plant to shoot up, and a garden bed causes the planted seed to vigorously grow, so the sovereign Lord will surely make righteousness and resounding praise spring up before the eyes of all nations. Isaiah chapter 62. For the sake of Zion, I will never keep silent. For the sake of Jerusalem, I will not remain quiet or rest until her vindication shines out clearly like the dawn, and her salvation becomes visible like a blazing, irresistible torch. The nations will witness your vindication, and all kings will behold your inherent glory. You will be called by a majestic new name that the very mouth of the Lord will bestow. You will become a crown of radiant splendor held in the Lord's hand, a beautiful royal diadem in the hand of your God. No longer will the people call you deserted, nor will they name your land desolate. But you will be called Hephzibah, my delight is in her, and your land will be named Beulah, married. For the Lord will take profound delight in you, and your land will be spiritually married to him. As a young man eagerly marries a young woman, so will your builder marry you. As a bridegroom joyously rejoices over his beloved bride, so will your God eternally rejoice over you. I have strategically posted faithful watchmen upon your high walls, O Jerusalem. They will never keep silent, neither by day nor by night. You who call upon the Lord, refuse to give yourselves any rest, and refuse to give him any rest, until he permanently establishes Jerusalem and makes her the supreme object of praise throughout the earth. The Lord has sworn by his mighty right hand and by his glorious arm of power, never again will I permit your grain to be food for your enemies, and never again will foreigners drink the new wine for which you have labored so hard. But those who harvest the grain will eat it and offer praise to the Lord. And those who gather the grapes will drink the new wine within the courts of my sanctuary. Pass through the city gates. Prepare the way for the returning people. Build up the great highway. Remove the obstructing stones. Raise a visible banner for all the nations to see. The Lord has officially made proclamation to the farthest ends of the earth. Say to daughter Zion, see, your Savior comes. See, his just reward is with him, and his recompense accompanies him. They will be called the holy people, the redeemed of the Lord. And you, Jerusalem, will be called sought after, the city no longer deserted. Isaiah chapter 63. Who is this formidable figure coming from Edom? Who comes from Basra with his garments stained crimson red? Who is this one robed in immense splendor, striding forward mightily in the greatness of his inherent strength? It is I, proclaiming decisive victory, powerful and mighty to save. Why are your garments so deeply red, like the clothes of one who is treading the winepress? I have trodden the winepress alone. From all the nations, absolutely no one was with me. I trampled them furiously in my anger and violently trod them down in my burning wrath. Their blood spattered my garments, and I stained all my clothing completely. The moment had arrived for me. It was the day of vengeance, the designated year for me to redeem my people had finally come. I looked intently, but there was no one to help my cause. I was appalled that no one was able to offer support. So, my own formidable arm achieved salvation for me, and my own sustained wrath upheld me. I trampled the hostile nations in my anger. In my wrath, I made them stagger as if they were drunk, and I poured their lifeblood upon the ground. I will now recount the immense kindnesses of the Lord, the multitude of great deeds for which he is greatly to be praised, according to all that the Lord has graciously accomplished for us. Yes, the many good things he has continuously done for the house of Israel, according to his boundless compassion and his many overflowing kindnesses. He declared, "Surely they are my people, children who will prove to be faithful and true to me." And so, he became their guaranteed savior. In all their distress and suffering, he too was distressed, and the angel of his presence consistently saved them. In his immense love and tender mercy he personally redeemed them. He lifted them up and carried them throughout all the days of old. Yet they deliberately rebelled and willfully grieved his Holy Spirit. So he turned and became their fierce enemy, and he himself fought forcefully against them. Then his people remembered the legendary days of old, the days of Moses and his people. Where is he who brought them through the raging sea with the shepherd of his flock? Where is he who set his Holy Spirit powerfully among them? Who sent his glorious arm of power to be constantly at Moses' right hand? Who divided the immense waters directly before them to gain for himself everlasting renown? Who guided them through the deep, churning depths, like a strong horse in open country that does not stumble? Like grazing cattle that descend to the peaceful plain, they were granted rest and security by the Spirit of the Lord. This is precisely how you guided your chosen people, to establish for yourself a magnificent and glorious name. Look down now from heaven and see, from your lofty throne, holy and glorious. Where are your ancient zeal and your immense might? Your tenderness and deep compassion are currently withheld from us. But you are still our Father. Though Abraham may not know us, or Israel acknowledge us, you, Lord, are unequivocally our Father, our Redeemer, whose name is forever established from of old. Why, O Lord, do you permit us to wander from your established ways and allow our hearts to become hardened so that we do not revere you? Return now for the sake of your loyal servants, the tribes that are your cherished inheritance. For only a little while your people possessed your holy place. But now our bitter enemies have violently trampled down your sanctuary, the very bedrock of our faith, the final refuge against the encroaching shadow. We are irrevocably yours. Our claim to your favor dates back to the very foundations of the earth, cemented by covenants of old and sealed by the blood of generations. Yet, look upon those who oppress us, those relentless invaders and cruel kingdoms. You have never fully imposed your divine law over their hearts or their territories. Your mighty scepter has not extended its reach to govern their actions. They are nations outside the pale, untouched by the blessing and the burden of your ultimate dominion. For they have never acknowledged your supremacy, nor have they ever been consecrated, named, or claimed beneath the terrifying, solemn mantle of your sacred name.